Chapter 1 Jelen, the continent of Yalan, formerly known as Yasalampasachi, remains a perplexity to Qimon, who, at 17, has reached adulthood in the Duchy of Woolley. Despite his age, the complexities of Yalan's name elude him, and others often mock him for his ignorance. However, for someone like Qimon, who is notorious for his ruffian ways, such ridicule serves as a peculiar form of praise. Jelen City, while not an imposing metropolis within the Duchy of Woolley, is renowned for its abundance of poets, earning it the affectionate title of City of Song. The inhabitants of Jelen possess a deep-seated love for their poetic city, characterized by a gentle and amiable demeanor, coupled with a steadfast commitment to their respective crafts. Of course, Qimon and his companions stand as exceptions to this rule, but a group of ruffians swaggered down the narrow streets, with Qimon striding confidently behind the most notorious of them. Here, whenever a passerby ventured close, Qimon would puff out his chest and affect an air of repugnance, loudly proclaiming, "Where's that old fool Jige? Wasn't he supposed to be some noble's distant relative? Why haven't his illustrious kin come to his aid today?" Aha! In response, bystanders exhibited a mix of fear and disdain, yet Qimon reveled in the terror he instigated. He believed there was no greater source of pride than instilling fear in others. Jige Basilan, the oldest noble in Jelen, was also the weakest, nearly indistinguishable from commoners. Even ruffians like Qimon felt emboldened to mock him openly. The Basilan family was dwindling, consisting solely of Jige and his granddaughter. Devoid of land or significant status, the old Jige, not even a true Jelen native, faced ostracism from other nobles. Despite holding the title of Viscount, he was hardly a figure of nobility. The ruffians made their way to Jige's estate, a customary display of their burgeoning power, which had surpassed that of the town's feeble nobility. Jige's estate was dilapidated, its gate a relic of 30 years, worn down by the old man's relentless drinking. With no guards in sight, Kier and his companions easily infiltrated the noble's dwelling. The state of disrepair within was appalling. A few recently uprooted lilac trees left gaping holes in the ground, and the muddy stone slabs were in disarray after the previous night's downpour. Jige sat drunkenly in a chair, clutching a bottle. Upon entering, Kier surveyed the room and remarked to his companions, "It appears this old miser has little of value left. Those 3 trees sold for a decent price yesterday. Old man, have you hidden away your treasures?" Kier's voice rose, causing Qimon's ears to ring. Indeed, Kier was formidable, a testament to his prowess as a third-tier warrior. Before Qimon could extol Kier's virtues, Jige slammed his fist on the table and bellowed, "You wretched scoundrels will face divine retribution. One day, you will understand the consequences of humiliating a noble." Jige's voice echoed for 100 meters, a sound the townsfolk had grown accustomed to, often directing their scorn at Qimon while overlooking Kier's intimidating presence. Kier inspected the desolate surroundings, his expression one of feigned benevolence. "My esteemed old noble, it seems your estate has been thoroughly squandered, a warrior. I feel compelled to protect your remaining assets from your own folly. Should you ever wish to restore the Basilan name, I, Kier, will promptly return everything to you." Qimon and the other ruffians exchanged glances, amusement dancing in their eyes at the old noble's dismay, as well as Kier's audaciousness, which had evidently improved. Kier continued, "Today, I see there is nothing left for you to squander. We fear you might resort to selling your beautiful granddaughter, Miss Manchi Basilan, to some unsavory establishment for gold. For her safety, we shall escort her away until you have mended your ways." Upon hearing Manchi's name, Qimon's mind flooded with lustful thoughts, a testament to his youthful desires, especially when envisioning her beauty and grace. He found himself overwhelmed by an uncontainable urge. The old noble trembled with rage, his white beard bristling as he spat. "Get out! You damned ruffians shall not lay a finger on Manchi. I would rather die than let you harm her." Rising in fury, he pointed at Kier, and though the atmosphere was charged, Qimon knew the old man had little strength left beyond his bluster. The sneer of contempt crept onto Qimon's face, and he feigned innocence, declaring, "Lord Jige, we understand your intentions to keep Miss Manchi to barter for drink. We cannot stand idly by while you make such mistakes. Please, remain seated. We shall fetch her ourselves." With that, Qimon forced Jige back into his chair. Despite Qimon's slight stature, the elderly Jige, at 70 and inebriated, offered no resistance. As the ruffians approached the noble maiden's chamber, the door creaked open, revealing a pair of ample, protruding breasts that almost burst through her tattered attire. The four ruffians were momentarily taken aback, their eyes glinting with desire as they shifted their gaze to Manchi's face, which bore no fear, but rather an icy demeanor that contrasted sharply with her beauty. Manchi approached her grandfather, placing something in his trembling hands, casting a disdainful glance at the ruffians as though they were nothing more than starving dogs. "I will go with you," she declared. The ruffians were elated. Momentarily forgetting everything else, their hungry eyes fixated on her. Here, accustomed to such encounters, regained his composure and said, "Very well, Miss Manchi, we shall take you with us." In a fit of rage, the old noble lunged at Kier. Resembling a gaunt, dying dog, Qimon instinctively prepared to intervene but hesitated, curious about Kier's martial prowess. Jige lunged at Kier, but an invisible force erupted from Kier, sending the old man crashing against a table. Bloodied and broken, Kier maintained a congenial smile, exuding warmth as he said, "Hey, I think you've had enough to drink. Why fight against the table? Do yourself a favor and quit drinking, that will be on our way." "And we thank you, noble sir." Qimon harbored no sympathy for Jige. The first rule of a ruffian was to be devoid of conscience, a lesson Qimon had mastered to perfection, often leaving Kier in awe. The four ruffians departed with Manchi, and as Jige struggled to rise from the wreckage, he opened his palm to reveal a small scroll, a mere 2 inches long. Tears welled in his eyes as he cried out, "To think the Basilan name, once noble, has been humiliated by a band of wretched ruffians. This is an affront to our lineage. Here, you shall know the consequences of insulting the royal house." Jige unfurled the scroll, and a brilliant light erupted, revealing a flurry of magical symbols that danced within the radiance. Chanting an incantation, he pricked his finger, letting blood fall upon the scroll. The light intensified, blindingly bright, and in an instant, the scroll vanished without a trace. Unaware of Jige's actions, the four ruffians, led by Kier, prepared for a confrontation that would soon escalate into chaos. Chapter 2: The Curse, Part 1. In the aftermath of the encounter, Qimon found himself alone with the beautiful noble woman. Manchi, having finally experienced manhood, it is often said that women are exquisite, and Qimon could not disagree, especially as he contemplated his next move with the enchanting noblewoman. It appeared Manchi had not closed her haunting eyes throughout the night. Her pale blue irises now tinged with an unsettling red. Despite the thrill of overpowering a noble maiden, Qimon felt a flicker of trepidation, aware that the other nobles of Jelen would not come to Basilan's aid. Yet this fleeting fear did not deter Qimon's wicked intentions. He caressed Manchi's form. He chuckled darkly. "What a splendid figure you possess, truly befitting a noble maiden. Even nobles can succumb beneath the commoners." Manchi remained motionless, her head mechanically turning to face Qimon, her eyes narrowing into a piercing glare that nearly made the cowardly Qimon falter. Regaining his composure, he struck her across the face, exclaiming, "How lowly of you! To think a noble lady could be so base. It's not as if I've taken your virginity. What good is your glare to me?" Last night, Qimon witnessed Chiera mercilessly tormenting Manchi. She did not shed a single tear. Even though Basilan was undeniably weak, she was still of noble blood. The chastity of a noble lady holds significance at times, yet can also be deemed trivial. Qimon found herself standing at that moment where it felt paramount. Manchi's gaze seemed as if it could strip Qimon of her skin and bones, and her piercing, frantic laughter sent shivers down Qimon's spine. With a sneer, she emitted every sharp tone from her throat, declaring, "A wild dog, scavenged from who knows where. How dare you think you are worthy? My virtue was long ago surrendered to Baisluo. Await the curse of the demon, Mr. Qimon." Every noble in the city was familiar with Qimon, yet the name Baisluo was foreign to him. In a fit of rage, he struck Manchi across the face and glared at her with a fierce demeanor, bellowing, "In Jelen City, it's only nobles and ruffians for Baisluo." As if driven to desperation, Qimon suddenly seized Manchi by the throat, forcefully pinning her to the bed, exerting pressure as he muttered, "I'll show you, Baisluo. Baisluo, what is he? I fear no noble. What is he to me?" In mere moments, Manchi lost her strength. When Qimon snapped back to reality, she lay utterly still. A chill gripped him. Even the weakest noble was still a noble, and the consequence of a commoner killing a noble was nothing short of execution. This was an ironclad rule, not just in Uli, but across the entire continent of Jelen. Qimon reached out to test Manchi's breath. That faint sign of life caused him to exhale in relief. After a prolonged moment, he regained his composure and hastily donned his clothing, intending to flee, only to discover that Machi's malicious gaze had once again opened wide, her pupils now a vivid red. This was no mere illusion. A blood-red sheen emanated from her eyes. Her expression twisted with malevolence, her eyes widening in tandem with her muttered incantations. Qimon was startled, yet instinctively pressed down on Machi once more, covering her mouth without understanding why he felt compelled to do so. The strange words spilling from her lips sent a chill racing down his spine. Though her mouth was covered, her eyes grew ever more venomous, igniting a panic within Qimon, who wished he could pluck them from her face. Strangely, Machi made no attempt to resist, nor did she bite him. Before he could ponder further, her eyes softened, transforming into a gentle blue, devoid of their former ferocity, replaced instead by a chilling smile. The ruffian had no time to question the reason behind her smile, before a mass of dark energy surged forth from Machi's mouth. Propelling him off the bed, he could hear her piercing laughter echoing. "This is the curse of Bais Luo, my curse. Not just you, but all of them shall perish." The dark energy enveloped Machi's form, and in an instant, her exquisite body began to decay within the shadows, flesh and blood disintegrating into ash and dissipating rapidly. Qimon stared in disbelief as even the last remnants of her bones vanished within the dark mist. Suddenly, that mass of darkness dissipated, and Qimon felt a sharp pain in his head, plunging him into a brief void. When he regained his senses, the world before him was no longer the familiar bed and walls. Instead, he was met with a blood-red sky, where sinister black dragons soared, spewing forth tongues of fire, while the ground was ablaze. Amidst the unbounded flames, rotting corpses lay scattered, exhaling black smoke. Just as Qimon was grappling with the horror, a fireball hurtled towards him, engulfing him entirely. Yet, moments later, he felt no pain nor the sensation of being burned. To his astonishment, he realized he possessed no physical form, nor even a soul, only consciousness existing within this infernal realm. After the initial shock, surveying the expansive land before him, Qimon discerned a colossal altar, surrounded by black flames that licked at the air, tongues of fire continuously curling towards the apex of the altar. Beyond the flames, he could faintly see a visage. Though indistinct, it bore an uncanny beauty. The figure seemed to be chanting an incantation, eerily reminiscent of the one Machi uttered, several syllables identical. Qimon, lacking any particular virtue, prided himself on his memory, a trait many claimed was a double-edged sword, often invoking grudges. Yet, he could not grasp the significance of the incantation, though even a fool could connect the dots between the earlier scene and the current one. Everything was decidedly against him. In this moment, Qimon found himself utterly powerless to resist, save for fervently repeating in his mind, "Almighty deity, I beseech you to save this virtuous and upright commoner." Despite being a veritable ruffian, Qimon still held a semblance of faith in the divine. Revering the legendary ice goddess, the statuesque storm goddess, and even the tales of the fire goddess, who was said to be married, these were his unadulterated objects of devotion. Yet, after what felt like countless repetitions of his prayer, no miracle occurred. Instead, he was met with agonizing pain, his vision darkening once more, consciousness slipping into oblivion. When Qimon finally awoke, he found himself still in the translation house, Machi's ashes resting on the bed. The previous hellscape felt like a mere dream. Only in this moment, as a corporeal being, did he feel anchored in reality. Qimon hastily covered the ashes with a blanket and fled the hotel. Seeking out Xier, the news of a noble's murder would not remain concealed for long, and Xier was the ringleader of this incident, being a martial artist of some repute in Jelon City. Barlot, the lord of Jelon City, held the title of Earl. The entire city and surrounding towns belonged to him. In his opulent manor, 3 blooming purple orchid trees adorned the statue fountain area, while not far off, a group of youthful maidens encircled a man of roughly 1.60 meters, corpulent and with squinting eyes, short nose, and thick lips. This was the very reason Xier and his compatriots dared to exert their ruffian authority over nobles. Barlot was their formidable backing. Essentially, all nobles in Jelon City recognized Barlot as their leader. If he deemed someone a noble, they became one. Even a beggar could transform into a wealthy merchant should Barlot take a liking to him. Xier, being a martial artist, successfully secured a place in the Lord's manor as a guard. His recent flattery had greatly pleased Barlot, and Xier felt himself on the cusp of nobility, certain that soon he would be able to shed his commoner status and have his name inscribed in the noble rolls of Jelan City. Particularly upon hearing of the capture of Manchi, Chier could see the promise of a manor, servants, a fortune, and women beckoning to him from Barlot's smile. Eagerly dispersing the maidens surrounding Barlot, he knelt before the Lord, stating, "Valiant Lord of the manor, I believe it is time to fetch Miss Manchi from the translation house. She was quite delighted to hear of her invitation to your estate yesterday." Barlot's corpulent visage quivered, his tiny eyes nearly swallowed by flesh, as he urged, "Quickly, quickly, remember to treat Miss Manchi with the utmost respect. After all, she is the most beautiful noble lady in Jelan City. We must not neglect our manners. My household is comprised of gentlemen." Chier's excitement could no longer be contained as he sprang to his feet and headed swiftly towards the manor. Just as Qimon arrived at the Lord's estate, he ran into the exuberant Chier. Observing Chier's jubilant expression, a chill coursed through Qimon's heart, yet he maintained a facade of cheerfulness. "Greeting, Brother Chier, how does the Lord fare?" Qimon's smile was always a mere slit of eyes, regardless of whether it was feigned or genuine, exuding treachery, leading all who encountered him to label him as a scoundrel. Unaware of Qimon's thoughts, Chier remained blissfully ignorant. Clearing his throat, he assumed a serious demeanor, stating, "I am on the verge of becoming a noble myself, so from now on, do not address me as brother. Call me sir. I believe, with the Lord's indulgence towards Miss Manchi, coupled with my recent accomplishments and martial prowess, I shall surely be bestowed a title akin tonight." With that, Chier departed towards the translation house. The sky was a brilliant blue, with clouds resembling fragments of the heavens, and the morning air should have been refreshing. However, Qimon caught a whiff of a metallic scent in the breeze, sending a shiver down his spine. Suddenly, he heard a blood-curdling scream behind him. Chapter 3. The Curse, Part 2. As Qimon turned to look at Chier, he found him engulfed in a swirling mass of black flames, struggling within the inferno. The black fire consumed swiftly, and before the startled Qimon could react, Chier had vanished like Manchi, reduced to ash. Even the martial artist's bracers he so proudly wore. The entire ordeal transpired in less than half a minute, and cold sweat cascaded down Qimon's face. In a daze, he turned and fled. Upon reaching his home, he had no time to catch his breath before the furious roar of old Jetta echoed through the modest dwelling. "You dog of a bastard, what trouble have you stirred up now?" The impoverished abode was in disarray, hardly better than that of other commoners. When Qimon heard old Jetta's wrathful shout, he nearly toppled the dilapidated chair beneath him, as old Jetta shoved open the door, which was barely hanging on its hinges. With a rotund belly that threatened to burst through the frame, this 60-year-old bachelor spent his days gambling and scheming, a tradition that, fortunately for Qimon, he had not inherited. Otherwise, their home would have long since become a noble's garden. "You old bastard. What right do you have to chastise me? If it weren't for me toiling away in deceit and thievery, you would have starved long ago. How dare you lecture me?" Qimon shouted vehemently. Old Jetta is a quintessential figure, short, unattractive, and impoverished, a portly man whose wrinkles are exacerbated by layers of fat. His small eyes are so deeply sunk that they almost vanish, and his unkempt beard seems as if it could shake off a couple of ounces of dust. With a sense of entitlement, old Jetta extends his hand and says, "How much did you earn today? Hand it all over to me. I still owe money to the casino." Just moments ago, the incident involving Kiel had left Simon shaken, and now, with Jetta's outstretched hand, Simon's fury ignited. His eyes blazing as if they could emit fire, he roared, "Get lost. I have no time for you." Old Jetta, momentarily taken aback, began to whimper pathetically, saying, "It was a winter with 3 feet of snow that I toiled to find a child amidst the snowdrifts. For so many frigid winters, I tore my own garments to keep that child warm while I shivered in bed. Oh, divine beings, open your eyes. Now that I am old and useless, he wishes to abandon me." Simon, increasingly exasperated, pulled a pair of gold earrings from his pocket and tossed them to old Jetta. These were his greatest earnings from the previous night with Manchi. Upon receiving the earrings, old Jetta beamed like a dog that had just been given a bone, bowing and nodding towards Simon, repeatedly exclaiming, "I knew Simon was kind-hearted. How could he bear to see this old man suffer? Get lost. I'm fed up with you." Simon snapped impatiently. Old Jetta scampered away, and Simon unbuttoned his shirt. Since Kiel's fiery demise, he had felt a heat radiating from his chest, initially disregarded in a shock. But now he noticed his skin had turned black. A gentle touch revealed it to be not only hard but also devoid of sensation. Could this be Manchi's curse? A shiver coursed through Simon, but compared to Keel, he considered himself fortunate. Having followed Keel for several years, he had gleaned some understanding of the affairs concerning warriors, mages, and deities, realizing that curses are intractable unless one possesses the means to request a personal baptism from a cardinal of the Church of Light. However, he knew he couldn't even hope to meet the sole bishop in Uli, who was of the white robe. As Simon's mind spiraled into anxious thoughts, another door swung open, and a girl wielding a wooden stick entered. With her eyes closed, she advanced cautiously, step by step. This girl, seemingly 16, was Simon's sister, Ina. She was the niece of old Jetta. According to him, her parents had perished at the hands of mountain bandits and in childbirth. Since Ina's birth, she had been raised alongside Simon by old Jetta. Her skin was as pale as freshly fallen snow, delicate and flawless, and though her eyes were shut, they exuded a faint aura of purity. In terms of appearance, she required no cosmetics to outshine even Manchi. Fortunately, both old Jetta and Simon understood Ina's exceptional beauty and rarely allowed her to venture outside, lest she become the cherished wife of some nobleman. Ina, didn't I tell you not to leave your room? Simon said coldly. The girl slowly settled beside him, her lips pouting slightly. Where did you go last night? Was it a brothel, or perhaps the casino? Known for his shamelessness. Simon felt a flush of embarrassment this time, hastily replying, No, I had no such leisure funds. While Simon spoke the truth, for although what he did at the translation house mirrored a visit to a brothel, the nature was different. The former was free of charge. Ina pressed on. Then where were you? I was at the Lord's manor. Keel taught me some knowledge about being a warrior. I was so engrossed that before I knew it. It was morning. By the way, I am your brother, and you dare question me. Ina ignored Simon, pulling out a piece of black paper and several gold coins from her pocket, exclaiming in delight, This is from the Majideo Magic Academy. A few days ago, I secretly participated in a magic test, and unexpectedly passed. Ina was thrilled, but Simon wore a grave expression. Do you think I didn't know you sneaked off to take that ridiculous test? Had I not followed you that day, do you think you would have returned after being seen by those noble gentlemen? Ina pouted, refusing to respond. Given Simon's circumstances, sending Ina to a magic academy was utterly impossible, even if she were admitted. The exorbitant tuition fees were beyond the means of any commoner. However, passing the magic test meant that Ina could enter the academy without any tuition and receive a monthly stipend of 5 gold coins from Majideo. Yet, therein lay the problem. The Majideo Magic Academy was a haven for noble offspring. Setting aside the possibility of noble maidens making advances on Ina due to her beauty, those young nobles were undoubtedly ravenous wolves. With Ina being the most exquisite lamb, Simon took the letter from the Majideo Academy, scrutinizing it closely, then rubbed the back of his head, nodding and saying, Ina, if you wish to go, then go to. I believe you will become an exceptional mage. Just don't forget to return and bring me a beautiful noble lady. Ina smiled enigmatically but offered no reply. Simon read the letter again. It was a notification from Majideo himself, detailing the opening date and location of the academy, and it was evident from the excited wording, especially when mentioning Ina's remarkable magical talent, that Majideo held her in high regard. With the principal's attention on Ina, Simon thought her safety would be somewhat assured. However, where there are walls, there are inevitably breaches, and Simon, having long navigated the treacherous waters frequented by the children of nobility, was well aware of their cunning. Although he harbored some concern for this sister of his, who bore no blood relation to him, it did not diminish his anticipation for the evening at the Lewis Hotel. After conversing with Ina for a while, he hurriedly left to find his companions. Not long after Simon's departure, old Jette returned, trembling with fat, and began to bellow in the house. Simon, you bastard, come out here. Simon, get out here. Ina, where the hell has that damned scoundrel gone? After searching in vain for Simon, he turned to Ina. Typically, old Jetta often berated Simon, but this time he seemed genuinely furious. Ina thought to herself that Simon must have stirred up some trouble again and asked, Uncle Jetta, what has Simon done to make you so angry? In front of Simon, old Jetta would shout and scream, but he was always gentle with Ina. That he slightly tempered his anger and said, I just heard at the casino that Keel, Barry, and Mamlo are all dead. Now the Lord believes Simon killed them and absconded with Miss Manchi, the daughter of old Jige. Chapter 4. The The farce Simon's reputation in Golan City was as notorious as Kiel's, if not worse. If Golan City had the greatest Lord Ball, it also had the most capable Simon. Often, when he strolled through the streets, a trail of neatly arranged spittle would follow him, renowned for his bullying of the weak, shamelessness, and treachery. Today, as he approached the Lewis Hotel, he discovered that his imposing stature and handsome visage no longer instilled fear in the small vendors. Instead, those who recognized him looked upon him with mirth, as if they had stumbled upon gold. Some even shouted with enthusiasm, "Villain, await your doom. Today marks your end, the greatest event in Golan City." Without cause. Sheep do not dare to bare their teeth at wolves, and Simon sensed something must have transpired. He shouted at the passers-by and vendors, "How dare you treat me, soon to be a noble, with such disrespect? Humph, someday you will come to curry favor with me and realize Simon is your true nobleman, not a bunch of ignorant, foolish, lowly, and detestable commoners." After speaking, Simon scuttled away from their gaze, tail between his legs. Although he had previously conquered them through intimidation, it did not mean he would dare to suppress them now that they raised their horns. After all, there is strength in numbers, and his immediate priority was to escape. Simon's astute judgment of the situation was wise. Given his actions in Golan City, challenging these people now would only result in being trampled into the ground. With Kiel, a level 3 warrior, no longer by his side, he was not foolish enough to seek his own demise. As the Lewis Hotel came into view, Simon finally exhaled in relief. The Lewis Hotel was the most luxurious and extravagant establishment in Golan City, where entry was forbidden to commoners unless they possessed a noble invitation. Truly a domain for the elite. Those unruly sheep would never dare to misbehave here. Straightening his attire and holding his head high, he immediately resembled a noble scion. Upon reaching the entrance, the attendant, recognizing Simon and aware of his connections with several nobles, did not impede his entry. Stepping into the ballroom, a wave of opulence washed over him. The fragrance of women's perfume, the rich aroma of fine wine, and even the universal scent of gold. Though it was not his first visit, he remained entranced. As was the case with every arrival, that he reveled in the lavishness surrounding him. This was where he belonged. Or so he believed. "Ah, isn't this Montan? How dare you still show your face here? I heard you killed Kiel and his thugs and made off with Manchi, the woman favored by the Lord. You've got some nerve to come here, ha ha ha." A short man in a purple suit guffawed mockingly upon spotting Simon. The term Montian Garden is a specific designation used by the nobility to refer to Qimon. As for the word garden, it originates from a breed of dog known as the pastoral dog. In the past, Qimon would respond with a servile smile and a nod. However, the latter part of this statement rendered Qimon unable to smile, as cold sweat almost instantaneously drenched his palms. The grimace on Qimon's face incited a wave of malicious glee among the nobles he had once sought to appease, prompting one of them to loudly mock, "Hey, look who has arrived. Is this not our Montian Garden? I hear he has brazenly stolen meat from Lord Ball's plate," showing utter disregard for him. This Qimon, having aligned himself with Lord Ball, seems to believe he is untouchable, consistently looking down upon us. I wonder which noble he is now trying to curry favor with, daring even to snatch Lord Ball's woman. After such humiliation, I can only speculate what Lord Ball intends to do. All eyes converged on Qimon, and nearly every gaze was filled with laughter. Qimon felt immensely embarrassed, and suddenly a sharp, furious voice rang out from behind the crowd. "Qimon, you wretched dog! Bring him here at once." 5 or 6 low-ranking knights clad in armor swiftly encircled Qimon, drawing their swords and positioning them ominously against his slender neck. It was evident that a mere slip of the hand could sever his fragile throat. That in the past, Qimon would have knelt in supplication, attempting to extricate himself from this predicament with flattery. However, this time he exhibited a remarkable composure, casting a scornful glance at the surrounding nobles and their offspring, then took a bold step and strode directly through the crowd. The short man in purple attire, observing Qimon's demeanor, assumed he was utterly despondent. Elated, he rushed to Lord Ball and feigned trepidation, saying, "Oh dear, I had no idea you were here. Lord Ball, I was just babbling nonsense. So I must bow and apologize to you." The short man's intentions were clear to Qimon, who had long since cursed his entire family in silence. Seeing Qimon's calm expression, Ball pondered, could it be that this wildling has indeed attached himself to some powerful figure? With his character, he would never dare to touch my Manchi. Unless, Ball's face was marked by hesitation, which prompted Qimon to speak. Lord Ball, I possess no backing, nor do I have any powerful allies if you wish to kill me. Do so. However, may I first explain why I took the life of Kier? At this moment, Ball feigned a huff and replied, Speak, but know that I am not concerned with your backing if your explanation persuades me. You shall still meet your end. Qimon bowed in gratitude to the corpulent lord and began to recount. Yesterday, I accompanied that beast Kier to Manchi's residence, intending to escort her to your esteemed abode. To my astonishment, Kier claimed that you were too diminutive and incapable of discerning whether she is a maiden. Instead, he suggested we take her to the translation house for his first taste before presenting her to you. I thought to myself, Lord, you are a figure of towering strength and vigor, the foremost man of Jelan City. How could you possibly be incapable? After all, it is said that you possess the legendary 10-inch diamond, capable of enchanting 10 maidens in one night. As Qimon spoke of Ball's prowess, he became animated, his face brimming with admiration. The assembled nobles were well aware of Ball's notorious shortcomings, for otherwise, how could 7 of his 8 wives engage in extramarital affairs, some of whom were present? Yet, none dared to expose Qimon's delicate subject, for they feared to tread upon Ball's tender spot. Instead, many nodded in agreement, exclaiming, Indeed, Lord Ball is a renowned conqueror in the bedroom. How could he fail? Though Ball feigned delight at their remarks, he harbored a deep-seated loathing for Kier, secretly cursing, that wretch Kier deserves his fate. It is a pity he is dead. Otherwise, I would have him castrated. Qimon, possessing a keen sense of observation honed over the years, detected Ball's concealed fury beneath his smile and felt a surge of joy. He then shifted his expression, speaking through gritted teeth. I attempted to dissuade Kier, but he would not listen. How could I allow that lowly cur to take away Miss Manchi's purity? I conspired with 2 brothers to retrieve her, but alas, I was taken aback. Here, Qimon's expression turned sorrowful, his voice filled with lament. I never expected that beneath her poised and noble exterior, Miss Manchi had already succumbed to Kier's advances. Infuriatingly, Kier, in his bid for their mutual pleasure, resorted to violence against me and my 2 brothers. Lord Ball's demeanor darkened, his gaze fixed intently on Qimon, the look in his eyes inscrutable. Qimon felt a palpable tension, but maintained a facade of sorrow as he continued. How could I permit the esteemed lord to bear such a disgrace? My 2 brothers were equally loyal to you, and together we confronted Kier. Yet, he was a 3rd-tier warrior, and my brothers fell to him, and that wretched Manchi that I fought valiantly and managed to bring both of them to justice. At this moment, the short man interjected loudly. You speak nonsense. How could the 3 of you possibly stand against Kier? He is a 3rd-tier warrior, Lord Ball. I believe he is merely trying to deceive you. The surrounding nobles whispered among themselves, uncertain of whom to believe. Qimon recognized that mere words, no matter how heartfelt, would not sway these cunning individuals. Thus, he tore open his shirt to reveal a darkened chest, declaring, That scoundrel Kier nearly claimed my life. Look, you self-proclaimed loyalists to Lord Ball. See this. If you doubt me, I have no words to offer. However, if even Lord Ball does not trust me, I, Qimon, shall prove my loyalty with my life. With that, Qimon snatched a knight's sword and resolutely drew it toward his neck. As the blade inched closer, Ball remained motionless. Watching with an air of detached interest, Qimon's heart sank, realizing the gravity of the moment. Yet, having committed to this act of resolute defiance, he knew there was no turning back. Even if he were to spare himself, the discerning eyes of the nobles would render his prior pleas meaningless, and the outcome would likely be far more tragic than this self-inflicted demise. As he contemplated this, the sword pierced his flesh, blood instantly oozing from the neat wound. Qimon could feel the blade scraping against his throat, sharp pain coursing through him. Suddenly, a goblet struck the sword, causing Qimon to tremble and the weapon to clatter to the ground. Ball huffed, saying, Kier got what he deserved, and that wretched Manchi as well. They brought this upon themselves. Qimon, you have done well, I say. Angie, if Qimon has gone to such lengths, how can we still harbor doubt? Who would dare follow me, Ball, if we do not trust him? The short man, Angie, quickly nodded in agreement, exclaiming, Indeed, Lord Ball, you are right. It appears I have misjudged Qimon. He is truly loyal to you. Your discerning eye has unveiled the truth behind these rumors. Though it was Angie who had incited the chaos, he now twisted the narrative to suit his needs. Ball shot him a disdainful glance, silencing his incessant chatter. Enough, Enough. Qimon, come with me. Kier is dead, and so be it. A third-tier warrior. Humph, is it truly a loss? With that, Ball entered a private chamber. Qimon swallowed hard and wiped the cold sweat from his brow. Following him inside on the bed lay two enchanting maidens, clad in alluring attire, their long, shapely legs entwined around Ball's. The hem of their skirts revealed glimpses of dark skin, and Qimon, having just faced death, found himself entranced by the captivating scene before him. He stood transfixed until one of the maidens asked, "Is it to your liking?" Awkwardly returning to his senses, he turned to Ball and inquired, "Lord Ball, do you have any instructions for me?" Ball replied, "Qimon, you are quite clever. Indeed, more so than Kier.as for Manchi. She is merely a woman." These words sent another chill down Qimon's spine, and he hurriedly nodded. I understand. Ball continued, "There is a matter I must attend to that is somewhat challenging and dangerous. I had intended to send Kier, but before he could finish, Qimon interjected, "I will go. I will ensure it is handled for you." "My lord." Ball nodded in satisfaction, saying, "You certainly display more intelligence than Kier, though it is a pity you are not a warrior. Otherwise, often, those in power do not articulate their thoughts fully, leaving subordinates to infer the implications. Sometimes, they deliberately speak slowly, prompting others to fill in the gaps. Failure to do so may result in displeasure from above, leading to discomfort below." Qimon had mastered this subtlety, responding promptly, "Even if I am not a warrior, rest assured that I will excel in whatever task you assign me, far surpassing that wretched Kier. Moreover, I am indeed a warrior, albeit at the first tier." When he uttered the words first tier, his voice dwindled to a mere whisper. Lacking conviction, Ball chuckled, saying, "Tomorrow, you shall represent me in Lai City to negotiate with the city lord regarding the division of the treasures from Duke Polly's tomb. Should you fail to secure a 50-50 split, well, Qimon, you know the consequences. Hee. Ball's smile was laden with meaning, and Qimon forced a grin and returned as he chuckled. He remarked, "Ah, this is all merely what I have learned from you, my dear Uncle Jete." Though Lord Ball conceals his intentions well, he cannot hide them from the earls, nor can he from us commoners in Jellan City. Rumor has it that many young men have been secretly conscripted into the knightly order, even from the surrounding towns and villages. It seems he intends to orchestrate a significant upheaval. Qimon had not anticipated that Ball would audaciously descend to the depths of a private knight. This diminutive yet brutish fat man revealed to Qimon the true meaning of concealing one's capabilities. The knight had grown silent, and under the dim light, the elderly Jet remained inebriated, yet his eyes sparkled with clarity as he slowly remarked, "The Lord Earl of Liching is the eldest son of the Morga family, destined to become an earl with quintessential noble temperament, and his reputation is renowned far and wide." Qimon had expected Jet to impart profound wisdom, but growing anxious, he exclaimed, "Is that all? Are you sincerely wishing for my demise?" Jet, yawning, rose to his feet and replied, "In my old age, I find myself easily fatigued. I shall take my leave." Left alone in the room, Qimon lay in bed at midnight, his heart still riddled with unease. His mind swirling with countless thoughts, while the chirping of insects outside seemed to mock him incessantly. At dawn, Ball dispatched a knight, leading a magnificent white horse along with a parcel, claiming it was prepared for Qimon. Observing the horse's robust stature, Qimon mused, "Is this his way of hastening my demise?" Of course, such thoughts remained unvoiced. He maintained a facade of confidence, smiling brightly as he instructed the knight to convey to Lord Ball that he, Qimon, would soon return with a contract in hand. As Qimon galloped away, a cloud of dust rising in his wake, Jet turned to his niece, Ina, and said, "My dear niece, your father passed away too early. Over these past years, I have taken care of both you and Qimon, and I must admit it has been quite burdensome. You see, just yesterday, I found myself indebted to someone for 3 silver coins. I know that not long ago, Qimon gifted you a purple gown, which must hold some worth. I hesitate to ask, but considering my predicament, I would be most grateful if you could lend me a few coins. Just for a short while." Ina seemed oblivious to Jet's words, her ears attuned to the distant sound of galloping hooves, murmuring, "Uncle Jet, I recall that Liching is vast, so vast that I hope Qimon cannot locate a brothel." The following day, Qimon found himself immersed in indulgence, particularly as the envoy from Jellan was afforded the company of the most exquisite courtesans, who readily approached him. The envoy, well, not only placed Qimon in the brothel, but also covered all his expenses. For someone like Qimon, who was nearly destitute, this was akin to paradise. Those courtesans were undeniably angels in this realm, and he felt like a god, within the grand and opulent lord's manor. In a hall where dancers twirled in flowing skirts, Lord Earl sat regally, holding a wine glass yet refraining from drinking, persistently swirling the red liquid within. He inquired, "How has our dear Qimon from Liching fared today?" A knight kneeling behind the dancers responded, "It appears that the fool of an envoy has become quite enmeshed with the women over these past 3 days." Earl smirked with satisfaction, saying, "To know how to enjoy life is commendable. To be ignorant of such pleasures is foolish. The contract he holds with Baal is of utmost importance. Those 3 imbeciles before him dared not betray that fat man, unwilling to surrender the contract to me, which ultimately cost them their lives. This Qimon is utterly inept. It seems Jelen has no one else brave enough to come, leaving us with this simpleton. This time, no effort will be required. Once I obtain the contract, Baal will no longer dare to entangle himself with me over the ancient tomb." The nobles seated on either side nodded in agreement, with one rising to exclaim, "Lord Earl, once you acquire this treasure, your path to prominence in Uli will be assured. Not only will this earl ascend smoothly, but he may even become a bishop of the church. And at that time, Morgo will rise to become a major noble in Uli." Earl smiled slightly, for the eldest son of the Morga family was of pure bloodline, his golden curls cascading past his ears, his pale blue eyes revealing a disingenuous smile that could not mask his inner pride. That it must be said, Earl was exceedingly handsome, far surpassing Baron Baal, and it was rumored he was an 8th-level sorcerer, the most powerful magician within hundreds of miles. Earl gestured towards the knights in the hall, instructing, "Summon Miss Priscus to execute my plan. With her beauty, she will surely capture that Qimon's heart, and he will not hesitate to offer his life for her." The knight hesitated, replying, "But Priscus is your fiancée." Earl scoffed. "Priscus is a level 6 sorceress. Surely, she can handle a mere debauched fool." With that, he finally brought the wine to his lips. The life of near paradise lasted only 3 days, during which everyone referred to him as my lord. Each day, he was graced with a different beauty to indulge in, yet none of this alleviated the lingering anxiety within his heart. "Lord Qimon, Miss Priscus has come to see you. You ought to hurry out," called an elderly courtesan from outside. Qimon quickly rose from the bed, ready for her arrival. Priscus, adorned in a pink blouse adorned with exquisite amethysts, revealed ample snow-white skin, her voluptuous form rendering Qimon momentarily entranced, inciting jealousy among the nearby courtesans. Priscus possessed strikingly beautiful eyes, with long lashes and pale blue irises, accentuated by a delicate line of eyeliner, exuding an alluring sensuality. As her gaze fell upon Qimon's unremarkable face, she merely cast a fleeting glance before inquiring in a unique tone, "Are you the Qimon of Jelen?" Accompanying Priscus were 2 knights, who entered the brothel with stoic expressions, indifferent to the courtesans around them. Qimon responded, "Indeed, that is I. May I inquire to which esteemed family you belong, miss?" As he spoke, he sank into the sofa, fatigue creeping in after days of relentless battles. Priscus gracefully approached and unexpectedly settled herself upon Qimon's lap. Even through the layers of fabric, Qimon could feel the impressive curve of her form, a stark contrast to the courtesans surrounding them. This sensation was undoubtedly heightened by Qimon's acute awareness of her noble status. With one hand resting on Qimon's shoulder, she teasingly brought her soft, white skin within mere inches of his face, saying, "Who I am is of little importance. What matters tonight is with whom I shall spend my time. That I have heard that you possess Lord Baal's contract. If you were to give it to me, I would be yours for the evening." Priscus's lips were nearly brushing against Qimon's face, as waves of high-end perfume mixed with her natural scent flooded his senses, despite being utterly exhausted from the recent turmoil. Qimon found himself still stirred by her presence. That he reached beneath Priscus's gown, feigning desperation, and remarked, "How could I accept such a generous offer? After all, you are Lord Earl's fiancée. However, if this is indeed Lord Earl's wish, I would not dare to refuse." With that, he pulled Priscus into the room, tossing her onto the bed. As he eagerly began to disrobe, Priscus halted his actions with a raised hand, asking, "What of the contract?" Without hesitation, Qimon produced a piece of yellow parchment from his cloak. Priscus smiled slightly, taking the contract from him and opening it. In that moment, a plume of white smoke wafted towards her. those sorcerers are powerful. Their reflexes are not significantly different from those of ordinary individuals. When attacked at close range, even the strongest magic pales in comparison to the effectiveness of a dagger. Priscus covered her nose, glaring at Qimon, exclaiming, "What is this? What have you done? Do you wish to die?" In her eyes, how could a fool possibly attack her? How could a lecherous man dare to assault her? How could a lowly envoy from Jelen presume to lay hands on her? For she was wise, beautiful, and noble, while he was merely a wretched envoy, rumored to be a rogue. Yet, Qimon had indeed done just that. As Priscus slowly succumbed to unconsciousness, she caught a glimpse of Qimon's lustful gaze fixed upon her face. She thought, this utterly inept rogue must truly be a pervert, relishing in the act of violating women after rendering them unconscious. It was merely a depraved obsession, before she could lament her own carelessness. She slipped into a deep slumber. Once Qimon confirmed her state, he promptly bound Priscus with the bed linens, for he believed that these noble ladies must possess some means of self-defense. He felt compelled to take precautions, of course. Qimon was unaware that Priscus was a level 6 sorceress. Otherwise, even if he were to break her legs, he would not dare to lay a hand on her. All the dissatisfaction from his arduous efforts over the past few days was unleashed upon Priscus. To his astonishment, he discovered that she still retained her virginity, a most delightful revelation that a noble lady destined to become the Lord's wife, who had been violated by a rogue, would never dare to disclose such an incident. Should word spread, Ol would never accept a woman who had been stripped of her virtue by a lowly scoundrel, for it would tarnish his reputation and the dignity of his family. How could such an unexpected boon not send Qimon into a frenzy of delight? His actions grew increasingly rough until, by midnight, he finally ceased his exertions. The narcotic used to incapacitate the level 6 sorceress had originated from Qimon, who had intended for Qimon to use it on a noble lady for his own pleasure. Little did he know that not only had he incapacitated a noble woman, but a level 6 sorceress as well. When Priscus awoke, Qimon was seated on the floor beside the bed, one hand clutching the contract, the other poised with a pen, ready to inscribe his name. Qimon, envoy of Jelen. Priscus, in a state of utter confusion, felt a sharp pain in her lower body at that moment. Upon witnessing Qimon inscribing his name on the contract, she momentarily forgot her discomfort and sat up in bed, exclaiming, "What are you doing? How dare you sign a contract without my consent?" Chapter 6. The contract. Regarding the contract, both parties intending to enter into an agreement must apply to the church for the appropriate level of contract. Similar to how Ball and Earl Ray sought a contract of the highest order, once the contract is signed, its provisions are safeguarded by the church, and neither party is permitted to breach it. However, there are no stipulated regulations concerning the manner in which the contract is negotiated, perhaps because a contract fundamentally represents an agreement between two individuals. Instances of a contract being unilaterally established by one person are exceedingly rare. This was hardly a contract, yet with the addition of the words Priscus, envoy of Lie City, and a drop of Earl Ray's blood, it absurdly transformed into one. As for the drop of Earl Ray's blood, it had been discovered last night in a delicate crystal vial from the pocket of the noble lady during an examination of her body. Of course, Qimon would not verify whether this blood indeed belonged to Earl Ray. He merely wished to finalize the contract and depart from this place as swiftly as possible. The authenticity of the contract was a matter for Ball to concern himself with. Priscus fixed a fierce gaze upon Qimon and said, "Do you believe you can take this contract out of the city? Do you think such a contract would be protected by the church?" Qimon concealed the contract within his garments, casting a lewd glance at Priscus's figure, and replied, "If the contract fails, I won't be able to leave. That I don't even know what luck I stumbled upon, but it seems I've succeeded." At that moment, 5 or 6 knights entered from outside, swiftly subduing Priscus's 2 accompanying knights, binding them tightly and forcing them to the ground. Priscus was taken aback by the sudden appearance of these knights, then recalled that Qimon had arrived without any knights in tow, pondering whether this devious man from Goling had deliberately instructed them to conceal themselves, intending to reveal themselves at a crucial moment to facilitate his escape. Yet, Qimon was equally unaware of these knights' presence. They had only appeared after he had procured Earl Ray's contract and blood from Priscus the previous night. As Qimon pondered this, he felt a chill run down his spine. The purpose of these 6 knights was to monitor him. Should he fail to secure the contract regarding Duke Pauli's ancient tomb, these 6 would ensure he could never return to Goling. However, If Qimon succeeded, they would transform into righteous knights, stepping forth to protect him and the contract on their return to Goling, thus ensuring Qimon's eternal gratitude towards Baal. Initially, Qimon believed Baal had sent him merely to meet his demise as retribution for the matter concerning Manchi. But upon reflection, he realized Baal had anticipated that he might successfully finalize the contract. These 6 knights served as the best evidence of that. With this thought, the rotund count filled Qimon with dread. Priscus cast a glance at the 3 knights before her, noticing that each bore the insignia of high-ranking knights, and in a moment of astonishment, she fell silent, donned her long gown, and approached Qimon, coldly gritting her teeth as she said, "You shall meet a most gruesome end, far worse than the 3 before you." With her graceful stride, Priscus exited, her demeanor concealing the agony and humiliation she had endured throughout the night. Such was the dignity of nobility. Qimon let out a derisive snicker in the depths of his heart as Qimon and the 6 high-ranking knights emerged from the inn. They were encircled by a dozen mounted knights, among whom, clad in silver armor, was none other than the city lord Earlray. This silver armor was emblematic of the church's knights. Earlray maintained a calm demeanor, though his facial muscles twitched intermittently and in a cold voice. He remarked, "What is this? Is the esteemed envoy Qimon dissatisfied with my hospitality and planning to take his leave?" Behind Earlray, Priscus bore a slight redness and swelling on her face, indicating that Earlray's wrath had found a release upon her visage. Observing the aggressive demeanor of those around him, Qimon greeted them with a smile and said, "I am grateful to your lordship for your kindness towards Goling, and I extend my thanks to the lady of the city for her compassion last night. I intend to return and convey your lordship's benevolence to the impoverished folk of Goling, ensuring they express their gratitude towards you." Earlray glared at him, and as he clenched his teeth, an unexpected thought flickered in his mind, transforming his anger into a smile. "Since you claim that the contract regarding Duke Pauly's treasure has been established, I cannot breach it myself. If the esteemed envoy wishes to bring back Duke Pauly's treasure, so be it. Come, let us escort the esteemed envoy to the Catalafa Mountains." A dozen high-ranking knights dismounted and approached. The 6 knights surrounding Qimon drew their swords and shouted, their armor clanking ominously with the force of their battle aura. Yet, despite their status as high-ranking knights, 6 fists were no match for a multitude of feet. After a brief struggle, they were all captured. That Qimon's smile waned, cold sweat pouring down his brow as he uttered, "In that case, I must also thank Lord Earlray on behalf of Lord Baal." With that, Qimon bowed to Earlray, turned, and mounted his horse, adding, "Lord Earlray, might I also take these 6 men with me?" Earlray waved his hand, and several knights sheathed their swords, allowing the 6 to emerge from the crowd, each casting a grateful glance at Qimon. They understood that if Qimon departed alone, their fate would likely mirror that of the previous envoys. Qimon bowed again to Earlray and said, "My lord, would you mind lending me 6 horses?" Earlray casually raised his hand, and several knights led over horses for them. Once mounted, they galloped towards the outskirts of Lie City. However, barely 100 meters away, a fireball crashed down upon Qimon's head with a resounding boom. The panicked ruffian hastily removed his water flask to douse the flames consuming his hair, his disheveled appearance eliciting laughter from the knights behind Earlray. "Why not simply kill him? That damned ruffian!" Priscus shouted indignantly. Earlray cast her a cold glance and replied, "What more do you wish for? Do you desire me, the legitimate son of Morgar, to personally seize a commoner? Besides, the contract has already been signed. What purpose would there be in taking it back?" With that, he turned and departed with his knights, leaving Priscus seething as she glared in the direction Qimon had vanished. As Qimon and his companions reached the gates of Lie City, the knights dispatched by Earlray pursued them under the pretense of escorting him to Duke Pauly's tomb. In reality, they were there to prevent him from making an escape. There were 3 high-ranking knights, 1 Grand Knight, and a dozen lower-ranking knights accompanying them, though the Grand Knight alone was insufficient to contend with 6 high-ranking knights. The addition of the other 3 high-ranking knights provided ample intimidation. Throughout the journey, Qimon harbored no thoughts of fleeing. Even in the darkest of nights, Duke Pauly's tomb lay within the mountains straddling the border between Lie City and Goling. This range, which could hardly be classified as mountains, drew attention due to its peculiarities and was thus named the Flomen Mountains. Lacking any mineral wealth or resources, the area occasionally witnessed the presence of magical beasts. A year prior, Earl Ray had dispatched a significant number of knights and slaves to this location. Now, the once verdant slopes had been extensively excavated, revealing vast quantities of black rock and soil, with numerous newly dug caverns nearly hollowing out the mountains. Although the location of the ancient tomb had been identified 6 months prior, entry had been delayed for various reasons. Upon Qimon's arrival, he was immediately placed under close surveillance. The Grand Knight escorting him conversed with another Grand Knight on the mountain regarding Qimon's identity and purpose, compelling Qimon and his companions to reside alongside the slaves, with the understanding that they would lead the charge into the tomb at dawn the following day. The slaves' tents were erected at the entrance of the cave leading to the tomb, and a chilling wind frequently blew from within, causing the more frail slaves to shiver uncontrollably. Among them stood an elderly slave who had received some benefits from Qimon as the cold wind blew. He struggled to maintain his frail composure and recounted to Qimon, the knights, and the surrounding slaves. "I remember when I was a child, my grandfather told me that when he was a knight, he pledged his loyalty to Duke Pauli's shadow hunters. At that time, Arlen had not yet fractured. There was only the Astanova Empire. Duke Pauli was the greatest duke of his time, leading the shadow hunters to vanquish the demons of hell. My grandfather said that had it not been for Duke Pauli's untimely death, he might have become a prince, and perhaps Astanova would not have splintered." Just as the elderly slave grew animated in his storytelling, Qimon impatiently interjected, "Spare me the tales of Duke Pauli's glories. Speak of the tomb." The surrounding slaves, more curious about Duke Pauli than the tomb itself, nonetheless felt compelled to look to the elderly slave for further tales. Given the presence of 6 high-ranking knights by Qimon's side, the storyteller glanced at Qimon's expression, cleared his throat, and said, "Let us speak of the tomb, for we shall have ample time in the future." After Duke Pauli's death, the shadow hunters were disbanded, and the most powerful of them, the 12 holy knights, mysteriously vanished. Legend has it that Duke Pauli's treasure was taken into his burial site by the 12 holy knights, which is here. 6 months ago, when we opened the stone door of the ancient tomb, 5 or 6 individuals were sucked inside, after which the stone door closed again, and shortly thereafter, we saw blood seeping from within. A few days later, 6 or 7 knights were similarly drawn in, never to return, and since then, no one has dared to approach. Qimon inquired, "Could you not smash the stone door to gain entry?" The elderly slave shook his head and replied, "We have tried. Even the Grand Knight was unable to break that stone door. It can be pushed open, but it cannot be shattered." Many of the newer slaves, upon hearing this, turned to gaze into the cave, their hearts racing with fear, vowing never to venture into that cave again, lest they be consumed by it. Qimon swallowed hard, drenched in cold sweat, contemplating, "If knights have entered and never returned, what fate awaits me should I go? I would surely be reduced to nothing more than bones." While lost in thought, one knight suggested, "My lord Qimon, why not escape under the cover of night? Once we return to Goling, Earl Ray cannot do anything to us." Qimon shook his head and said, "No, there are 2 formidable knights and over a dozen high-ranking knights on this mountain. It is impossible to escape. Earl Ray is forcing us here to meet our demise. If we can never return to Jelen, then this contract will naturally cease to exist. What shall we do then?" "We will follow your lead," another knight interjected. Qimon replied, "For these 6, he truly did not intend to abandon them to perish at the hands of Earl Ray. Although he had saved them in Lie City, it did not mean he could not vent his resentment towards Baal upon them." Chapter 7. The ambush the following morning, while the morning dew still clung to the tips of the grass. The great night had already awakened Qimon and the others from their slumber. The nightly order led them through the winding caves, and along the way, Qimon's face was ashen, eliciting a hint of sympathy from the knights of Lie City. The cave grew increasingly dark and slippery. As the passage twisted downward, a chilling wind intensified. Qimon spoke, "Sir Knight, could you lend me a piece of clothing? I fear I might freeze before I reach the ancient tomb." The great knight glanced at Qimon and chuckled, "You appear quite robust. Do you truly need clothing?" The other knights turned to look, noticing that Qimon seemed suddenly more muscular than the previous day, particularly in his upper body, almost appearing somewhat bulky. Yet, they deemed it unnecessary to search a man on the brink of death. Upon reaching the entrance of the ancient tomb, the white glow of the magical crystal illuminated the tomb's door, revealing a pale blue hue, devoid of any carvings, perhaps due to the extraordinary hardness of the stone. A thick gap remained at the bottom of the stone door, The blood of the slaves and knights who had been drawn into the tomb long ago left a dark stain on the ground. Spreading out from the crevice to where Qimon stood that moment, the knights began to retreat, commanding, "You go inside and report back to us immediately on what you find." It seemed they harbored lingering fears about the tomb. As they had already retreated 20 or 30 paces away, the 6 knights exchanged glances, ultimately deciding to push open the tomb door together. The stone door was exceedingly heavy, even with the combined strength of the 6 high-ranking knights. It moved slowly, groaning as it gradually revealed a narrow opening. Qimon peered through the gap, but the profound darkness within obscured any view of what lay beyond. The energy emanating from the 6 knights flowed toward the door, the faint glow of their auras barely illuminating the black world beyond, which seemed to swallow the light in an instant as the stone door swung open wide enough for one person to pass. An eerie stillness enveloped the cold wind, and the door abruptly swung open that a powerful suction emanated from within the darkness, and a sudden gust of wind rushed into the tomb, causing the 6 knights and Qimon to gasp in surprise as they were pulled inside. They tumbled into the ancient tomb, and with a heavy thud, the stone door sealed shut behind them. The tomb was pitch black and chillingly cold. Fortunately, the knights from Lie City had distributed magical crystals to each of them the previous night. However, as they reached into their pockets, frantically searching, none could find a trace of the crystals. Then came a blood-curdling scream, followed by the sound of a heavy body hitting the ground in the oppressive darkness. They could see nothing, and even their hearing faltered under the weight of fear and tension, rendering them incapable of discerning direction or distance. Who's dead? In the darkness, only the sounds of frantic footsteps and panicked cries remained. Don't panic. My crystal was stolen. Do you have any left? Mine was stolen too. Mine as well. So was mine. It must be that scoundrel Qimon. He surely knew we planned to deal with him on the way back. No wonder he stayed up the latest last night. He must have stolen them then. In the darkness, a response emerged. Hee. I knew that fat pig ball had ill intentions, but I still slept with his woman. What can he do to me? This time, I will rob him of his treasure. Qimon, do you think you can contend with us high-ranking knights? Just wait. I shall soon end your foolishness. As the words fell, a faint glimmer ignited on one knight, the energy of the high-ranking knight flaring to life. However, in the darkness, the others could only make out each other's vague silhouettes, just as this high-ranking knight unleashed his energy. Another scream pierced the air, followed by another body hitting the ground. The remaining knights stumbled, and a flurry of footsteps echoed, prompting an immediate barrage of energy attacks. The prowess of the high-ranking knights lay not merely in their ability to channel energy into their weapons for damage, but also in the sheer force of their combined assaults. The cry of agony erupted as one high-ranking knight, illuminated by the faint light, groped forward. He intended to use the dim glow to identify the fallen individual. But as he activated his energy, a shriek erupted from another knight, a dagger having been plunged into his side. In the next moment, the dagger viciously sliced horizontally across the knight's spine, cutting through flesh and muscle, blood gushing forth. The knight howled in pain, summoning all his energy as he turned in a desperate attempt to retaliate. His fist, glowing with a yellow light, coalesced a significant amount of energy. Resembling a magical transformation as the crackling sounds echoed, sparks began to flicker around his fist. Within the tomb, the light flickered ominously. This punch could shatter steel and jade, but alas, it struck nothing but empty air. It was not Qimon who had escaped. Rather, as the knight turned, he saw not Qimon before him, but a child, no taller than his waist, emaciated and marked with the scars of whipping. The child gazed up at the knight's glowing fist with terror. But in that moment of astonishment, the child deftly withdrew the dagger and lunged again, plunging it deep into the knight's heart. A splatter of blood followed, and as the knight's energy dissipated with his last breath, he collapsed to the ground, the tomb once again enveloped in darkness. All this transpired in the blink of an eye. The remaining knights had failed to discern the identity of the murderer. As the darkness concealed the child, they remained convinced that it was Qimon's handiwork, cursing in fear. Qimon, you bastard, you wretched offspring. May you meet a dreadful end. You know your lineage. You are the illegitimate child of old Jete and a whore. He is too ashamed to admit it. So he claims you were found. One among them spat out such words. The echoes of their curses reverberated through the tomb, before silence descended once more. The remaining knights could clearly hear each other's rapid, trembling breaths to at that moment. Any sound would summon the wrath of their energy. The silence lingered for several minutes, feeling like an eternity. Gradually, the knight's breathing steadied. One knight, gathering his energy, caused a flicker of light to pierce the darkness. At that moment, four remained standing. The child who had appeared earlier had vanished into some hidden corner of the tomb, and 3 corpses lay on the ground, prompting the 4 to instinctively retreat, widening the distance between them. I am Charles. Who are you? I am Kid. Who are you? I am Pomando. Who are you? I am Forgo. With 3 dead already, the knights surmised that one among the 4 must be Qimon, who was likely disguising his identity. Pomando shouted, Forgo. No. Qimon, your voice bears a striking resemblance to Forgo's. Immediately, the eyes of the 3 knights focused intently on the one claiming to be Forgo. He hastily replied, Pomando, cease your nonsensical accusations. It is your voice that sounds feigned. Enough. Qimon is merely a first-level warrior. His energy cannot emit light. Everyone, unleash your energy. If anyone remains without a glow, it must be Qimon, Kid shouted. Having been the one to maintain his energy to dispel the darkness, the 4 pondered briefly before agreeing. Under Kid's command, they simultaneously activated their energy. Just then, a blinding white light erupted within the tomb, obscuring their view of the surroundings, but a singular footstep rang clear. Hearing Kid's shout, It's him. It's him. In an instant, 3 powerful bursts of energy surged forth, followed by a scream, only to be met with a chilling chuckle. Alas. You guessed wrong. I am Kid. I am Pomando. I am Charles. I am Qimon. The cold laughter amplified the remaining knights' terror to its zenith. Were they to confront a high-ranking knight face to face, how could they fear Qimon? Yet, he lurked in the shadows, poised to strike. Having already dispatched 3 of their own, how could they not be afraid, as their lives hung in the balance? All 3 knights focused their attention on the other 2, their eyes gradually adapting to the light, fixating intently on their companions. However, the blinding glow continued to obscure their true identities. Unbeknownst to them, the child who had hidden away earlier had stealthily approached one knight from behind, his bony hand gripping the dagger, thrusting it with all his might into the knight's back. Though the high-ranking knight's body was resilient, the child's strength was feeble, yet the strike was precise, plunging directly into Charles's spine. It was difficult to fathom that Qimon had only taught the child how to stab a person's spine just the night before. Charles let out a scream, collapsing to the ground. Convulsing that a high-ranking knight wounded at the spine faced a fatal outcome, as the magical crystals depleted their power, the light extinguished, and the boundless darkness once again enveloped the remaining 2 knights that eye in the darkness. Kid stared intently at the figure of Pomando before him. Although he could not discern the features, the silhouette increasingly resembled Simon. Kid erupted into maniacal laughter, exclaiming, Simon, killing Charles was your gravest mistake. Now, it is just you and me. Let us see how you conceal yourself. The other party, too, laughed maniacally, retorting, You dare to argue? Simon, I admit you bear a striking resemblance to Kid. The 2 paid no heed to the child, charging straight at one another. Kid unleashed his entire fighting spirit, each step reverberating with a deep sound from the ground. As they closed in, Kid suddenly twisted his body, his fighting spirit coalescing into a blade-like form, ethereal yet faintly visible, shimmering with a subtle glow. Despite his twisting movement, the blades of fighting spirit rained down like a tempest towards the shadowy figure. Initially, Kid believed this strike would surely claim his opponent's life, considering Simon was merely a first-level warrior. Yet, to his astonishment, Simon adeptly evaded his attacks, each movement releasing surges of fighting spirit, and in the intervals of dodging, he launched several bursts of fighting spirit, moving with a swiftness that belied his status as a first-level warrior. As Kid witnessed the torrents of fighting spirit approaching, he felt his own power strengthen in response. His limbs quickening with newfound agility, he thought to himself, could it be that this bastard Simon is not a first-level warrior? He has deceived us all, including Master Ball. This is outrageous. Nevertheless, Kid remained confident. The situation had improved significantly compared to before. Now aware of his enemy's position and engaged in direct combat, he knew his adversary was not his match, and victory was imminent. The process of this duel, in contrast to the prior doubts and fears, was a true enjoyment, embodying the knightly pursuit of honorable combat. Kid could no longer suppress the urge to claim Simon's head. He even invoked an exceedingly taxing third-level lightning spell, known as the Sound of the Void. As the spell activated, electricity flickered around his arms, accompanied by crackling sounds to in the moment Simon drew near. Kid swung his electrically charged arms in a sweeping motion, producing a thunderous explosion that echoed like a clap of thunder. Simon, taken aback by the force of the punch, halted abruptly, his hands raised to block Kid's arms. Although a faint glow of fighting spirit enveloped his palms, the potency of the third-level lightning spell pierced through his defenses effortlessly. With a scream of agony, the lightning, animated as if alive, surged towards Simon, propelling him far away. Kid, reveling in his triumph, laughed maniacally. "You bastard, perish!" He pursued Simon, who, though shaken, managed to rise and bellow. "Simon, you wretched fool! How dare you conceal such strength? I will ensure your demise." At this moment, regardless of their words, they were futile. The only resolution lay in the conclusion of this confrontation. Only when one remained standing would the heart find peace and perhaps regain some semblance of reason. Having expended a third-level lightning spell, Kid's momentum noticeably waned, yet his opponent's movements grew increasingly swift, suggesting that Kid's spell had not been lethal. Every surge of Kid's fighting spirit sent his adversary into a whirlwind of accelerated actions. With Kid's extensive experience, he recognized that Simon's style bore a striking resemblance to Pomando's wind-based spells. Among the other five, Kid found Pomando's wind spells particularly irksome, and now Simon wielded the same vexing element. Infuriated, after receiving several slicing wind attacks from Simon, Kid bore wounds on his back and chest. The mingling of blood and sweat ignited a fierce rage within Kid, reddening his eyes the moment his opponent closed in. He suddenly spread his arms wide, bellowing, "Die!" A brilliant blue light erupted from Kid's chest, and waves of electricity surged forth. Simon, astonished, felt the tempestuous winds whip around him. He intended to retreat, but Kid's body seemed to possess a gravitational pull, drawing Simon closer despite his efforts to distance himself, until he was firmly pressed against Kid's chest. Kid clasped Simon tightly, and as he roared, the lightning from his chest raged uncontrollably. Simon's cries reached a fever pitch before gradually fading. The electricity not only scorching the skin on his chest, but searing through flesh to char his internal organs. Only when Simon lay motionless did Kid release his grip, entirely oblivious to the sizable burns on his own chest. Lost in the euphoria of victory, he had triumphed, and Simon had perished at his hands. The dead and the living each languished in their respective defeats and victories. The vanquished fell silent. While the victor reveled in ecstasy, perhaps during the duel, Kid had already glimpsed Pomando's visage, but he had assumed Simon had donned Pomando's human skin mask. It was likely that Pommando shared this misconception, and the unsettling fear compelled both to eliminate any remaining threats to their safety. After a prolonged silence, Kid, exhausted from his exertions, finally sank to the ground as a sixth-level warrior, having consecutively unleashed 2 third-level spells in a short time. Found his fighting spirit nearly depleted. The multitude of wounds on his body caused the knight's form to tremble uncontrollably. In this moment of madness, Kid was stripped of his earlier exuberance, reduced to a state of weakness. At that juncture, a magical crystal flickered to life once more, dispelling the darkness before Kid's eyes. Yet, beside him, a corpse began to rise slowly, Simon revealing a sinister grin as he remarked, "Do you know the fate of a brute? It is never a glorious death on the battlefield, but rather the humiliation of being defeated by a sage." Kid stood dumbfounded for a moment, before a slow expression of despair washed over him. He recalled Simon's slender frame, now appearing robust, and understood Simon's treachery. This first-level warrior had meticulously calculated that the primary task upon entering was to eliminate them, utilizing darkness as his ally and a child as his accomplice. Emerging from behind a stone pillar, the child, gaunt and skeletal, appeared to weigh no more than 40 pounds. It was astonishing how Simon, already unnaturally thin, had managed to conceal such a child beneath loose garments. Simon had not killed any of the fallen knights. He had merely stolen their magical crystals and uttered a few words. After masquerading as the first knight to be slain, the notion that darkness could aid a first-level warrior in vanquishing a high-ranking knight would forever haunt their consciousness, instilling a fear of the dark akin to that of death itself. Gazing at Kid, who now showed no signs of resistance, Simon continued, "What purpose did Baal have in sending you to follow me? Was it to secure the contract or to eliminate me?" Kid's pallid face twisted into a bitter smile, self-deprecatingly stating, "Indeed, Master Ball is astute that we truly regret not executing his orders. He said you would surely obtain the contract and instructed us to kill you immediately thereafter to reclaim it. Alas, we forgot the immediacy of it. We had planned to deal with you on the way back. Had we slain you in Leicheng, we would not find ourselves now at the mercy of a first-level warrior. We merely hope you will keep this to yourself. The honor of our knighthood is worth more than our lives." Kid sat upon the ground, closing his eyes and awaiting death. Simon chuckled coldly 3 times. Seizing the dagger from the child's hand and driving it forcefully toward Kid's throat, the gruesome scene was observed by the child, whose eyes, devoid of emotion, reflected only a flicker of fear. "You little wretch. I did not expect you to be so capable. Though you live among slaves, you possess some talent and do not seem entirely foolish." Simon patted the child's head, acknowledging that apart from his role as the first knight to be slain, all other aspects of the ruse had been executed by this young slave with unexpected proficiency. These knights' initial response to darkness was to illuminate it rather than to utilize it by continuously igniting their fighting spirit. The young slave could discern their positions through the faint glow emanating from them, allowing for successful ambushes in the dark, although Simon had instructed the child on these tactics, given the circumstances. Even he might not have executed them with such finesse. The young slave did not respond but instead surveyed the surrounding bodies, counting aloud. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1 is missing. Chapter 8. The other tomb. Simon was taken aback. Recounting and confirming that indeed one body was absent. The missing corpse was nowhere to be found, though a pool of blood remained. Devoid of any signs of a struggle, the chill ran down Simon's spine as he cast a wary glance around the ancient tomb. Engulfed in pervasive darkness, even the light from the magical crystal could not penetrate far, and just as he had not had the chance to observe earlier, he now realized he remained ensconced in shadow. The illumination from the crystal barely extended 10 meters beneath his feet. In that moment, he felt a twinge of regret. He had focused solely on the opportunity to eliminate 6 knights, neglecting the fact that they were far more valuable alive than dead. Regrettably, it was too late. The Floroman mountain could not possibly contain such a vast expanse. Simon raised the magical crystal high, striving to see further. The profound darkness rendered the tomb seemingly endless. After a period of contemplation, Simon concluded that this tomb was indeed not within the Floroman mountain, but rather that the mountain merely housed the entrance. The tomb itself existed in an alternate space. He recalled having heard from Kier that certain powerful warriors favored expanding their burial sites into otherworldly realms, unless one knew the location of the tomb's entrance, the portal into that space. There was no other means of access. However, typically, a strong warrior's expansion of such a space would not be as grand as this. Perhaps 10-14-level warriors could create a space the size of a lord's manor, thus underscoring the fact that Duke Pauly was indeed a noble of great influence. Second only to Astanova. "Surely he cannot still be alive," remarked the child, gazing up at Simon. Simon shook his head in silence, producing a new magical crystal to illuminate the path ahead as he ventured slowly into the darkness, the child trailing closely behind. The ground of this otherworldly realm was remarkably smooth, devoid of any dust even after a century had passed. This was indeed a splendid advantage of the foreign domain. Completely insulated from the outside world, impervious to the ravages of wind and rain, thus perfectly preserving any remains. Of course, there was still air. For over 100 years ago, people believed that air was the substance closest to the divine, holding it in high reverence, perhaps due to the prevalence of magic during that era, with magical elements permeating the atmosphere. As Simon and the child wandered through the otherworldly space for half an hour, they found themselves enveloped in an endless abyss of darkness. He couldn't help but recall the stern warnings from the old Jete when he was just a child, advising him against harboring ambitions of plundering noble tombs. Many knights had met their demise by ignoring the counsel of their elders, only to become entombed themselves. This was likely just an empty grave, serving solely to entrap those malevolent grave robbers. Accelerating his pace, Simon noticed the child had to break into a jog to keep up with him. In the shadows lurked unfathomable dangers and fears. They trudged through the darkness for several hours without encountering any sign of the Duke of Pauly's belongings. "Damn it, am I destined to perish here?" Simon gritted his teeth in frustration. After an indeterminate stretch of time, the child began to falter, and Simon felt his legs grow weak as well. They halted, collapsing onto the ground, and Simon cursed. "Curse you, fat pig ball," green-hatted Earl Ray, Valpriscus. If I die in this wretched place, I swear I will never forgive you. O divine one, goddess of ice and snow, I beseech you, save your devout follower. I offer my most fervent faith to you each day. Simon wept, his eyes brimming with tears. Indeed, countless nights and generations had perished while he fantasized about the ice and snow goddess, all by his own hand. This was a blatant manifestation of faith. If the goddess could hear Simon's shameless words now, she would likely emerge to strangle this cursed lecher. Observing Simon's lamentations, the child gradually knelt, crossing his hands over his chest and reciting oaths of faith in the deity of light. Simon initially paid little attention, but moments later, a layer of divine radiance began to envelop the child. Though dim, it startled Simon, causing him to leap up in astonishment, staring at the child for an extended period. "What is your name?" he eventually inquired. The child slowly opened his eyes, lowering his head to whisper, "I do not know. They call me Bastard." Simon approached the child, inhaling deeply and declaring, "This sacred aura is truly unexpected. It seems the goddess of light's genuine devotee is but a small slave, yet capable of slaying. From this moment forward, you shall be named Yemen. How about becoming my brother?" Simon said earnestly and warmly. The small slave gazed at Simon's face, a glimmer of hope in his eyes, and replied, "If you do not strike me and can provide me with ample food and warm clothing, I will agree." Simon thumped his chest, exuding confidence. "That is a given, regardless of my circumstances. I am a figure of some repute in Golan City. I have always been sincere to my brothers." Internally, he added, "Except for Keel, I merely enriched his character a tad after his demise." The divine glow surrounding the child did not fade. Standing beside him, Simon felt the painful curse in his chest diminish somewhat. Filling him with renewed surprise, he lifted Yemen in a fit of laughter, exclaiming, "Fortune truly smiles upon me. Aha. Cough. No. Wait. What use is joy in this situation?" Simon set Yemen down, gazing into the darkness above, his brow furrowing once more. If this were indeed an empty tomb, unless Simon possessed the ability to breach the otherworldly realm or could wield advanced spatial teleportation magic, there was no other means of escape. And within 10 days, they would surely perish in this darkness. "Look ahead," Yemen pointed into the gloom. There was something unusual ahead. Several fierce beasts flickered in and out of sight, lurking in the shadows as if ready to pounce at any moment. Simon, startled, recalled that this was an ancient tomb. How could beasts survive for over a century? Thus, he approached boldly, only to discover that they were immense stone statues, intricately carved with distinctive features and imposing forms. 12 statues encircled an altar, which was adorned with various patterns. Unable to discern the details from his distance, Yemen attempted to step closer, but Simon swiftly pulled him back. "Let us assess the situation first. There may be traps ahead." The ground around the altar and statues was covered in intricate designs and symbols. Although Simon hailed from humble beginnings, his extensive interactions with nobility and numerous encounters with mages had taught him that these were no ordinary patterns, but rather a magical array. The magic circles he had encountered before were merely a meter or two in diameter. Yet this one had a radius exceeding 10 meters. Even after a century, the residual magical energy could easily threaten both his and Yemen's lives. If this truly is the Duke of Pauli's tomb, he would not harm me. He is the most devout follower of light, and my faith shall protect me, that I will endure all hardships for the salvation of light," Yemen declared. Simon was taken aback that a mere 10-year-old slave could articulate such profound thoughts. He gradually released Yemen, allowing him to approach the altar. The frail Yemen entered the cluster of stone statues. Each statue appeared to come to life, their eyes slowly turning to fixate on him. The air around Yemen suddenly thickened, making his breathing labored. Had it not been for his years of servitude, he might have been paralyzed by the oppressive atmosphere. "This child is extraordinary. It seems he possesses more than mere innate piety," Simon thought, exhilarated at having such a little brother. Should he ever have the opportunity to enter the church, perhaps he could secure a title like Viscount for him at that moment, under the interplay of the crystal's light and the shadows. A hand of darkness emerged, reaching toward Yemen, landing upon the child's radiant form. In an instant, the dark arm transformed into a long sword and plunged brutally into Yemen, yet he appeared to feel no pain. His eyes gradually closing as a serene expression enveloped him, akin to a blissful dream. The sword morphed back into light, the the scars Yemen had borne for years began to peel away, revealing smooth skin beneath. This sight left Simon dumbfounded. The outcome of the judgment was Yemen receiving the salvation of light, or rather, a baptism as the brilliance dimmed. Yemen slowly descended back to the ground. Making his way up the steps to the altar, Simon called out, "Brother, what did you see?" Before Yemen lay a violet crystal coffin. Devoid of any signs of carving, he relayed his observations to Simon. Continuing to kneel beside the crystal coffin, upon hearing the word coffin, Simon's eyes sparkled with excitement, akin to a treasure thief envisioning countless riches. Completely forgetting the magical array, that he stepped eagerly into the midst of the statues. Joyfully preparing to ascend the altar, suddenly, the 12 statues emitted deafening roars, causing Simon to tremble and tumble down the steps. Countless light swords surged forth from the magical array, all aimed at Simon. With his limited reflexes as a novice warrior, he had no time to evade. The light swords pierced his chest, sending flesh and blood flying. Simon let out a cry of despair, expecting death to be imminent. Yet after a prolonged moment of agony, he realized he was still alive. Looking down, he saw that his flesh had vanished, leaving only a swirling mass of thick black smoke where his chest once was. One portion of the smoke pulsed rhythmically. Surely, that was his heart. That in contrast, the light swords, having pierced Simon, were gradually corroded by the black smoke, dissipating into wisps, just as Simon was grappling with his shock. The surrounding statues sprang into motion, surrounding Simon as they bared their teeth and emitted low growls. Simon was certain that the magical elements of the array had infused the statues with life. The 12 statues, encircling Simon, did not immediately attack. They shifted from side to side, appearing hesitant to pounce. Gathering his wits, Simon summoned his last reserves of courage and shouted, "Beasts, I fear you not. I am no coward." With that, he struck out at the statues with a burst of determination, though he had never fought anyone beyond ordinary folk, resulting in a chaotic flailing of limbs akin to a raving madwoman, ultimately failing to even graze a statue while exhausting himself in the process. Fortunately, the statues seemed momentarily deterred by his unruly bravado, retreating slightly, unwilling to draw closer. As Qimon observed the dwindling energy within him, he felt a surge of urgency mixed with a semblance of calm. That he called out for help. "My dear brother, please come to my aid. Without me, you may find yourself captured and enslaved as well." As long as I draw breath. Before he could finish, a massive stone tiger statue lunged at him, and Qimon instinctively retaliated with a powerful punch, releasing a flicker of energy. However, instead of triumph, he was met with a jarring pain that shot through his fist, prompting him to curse. "What the hell is this? It's hard enough to kill me." In the next moment, he cradled his injured hand on the ground, groaning in agony. Yet, the stone tiger was relentless. It leapt into the air, and with claws aglow with holy light, it struck downwards, creating a shockwave that sent Qimon tumbling across the ground. He barely managed to evade the blow, but soon found himself surrounded by other statues, their imposing figures completely obscuring him. After a brief moment of ferocious growls and rending sounds, even Qimon on the altar presumed Qimon had been torn to shreds. A moment of silence ensued before a thick black smoke billowed from the entrapment of statues. In an instant, the stone figures appeared to be gravely wounded, their radiant light dimming as their once smooth surfaces began to corrode, developing mottled blackened marks until they collapsed, lifeless. Qimon, with great effort, pushed aside the decaying statues to rise once more, inspecting his body with relief. His limbs remained intact. At least he had not become a cripple. However, he was astonished to find that the wound on his chest, previously marred by the light blade, was now devoid of the dark hue that had plagued it for days, revealing normal skin. Yet, a peculiar black pattern had emerged, reminiscent of a magical sigil, but distinctly different. It had to be the result of Machi's curse, influenced by the divine light that had just transpired. Whether this change was fortuitous or disastrous remained to be seen. After enduring much turmoil, Qimon finally ascended the steps to join Qimon at the side of the crystal coffin. He was wary of potential traps, hesitating repeatedly as he reached for the coffin, only to withdraw his hand at the last moment. After several trials, he summoned the courage to open the crystal sarcophagus. To his astonishment, a surge of potent energy burst forth, enveloping the surrounding space in a viscous aura. Qimon was taken aback, initially suspecting that a legendary warrior lay within. Upon closer inspection, he discovered only a set of bones inside the coffin. Yet, these bones radiated with a crystalline glow akin to precious gems, and a continuous flow of energy emanated from them. The remains, even in death, exuded such formidable power. This must be Duke Polly. You must not desecrate him, Yi Ming cautioned from the side, a devotee of the god of light. Yi Ming revered Duke Polly as a saintly figure. Though Qi Ming verbally acquiesced, his eyes betrayed no respect as he rummaged through the crystal coffin in search of valuables. The motto of the rogue was, "Trust in wealth rather than in divinity. Money brings me women and material goods, while faith yields nothing but empty promises." Qi Ming discovered 2 silver boxes resting beside the skeletal hands, his heart leaping with joy. Though he masked his excitement before Yi Ming, he feigned seriousness and proclaimed, "O great Duke Polly, your blessings shall bestow prosperity upon the people of Jelan City. I shall extol your virtues and hope for your forgiveness regarding my intrusion." With that, he eagerly reached for the silver boxes. Just as he prepared to inspect them, a deafening roar echoed in his ears, and Qi Ming's head spun as he was flung away, rolling several meters before coming to a halt at Yi Ming. Spotting the attacker, screamed, "Demon, do not approach. The god of light shall punish you, and the spirit of the duke will send you to hell." The assailant was Qimon Duo, whom Qi Ming had believed to be dead. Regaining consciousness, Qi Ming shielded his face and scrambled to his feet, fixated on Qimon Duo, whose body was charred and grotesque, blood congealing around his wounds as he moved. In a panic, Qi Ming saw the silver boxes he had dropped about to fall into Qimon Duo's hands. Ignoring his own pain, he drew a dagger from his waist and charged forward. Qimon Duo's appearance was terrifying, but Qi Ming cared not whether he was a demon. Anyone who dared to seize his spoils would receive a taste of his wrath. In a few swift strides, he reached Qimon Duo and plunged his dagger into the back of his skull as he withdrew the blade. Qi Ming believed it was over, yet Qimon Duo lunged at him once more. Claws bared, Yi Ming cried out, "He is not human. He is a demon, an entity dwelling in this tomb." "To hell with that," Qi Ming shouted, channeling all his meager energy into a kick aimed at Qimon Duo, who remained unmoved. The impact left Qi Ming's leg numb, and dark mist emanated from Qimon Duo, ensnaring his leg. In mere moments, it turned gray and began to wither. Desperate, Qi Ming struggled to free himself, but to no avail. In a moment of sheer terror, he raised his dagger, prepared to make a sacrifice. At critical juncture, Yi Ming brandished Duke Polly's leg bone and struck Qimon Duo's head with it. Black mist erupted from Qimon Duo's mouth and nose, as the leg bone shimmered with a purple light, dispelling the darkness entirely. Startled and shaken, Qi Ming gazed at Qimon Duo collapsing to the ground, only to feel a jarring pain in his own leg. He realized, with horror, that his dagger had pierced his own flesh, causing him to collapse and writhe on the ground in agony. Yi Ming, momentarily stunned, knelt beside Duke Polly's leg and wept. "I have desecrated the Duke. Sullied the light, O god of light. Forgive me. The demon just now could only be repelled by the Duke's sacred remains. I beseech your mercy." He bowed his head several times, carefully placing the Duke's leg bone back into the coffin. Qi Ming retrieved the 2 silver boxes from the ground, intent on opening them when he felt a tremor beneath his feet. The altar suddenly collapsed, leveling with the ground, and the magical array at its center began to shatter. From the fissures in the earth, dark mist surged forth, and skeletal remains along with decaying corpses began to crawl out, including several knights who had recently perished. Could it be? Qi Ming stared in horror at the unfolding scene. He surmised that the ancient tomb existed at the intersection of the Åland continent and the realm of hell, with the altar and magical array serving to stabilize this otherworldly space, preventing the 2 colossal forces from collapsing the tomb. Having destroyed the statues, and with Yi Ming harnessing the energy from Duke Polly's remains, the otherworldly space could no longer remain separate from the chasms of both realms. The hellish creatures emerging from the cracks served as undeniable evidence, as more and more skeletons crawled forth, some crawling, others standing upright, all advancing toward the altar. Yi Ming slowly sank to his knees, his expression serene as he declared, "If this is the god of light's punishment, then I willingly offer my body to the light." What nonsense! Since when did the god of light's punishment appear in such a guise? Shouldn't it involve purifying flames and soul rebirth? Qi Ming retorted angrily. With the silver boxes in hand, he resolved to make a hasty escape, leaving the ensuing chaos to be dealt with by some powerful figure. Clutching the silver boxes and lifting Qimon, he strode purposefully to make his exit, only to suddenly remember something that he hesitated, despair washing over his face as he sank to the ground, bitterly laughing. I don't even know where the exit is. Where can I run? Chapter 9. Crimes and Punishments. As the relentless tide of skeletons and decaying corpses closed in around the altar, many skeletal hands gripped Qimon's pant leg, slowly crawling upwards, threatening to engulf both him and Yiming. Yiming handed him a scroll, saying, I stole this from the Grand Knight, intending to use it to escape from those wicked souls. Now, you must use it to flee. I have desecrated the Duke's remains and must remain behind. Upon opening the scroll, Qimon immediately recognized it as a teleportation scroll. Without hesitation, he bit his finger and traced a blood-red symbol upon it. Standard teleportation scrolls could only transport the user to predefined spatial coordinates, but this advanced scroll disregarded such limitations, allowing the user to travel to any place they had previously visited, provided it was not too distant, essentially a 6th-level teleportation spell. Reserved for mages, for a Grand Knight to possess such a scroll was quite fortunate, indeed. The magic within the scroll was activated by Qimon's blood, and a burst of white light enveloped them. He seized Yiming, who was resignedly accepting his so-called punishment, and as the skeletons closed in, the two vanished from the ancient tomb, leaving behind a powerless magical scroll. Qimon actually dared to harm a noble. I wonder how Lord Ball will deal with him. Old Jite deserves it. He was a parasite in Jelland and raised Qimon, so it is fitting for him to be captured by Lord Ball. Alas, Old Jite, we will miss you. With your passing, our gambling den has lost its cornerstone. The crowd encircled Qingtai, most rejoicing and praising Ball's wise actions. While only a few gamblers and drunks lamented, Old Jite's corpulent body was bound to a cross, charged with the crime of murder connected to the nobility, with Jige Basilon as the witness. The public, unaware of the intricacies of the matter, only felt a deep-seated loathing for the Qimon family, rendering the reasons behind Old Jite's downfall unimportant. Jelland no longer needed such vermin. As Qimon returned home to Guilin, having just used a scroll, he was informed of the capture of Old Jite, who had left Yiming under the care of Einad. He hurried over, concealing his identity beneath a cloak that completely masked his face. Beneath Jite lay a pile of firewood, while Ball sat in the loft behind Qingtai, gesturing to the judge beside him. The judge, the priest, and the knight descended from the loft, positioning themselves at the forefront of the arena. The judge solemnly pronounced, Viscount Jige Pazelin accuses Qimon of murdering his daughter, Manka Pazelin, according to Article 1 of Uli law. Any commoner who murders a noble must face execution by fire. Qimon has fled, and as Jite's father, he must bear the punishment in his stead. Qimon cast a glance at the silver box resting against his chest. Unbeknownst to Ball, Qimon had returned with items from Duke Pauli's tomb, and he believed Qimon had perished at the hands of the 6 knights, who were retrieving the contract for him. Should Qimon exchange the silver box and the contract, Ball could easily persuade Old Jijep to retract his statement, transforming the charges into accolades. Yet, Qimon hesitated as he stared at the silver box. After the judge's proclamation, the priest recited the church's confession, and the knight uttered a fire spell, launching a fireball that ignited the dry wood beneath Old Jite. Trembling in terror, he shouted, Damn you, Qimon, you ungrateful wretch. I raised you, and now you seek to destroy me. Old Jite struggled desperately against the wooden frame, his rotund body leaving marks from the binding ropes. Witnessing this scene, many averted their gaze, while Old Jite cried out in anguish, You bastards! Relishing my death, yet too cowardly to face it. You are all slaves, the most ignorant of slaves. Most dared not look at Old Jijep, responding instead with various jeers, muttering words like serves you right and you deserve this. Occasionally, one or two would cast a furtive glance, but as the flames encroached upon Old Jite, their eyes would quickly divert. Regardless of perspective, this was a scene of a demon being vanquished by the courageous populace and noblemen alike. A tableau recorded by ancient totems, celebrated in countless heroic ballads. Yet in reality, they could not confront the grim spectacle of a man being roasted alive, nor did they deem it worthy of remembrance. Old Jite vacillated between weeping, cursing, pleading, and begging for mercy until the flames licked at his feet, rendering him speechless, his eyes reflecting utter despair. Beneath the cloak, Qimon's somber expression had grown rigid, the silver box clutched halfway to his chest. When he heard old Jitai's throat-tearing scream, "Qimon, avenge me!" his hand froze momentarily before he returned the silver box to its place. The flames surged up old Jitai's trousers, swiftly igniting his garments, and a horrific wail erupted from the inferno. Drawing no one's gaze, the inhuman scream proved unbearable for those whose faith in goodness could not accept it. Qimon's dark demeanor remained etched upon his face, as old Jitai remarked. Having caused his demise, why should he not confront his death? Qimon fixated on the charred remnants of old Jitai behind the roaring flames, scrutinizing every detail that elicited screams. The wails began to diminish, and the sound of sizzling fat reached its peak. The acrid odor drove many away. By the time old Jitai was reduced to ashes and all interest had waned, Qimon looked up at the pristine clouds and unblemished blue sky, sensing a gentle breeze rising. He took a deep breath, inhaling the stench of charred remains, and departed. Go, retrieve old Jitai's remains, chop them up, and feed them to the pigs. Damn it, I've long wished to rid the world of that wretched scoundrel and that dog Qimon. Angie, bring Qimon's sister Ina to my manor. Ha! Ball commanded from the loft. Upon his return, Qimon's face was clouded with gloom. Ina awaited anxiously at the door, but she only heard one set of footsteps. Tears welled in her closed eyes as she followed Qimon inside, both silent. Qimon sat in the chair once occupied by old Jitai. The sturdy wooden chair, which had withstood old Jitai's weight, creaked and collapsed entirely. Qimon made no move to rise, his voice slightly hoarse as he said, "Ina, I could not save him. It was not that I was unable, but that I chose not to." "Did Uncle Jitai suffer?" Ina asked, her voice devoid of sobs. "He called out for a long time." Qimon replied simply and bluntly. Were the circumstances different, he would have chosen the same outcome, and thus, the absence of regret at this moment felt all the more piercing. "Uncle Jitai was never good to us. Since I was 8, all the money in the house was earned by Qimon. Isn't that right?" Even my eyes. Ina attempted to comfort Qimon with such reasoning, perhaps to soothe herself. Qimon interrupted, saying, "Enough, but he is dead. Pack your belongings. I do not wish to end up like him, bound to Qingtai." After Ina entered, Qimon retrieved 2 silver boxes from his breast pocket. Upon closer inspection, he discovered they were not crafted from mithril, but rather from a more precious and rare substance known as silver crystal. An item so rare that even the Grand Archbishop of the Church of Light would covet it. It was said that the value of silver crystal was 1,000 times that of gold, if not more, and to date, only the nobility of various kingdoms possessed it. The sole purpose of silver crystal, to delay aging. No one is immune to the desire for immortality, while silver crystal cannot grant eternal youth. It can extend one's lifespan 5-fold or more, making it one of the most valuable stones in the world. The more Qimon estimated the worth of these 2 silver boxes, the more his heart raced. He glanced around the room, finding it empty, yet he felt an unseen gaze upon him. At this moment, the slightest rustle could send him into a panic, ready to eliminate any potential witnesses. His tension persisted until his gaze returned to the box. After several attempts to calm himself, he finally steadied his nerves. The box bore no locks. Upon closer inspection, he found it sealed with countless delicate strands of light, nearly imperceptible under normal circumstances. Especially as dusk fell and the light dimmed, Qimon forcefully pried open the lid, severing the strands, and a blinding light erupted from within, casting the room in a blood-red hue, as if submerged in a sea of blood. Amidst the brilliance lay a ring, quietly resting within the box, exuding an eerie, malevolent, and bloody aura that instilled fear in Qimon's very soul, rendering him hesitant to reach for it. The ring was adorned with a red gemstone, its remaining structure forged from black metal. Unlike the typical noble rings symbolizing power, this resembled a sorcerer's magical ring. Qimon repeatedly extended his hand, only to be repelled by the ring's ominous energy. As if touching it would siphon his very essence, in desperation, Qimon fetched the wine jug old Jitai used to drink and poured the ring directly into the box. He secured the jug to his waist, intending to open the other box, when suddenly, the iron door in the courtyard creaked. Startled, Qimon quickly seized both silver boxes and concealed himself behind the door, peering at the newcomer. It was Angie, who strode in with an air of confidence. Qimon surmised the situation. With old Jitai deceased and Angie and Ball unaware of his return, he must be here for Ina. Indeed, Upon entering, Angie called out loudly, Ina, Ina, come out. After a couple of calls, Ina emerged, gingerly feeling her way along the doorframe. Having not seen Ina for 7 years, Angie recalled her beauty from childhood, but upon witnessing her now, he was utterly stunned that in that shabby abode, filled with dilapidation. Ina's porcelain-like skin seemed to illuminate every corner, even causing Angie to squint in disbelief that it felt as if this ethereal beauty had descended from the heavens, misplaced in this world, nearly compelling Angie to rush forward and embrace her tightly. She was undoubtedly the most beautiful woman Angie had ever seen, perhaps the most beautiful he would ever encounter. Regardless of the past or the future, he could only swallow hard and resolutely vow. Once Lord Ball had his fill of her, he would demand his turn. Angie had no desire to meet the same grim fate as Kil or Qimon, who had perished for a mere transgression. Ball had long been aware of the misdeeds Kil and Qimon had perpetrated against Manchi, and during one drunken ramble, Angie had overheard it all, which left him deeply impressed by Ball's methods. Though enchanted by Ina in that moment, fear ultimately triumphed over desire. With a warm smile, Angie softly spoke, Ina, the Lord has stated that while he has justly punished Jite, he bears great sorrow for your family's plight. He has sent me to bring you to his manor, where he wishes to personally apologize. And if I refuse to go, Ina's voice, typically gentle, carried a hint of frost. Angie, taken aback, was about to utter some coercive words when he reminded himself to maintain his gentlemanly demeanor before a lady. Ina, Lord Ball sincerely wishes for you to come. If you are resolute in your refusal, I will not press the matter. You must understand the consequences of angering Ball. That fat pig, I advise you to avoid provoking him. He replied, silently praying to the gods that Ball would not overhear. For this was a matter of necessity, not choice. Originally believing that Ina would grant him a benevolent demeanor, he was taken aback when she coldly scoffed. Angie, you were once a decent person, but how is it that you have now devolved into something so vile? Angie found himself entranced by the expression on Ina's face as she hurled insults. Captivated by the delicate allure of her lips and the soft lilt of her voice, suddenly jolted back to reality by the realization that she was berating him, an overwhelming fury surged within him. He pointed an accusatory finger at Ina and bellowed, Humph, what of your brother, Qimon? What good is he? He has insulted more masters than I can count that in the past. He sought amusement at Ball's expense, prattling on about how I fared here and there, all just to ingratiate himself. The most infuriating part is that he dared to spread vile rumors about me donning the green cap of a cuckold, leaving me unable to hold my head high for half a year. If I am shameless, then he is the true shameless dog, only fit to add to others' miseries. Having vented his anger, Angie felt a sense of relief and continued with a sardonic smile. Qimon is the disgrace of Goling. Many have wished to rid the world of this scoundrel. It seems this time he shall not return. This is poetic justice, indeed, as the heavens have eyes. The dusk outside had reached its final moments, the last vestiges of the golden sky vanishing behind the mountains. The room had grown dim, causing Angie to overlook the figure that had materialized beside Ina. The shadow let out a mocking laughter, saying, Ina, did I not mention my visit to Angie's estate? You ought to tell him. Ina's face flushed crimson as she shyly retorted, You speak for yourself. I cannot bring myself to say it. As the two exchanged words, Angie finally snapped back to reality, stuttering as he pointed at the shadow. Why does your voice sound so much like that wretched Qimon's? Ina, do not think to intimidate me with any tricks. Qimon illuminated a magical crystal, declaring, Fear not, I am no ghost. You must trust that the noble Montian would not dare lay a hand on a fellow aristocrat. He will surely crawl to you, begging for your favor. The light cast upon Qimon's face accentuated the sinister and terrifying nature of his smile. A chill gripped Angie's heart as he momentarily forgot his noble standing, stammering, Why you? How the hell are you alive? What do you want? I am a noble. Qimon nodded as if suddenly enlightened, muttering, Indeed, you are Angie. A noble that I would not dare to act against you. However, it appears your woman has brought shame upon the nobility. How could I allow that? Alas, I cannot be blamed. Your woman is simply too promiscuous. I merely suggested introducing her to Ball, and she insisted on taking me to bed in gratitude. What a pity she is now with child. I fear for my own son. No, I mean, for Lord Angie's son. Otherwise, I would truly relish her company. Cough, cough, cough. Anna could no longer endure the conversation and interrupted with a series of coughs. Qimon feigned remorse, exclaiming, "Oh, how wicked of me! How could I utter such things in front of Lord Angie? Yet, it is unfortunate that Lord Angie has brought no companions. Otherwise, you would surely punish me for my transgressions." Angie's eyes burned with rage as he glared at Qimon, his heart ablaze with fury. However, the earlier shock of Qimon's demeanor left him hesitant to unleash his wrath. Indeed, he was alone today, and that was crucial. Even if Qimon continued to utter words that might provoke him, Angie dared not retaliate. Qimon was but a lowly cur among the common folk, while Angie was an aristocrat. The disparity between them rendered any notion of parity absurd. Should this despicable dog go mad and choose to drag him down as well? Angie would find no refuge for his tears. Thus, he bit his tongue, forcing a smile and declaring, "In that case, I shall take my leave, humph." As he stepped outside, Qimon did not forget to call out cheerfully, "Oh, great noble Angie, do not forget to take care of my son, your son." Afterward, Qimon patted Ina on the head, saying, "Well, I hope Angie will not harm his own son. Even a tiger does not eat its cubs." However, considering Angie's character, alas, what a pity. May the god of light protect you, child. Ina smiled faintly, and silence enveloped the room. Qimon wished to seek further amusement, but pain loomed like darkness, lurking in shadows untouched by light. As anticipated, Angie returned to swiftly condemn his woman and son for infidelity, sending them both to the gallows. The nobility held deep suspicions regarding loyalty, and Qimon was well aware of this. Chapter 10. The President. Are you out of your mind? Ball's eyes widened in disbelief. Shock and fury battling for dominance on his rotund face as he brusquely pushed aside the woman in his lap and shouted at Angie. Angie stumbled back 3 paces, kneeling in a display of feigned contrition. Weeping. Indeed, that wretch is alive and well. Right in his own home, that he even deceived me into believing my woman was unfaithful, leading me to murder her and my son. You must intercede on my behalf. Angie's forehead struck the ground with a resounding thud. Yet no blood flowed from his head. His self-inflicted penance echoed without inflicting harm, a testament to his mastery of the art. That Ball's face quivered with rage as he gritted his teeth. No wonder. No wonder the 6 knights have yet to return. He must have had a hand in their demise. That it seems I underestimated him. You must immediately take 10 knights to apprehend him. Although I am unsure of how he managed to slay 6 high-ranking knights, I refuse to believe he has any further tricks up his sleeve. Upon hearing this, Angie's heart soared with elation. Rising to his feet and replying, "Leave it to me, I will break both of his legs." Just as he was about to turn and pursue Qimon, Ball's expression shifted, and he barked, "Wait, such actions are insufficient." Angie's glee intensified. Pondering whether Qimon would meet a fate of dismemberment or 1,000 cuts, he turned back to Ball, responding, "My lord, should I simply bring back his head?" As Angie turned, a flash of light swept across his neck, and a line of blood surfaced. His eyes widened in shock as his head thudded to the ground. Blood sprayed from his neck, each droplet splattering onto Ball, hovering in the air as if it had lost all vitality, before cascading to the ground as Angie's lifeless body fell. Ball's expression shifted, a smile spreading across his face as he commanded the 2 knights behind him, "Bring Angie's head. Let us meet the new nobility of Goling." The knights, bewildered and uncomprehending, seized Angie's severed head and followed suit. Ball, accompanied by 5 or 6 knights, arrived at Qimon's doorstep in a horse-drawn carriage. 2 knights entered first to deliver the news. Upon hearing that Ball himself had come to visit, Qimon speculated that this visit was surely in regard to their contract. Confident that Ball would not act against him, he greeted Ball with open arms, exclaiming, "Lord Mayor, what brings you here? Please, step inside." Ball, equally excited, hastened forward, grasping Qimon's arm. "Have you secured the contract?" Pulling Qimon into the house, they sat down together. Qimon nodded affirmatively, replying, "Indeed, I have." Upon hearing this, tears welled in Ball's eyes as he exclaimed, "Qimon, the common folk of Goling shall be eternally grateful to you, with the Duke of Poly's treasure. We can rebuild the broken bridge in the south and the crumbling walls in the west. The impoverished residents shall soon prosper. How thrilling this must be for them." Ball's shameless flattery left Qimon feeling somewhat inadequate, and he inwardly cursed, "You wretched pig, were you not the one who destroyed the bridge? Did you not smash the walls? Have you not bled Goling dry?" Nevertheless, Qimon maintained a facade of unwavering cheer, saying, Lord Mayor, might I ask you to be patient? You know, you promised me this, and I feel quite embarrassed to ask again, ha. Ball replied. There is no rush. It seems you have encountered some troubles along the way. Do tell me who is responsible, and I shall send someone to teach them a lesson. Qimon touched his bruised face, sighing. Alas, I cannot fathom how I have become so unfortunate. Just after leaving Ly City, I was ambushed by 6 bandits who sought to steal my contract. At first, I was puzzled as to how they knew about it, but then I realized that the scoundrel Erli must have orchestrated this. Just as he did with those 3 emissaries, he intends to use such underhanded tactics to claim Duke Polly's tomb treasure for himself. Luckily, I am a first-tier warrior. What are 6 bandits against me? They fled in fear, though I did sustain some injuries. Nevertheless, I did not let you down, my lord. This wretched dog, one day I shall fry you alive, Ball thought to himself. Unable to confront Qimon directly. Instead, he endured Qimon's self-aggrandizing tales. Noticing a hint of anger on Ball's face, Qimon cleared his throat and spoke earnestly. My lord, please assist me with the nobility issue, and I shall deliver the contract to your estate without delay. How does that sound? After all, you are infamous for your ruthless nature, and I cannot afford to gamble my family's safety. Ball nodded with a smile. Yes, yes, caution is wise that I too do not wish for the nobility of Goling to be composed of fools, lest they, like Angie, sow discord and lead me to misjudge Qimon. Although I feel remorse for old Jete, eliminating this scoundrel today will restore your honor. Furthermore, starting tomorrow, you shall be the vice president of the Helen Chamber of Commerce. From this day forth, you, Qimon, shall also be one of Goling's nobility, and the laws of nobility shall protect you and your family. As Ball glanced into the room, the decayed wooden door was more than sufficient to shield his view, preventing him from seeing anything of consequence. Qimon coughed, and Ball returned to reality, chuckling awkwardly as he withdrew his gaze. Rising with the distinctive gait of a rotund man, he exited, leaving Qimon to stare at Angie's lifeless head, eyes wide open in death. Humph, your ability to change faces is as swift as his, Ina remarked as she emerged from the room, her brows furrowed in anger, when old Jete was burned to death. Simon resolved to sever ties with Ball. Although the act of betrayal was not overtly direct, the thought of Ball, who usually held himself high and proud, now facing such indignity, no, it must be humiliation in his eyes, brought Simon an unexpected sense of relief. He remarked, Tomorrow, we shall also be nobles. Come, Ina, accompany me for a drink. Ina, taken aback, leaned in closer, doubting her ears, and asked, You want to take me out? Simon nodded. Ball had already set his sights on Ina, and Simon cared not if a few nobles grew envious. As the saying goes, a covetous cat is easily tempted by a dog's leftovers. Simon would relish such a scene, provided that both cat and dog ended up with nothing. Tonight, I shall take you to Lewis Hotel for drinks, he declared. Even the darkest nights could not dim the lights of Lewis, which illuminated the surrounding streets, showcasing its elegance amidst the towering buildings. Occasionally, a drunken noble would stumble out from the direction of Lewis, swaying and cursing at the heavens. The news of Simon's exoneration and the confirmation of Angie's guilt spread simultaneously, its velocity astonishing. Within merely half an hour, the doorman at Lewis had heard of it. Upon seeing Simon approach with a girl whose eyes were closed, he greeted him warmly, saying, Congratulations, Lord Simon. I hear you are to become a noble. What a fortune for Goling. Amidst the flattery, his gaze fell upon Ina's face, and for a moment, he appeared as if turned to stone, frozen in place, until he nudged the equally dazed doorman beside him, saying, Could this woman possibly be that Ina from a few years back? It seems so, replied the other, gazing longingly at Ina's retreating figure. What a pity, blind indeed. You know nothing. Even if my woman were to lose a leg or an arm, as long as she possesses that face, it would suffice. The manager of Lewis, having heard of Simon's impending nobility, promptly sought to ingratiate himself through complimentary services and exclusive rooms, surprising Simon, who had initially planned to leverage his noble status for credit. Hearing the muffled moans from the adjacent room, Ina's cheeks flushed crimson with indignation as she remarked, Simon, did you really bring me to such a place? Simon pulled her down to sit, his previously sunny demeanor quickly darkening. And he spoke succinctly, Drink. Observing Simon's troubled expression, Ina grasped her glass and downed its contents in one go. Not accustomed to alcohol, she immediately began to cough, her face turning a bright shade of red. It seemed Simon had no intention of smiling. He lowered his gaze, fixated on his glass, and after a lengthy pause, he slowly murmured, "Old Jetta." A bitter smile flickered across his face as he continued, "He died well. Indeed, at least he no longer has to pay my debts." Consuming several more drinks, Simon added, "Tomorrow, I will send you away to Magieto. Once Ball obtains the contract, he will surely turn against you. Goling is no longer a place where you can linger." Ina fell silent, her drink poised at her lips, but she ultimately set it down, her unspoken thoughts lingering in the air. She drank 5 or 6 more glasses until her cheeks were flushed, and then she leaned back on the sofa, drifting into sleep, murmuring, "Simon, do you truly believe I need your protection?" Simon regarded Ina with curiosity, uncertain whether she was awake or inebriated. He gently brushed aside the disheveled hair from her face, and in this close proximity, he noticed the exquisite flush of her skin, her beauty entirely natural. Her sleeping posture was innocently alluring, and though subtle, there was an undeniable temptation that a glance was enough to disrupt Simon's breath, and as he became aware, he hastily averted his gaze, pondering the situation before excusing himself from the private room and stepping into the dance floor. For reasons unknown, his desires seemed unusually heightened tonight. Was this what it meant to become a man? Consumed by thoughts of romantic encounters, striding confidently into the center of the dance floor, he called out, "Why haven't I seen Angie lately, my friend? Is it that now that I am a noble, he no longer wishes to congratulate me?" One of the attendants at Lewis approached Simon, bowing respectfully. "Esteemed Lord Simon, have you forgotten? It was Angie who framed you for the murder of Miss Mancapolitan. He has already faced Ball as justice. Justice always stands with the true nobles. Wouldn't you agree?" Simon nodded in feigned surprise. "Oh, indeed. How could the eyes of the divine be deceived? Justice has been served, and evil has perished beneath Lord Ball's righteousness. Dear noble friends, I hope Simon will be well cared for in the future. As the vice president of the Helen Guild, I have many hopes to exchange with you all." Simon raised his glass to every noble present, transforming the spacious dance floor into his personal stage. The gazes of alluring women fell upon him, scrutinizing this recently dubbed commoner, Montaigne, yet most regarded him with indifference. After all, they were nobles in their own right, each with their own identities and authority. Simon was merely the vice president of a trading guild. However, a few did not share this sentiment and approached Simon to engage him in conversation. Unfortunately, they were rather unremarkable, their faces heavily made up, and lacked any spark to ignite Simon's interest. Disappointment filled his heart, for he had hoped for an evening filled with intoxicating allure. He exchanged a few words before retreating to the sofa. Suddenly, a young woman, around 20, sat beside him, taller than Simon. Her long, fair fingers delicately caressed her glass, and her light brown hair shone brilliantly. What caught Simon's eye was her exquisitely beautiful profile. He was momentarily rendered speechless, lost in admiration until she cleared her throat, breaking his reverie. Blushing, Simon stammered, I am indeed. Are you also from the Helen Guild?" The woman made no effort to turn to him, maintaining a confident smile as she replied, "I have long heard of Vice President Simon's reputation. Please do not pretend to be so innocent in front of me." With that, she stood, and Simon watched her leave, her sensual movements accentuating her figure beneath the tight dress. He swallowed hard and called out arrogantly, "Hey, I am the vice president. Do you wish to remain in Helen?" The woman feigned ignorance, turning back at the door with a radiant smile. "My name is Helen. Remember to find me tomorrow." She tossed him a flirtatious glance that left Simon in a state of shock, rooted to the spot, cold sweat breaking out on his brow, especially as Helen's enchanting smile replayed hauntingly in his mind. This woman was the president. Simon trembled as he rose from the sofa. His thoughts of romantic encounters swiftly dissipating, he hurried back to the private room, intending to take Ina home, but upon entering, he found a burly man sitting beside her, leering intently and groping her face. A fellow fighter from the common folk of Goling, much like Gil, a third-tier warrior, though less notorious than Gil and his companions. Chapter 11. The Guild. Long time no see, Mord. Simon greeted with a hint of anger, which, to the drunken man, sounded like flattery. Mord turned, pausing his actions, his bleary eyes settling on Simon, and he grinned. "Ah, it's Simon. I heard Gil has kicked the bucket. How about joining me?" Striding closer, Mord's arrogant demeanor was unmistakable. During Gil's time, their relationship with Mord had been rather strained, but now, with Simon under the protection of Goling's nobility, Mord seemed unaware of this shift. Simon looked at Ina and cautioned, Mord, as a longtime friend, I advise you not to touch Ina. She is a woman favored by the lord of the city. Mord, completely intoxicated, snorted dismissively, sneering, let the lord try to intimidate me. Is there anything more noble than brute force in this world? I am stronger than you, and what s yours is naturally mine. Get lost before you spoil my fun. As he spoke, his calloused, grimy hand reached for Ina's ample bosom. The moment he started to grope, Simon seized Mord's wrist. Channeling his energy into his grip, Mord felt a twinge of pain, his anger flaring, and with a violent jerk, he shook Simon off with a forceful burst of energy. Although drunk, Mord's instincts as a fighter kicked in, and his other hand clenched tightly, launching a punch towards Simon's chest. Taken aback by Mord's recklessness, Simon barely dodged, the fist grazing past his nose. But Mord, undeterred, swung his left leg, delivering a solid kick to Simon's abdomen, sending a wave of pain coursing through him as he crumpled to the ground. Mo spat on Qimong's face, his expression devoid of any intoxication, and declared, for a wretch like you, knocking you to the ground is the most effective means of dealing with you. I am aware that you are already a nobleman, but today I shall make you and your kind devoid of dignity. Understand that power is the only unchanging force. Any plots and schemes will be reduced to ashes before absolute strength. Your sister, Ina, will belong to me tonight. Qimong stood up, beads of sweat forming on his forehead as he coldly glared at Emoda, retorting, are you really not afraid of Lord Ball's punishment? Emoda reached towards Ina's collar, sneering at Qimong. What right does that fat pig, Lord Ball, have to be called Lord? Just as his hand was halfway there, it was grasped by a delicate, icy hand. Emoda was taken aback, following the hand's direction to see it belonged to Ina, who lay on the sofa, her face twisted into a sinister smile. She said, if you've had your fill of touching, leave your hand behind. Ina then began to chant a series of magical incantations, causing the magical elements in the room to surge exponentially. Startled, Emoda used his fighting spirit to shake off Ina's hand, retreating a few steps. He could hardly believe that this stunning beauty was, in fact, a sorceress. Without time to ponder, the magic Ina invoked made the air in the room grow significantly warmer. Emoda felt as if all the fire elements were gathering around him, ready to engulf him in flames. He regretted instinctively distancing himself from Ina out of surprise. Otherwise, he could have easily taken the head of a level 6 sorcerer at close range. Now that the distance had widened, Emoda understood he could no longer approach the beauty so easily. His fighting spirit surged within him in preparation to counter Ina's magic. The fireball with a half-meter diameter materialized in the air, and Emoda discerned that its concentration of fire elements had reached the level of a third-tier fireball. He hurriedly grabbed the nearby coffee table to shield himself, but the table could not withstand the fireball's intensity and was reduced to charred debris. Shaking off the remnants of the table, Emoda was blinded by the smoke and failed to see the second fireball hurtling towards him with alarming speed. Before he could react, the fireball had already consumed his right hand. With a scream, the fireball condensed inward, its temperature doubling, and in an instant, Emoda's entire arm detached, leaving behind only a pile of black ash amidst the fading flames, writhing in agony on the ground. Clutching his severed arm with his left hand, Emoda shouted, if you have the guts, kill me. Come on. It was Qimong who seized the opportunity to strike, not wanting to miss this chance to kick a man when he was down. Qimong stomped firmly on Emoda's wound, causing blood to gush forth like a fountain, nearly knocking Emoda unconscious. The bravado he had moments ago dissipated, and he curled up on the ground, groaning. After trampling Emoda a few more times, Qimong, curious, asked, Ina, who taught you these spells? Ina pondered for a moment and replied, you might as well ask the frequently visiting Jiluafate. However, you're often not around, and he seems to dislike you, as he avoids you every time he comes. That 9th-level sorcerer, Jiluafate. Qimong exclaimed in shock. Jiluafate was the most revered sorcerer in Gulin, the mightiest among them, and he harbored a deep disdain for people like Ball, which naturally included Qimong. He avoided Qimong because he deemed such a filthy and shameless person as a contaminant to his clear vision. It has been several years. Qimong's tone grew uneasy. Ina feigned ignorance, a hint of discontent in her voice as she said, 3 years. Are you planning to thank him? Do you really think I could have stayed cooped up at home for years all by myself? Qimon, lost in thought, replied. A 9th-level sorcerer, what an opportunity, my dear sister. How about you make a sacrifice and let this 9th-level sorcerer become my brother-in-law? This way, the old grudge against Jete might finally see hope. My beloved sister, the most cherished niece of the late Jete, what do you think? Anger simmered beneath Ina's smile as she replied, sounds good. But how do you intend to make him your brother-in-law? After all, your blind sister comes from a poor background, and you, with your notorious reputation, what do you propose we do? Qimon leaned in earnestly, whispering in Ina's ear, where less, reveal what should be shown. Ina froze for a moment, and then her words tumbled out in a stutter, almost causing her to recite an incantation. The next morning, while Qimon was lost in a white, flowery dream, he was awakened by Ina's call. As usual, Ina brought breakfast to Qimon's room, her warm smile greeting him at the break of dawn before she set the bread and milk down and exited, having spent many years together. Qimon increasingly found his sister to be an enigma. On the surface, she appeared gentle and serene, like a delicate flower, yet at times, there was a cunning glint in her eyes, as if she had taken on a more ruthless persona overnight. However, this morning, his priority was not to decipher Ina but to visit the Helen Chamber of Commerce. The thought of Helen, the president from the previous night, sent a chill down Qimon's spine. He took a few bites of bread before heading to the trading company, not wanting to give her any reason to catch him tardy. The Helen Chamber of Commerce was not particularly large in Grin, yet its rapid growth was alarming. In just 3 years, it had transformed from a mere shop into a bustling trading company, with its number of stores multiplying. Helen herself was quite a mystery, with only rumors suggesting she came from a prominent family. However, Qimon had no time to ponder such matters. The real question was how to curry favor with this formidable woman. The Helen Chamber of Commerce was located in the northern district of Grin and spanned a modest area, only 3 stories tall, yet it was the elegance that set it apart. Each stone used for the steps and walls was flawlessly cut, and the 2 ornamental shrubs in front were trimmed to perfection, showing no signs of excess. That a few stone pillars, neither too large nor too small, stood majestically on either side of the door, intricately carved with delicate patterns. Upon entering, dozens of goods were displayed in 5-meter-high wooden cabinets, each item encased in crystal boxes, accompanied by the sweet smiles of the attendants. Even nobles would not feel their status diminished here. In reality, the items within the crystal boxes were inferior to the boxes themselves, as these goods were not for sale, but merely for display. The actual trade occurred in the stores under Helen's name, and most who came to the chamber were there to sell items, as few wished to pay the 5 gold coin fee for retrieving goods. It was much more practical to shop at her stores. Ascending to the 2nd floor of the chamber, the first room was ajar, revealing Helen seated at a table, meticulously reviewing inventory lists and applications needing her judgment. Qimon strolled in with a silly grin, saying, "President, you seem quite busy. I won't disturb you. Just let me know where my territory is. I mean, the president's office." Without lifting her head, Helen replied, "Isn't this Qimon, our esteemed president? Don't think you can slip away. This is indeed your office. Just sit tight and don't wander around." Helen glanced up with a smile, causing Qimon's heart to race, and he could only sit nervously on a nearby chair. That Helen's figure could only be described as stunning, especially her bosom, which strained against her fitted jacket, the neckline not even able to touch her skin. As she organized her lists, Qimon couldn't help but steal a glance down the gap in her jacket, revealing a glimpse of white lace that could be summed up in 3 words: white, ample, deep. Even knowing the metaphorical knife was at his throat, Qimon couldn't help but swallow hard. Once Helen finished her tasks, Qimon's expression shifted, and he sat up straight, saying, "President, I was blind yesterday. I didn't realize such a beautiful and capable woman was before me. You know, most women rely solely on their looks. But you've shown me that I was wrong. You are not like other women. You are truly exceptional. No, that is not what I meant. President, I was truly mistaken. Please, punish me." Qimon's face was filled with urgency, as if he wished to cling to Helen's leg and plead, "I was wrong. Please, torment me." Helen approached, lifting Qimon's chin with her delicate fingers, gazing down at his frightened expression, and smiled. "You said it yourself. So I shall punish you." Qimon, with a face resigned to his fate, replied, "Bring it on. As long as it amends my mistake, You can beat me to death, and I won't utter a word." Helen's smile grew increasingly wicked, causing Qimon, who was ready to accept his punishment, to feel a twinge of apprehension. However, how much pain could a woman inflict on a man? After all, those fragrant, soft little fists striking his face might even afford him a chance to savor some sweetness. Qimon's mind was racing with calculations. When Helen's first punch landed, the chamber echoed with a scream reminiscent of a prison torture chamber. Nual on Helen, an 8th-level warrior. 10 minutes passed, and Qimon had cried out in agony no less than 100 times. Helen emerged from the president's office, her face radiating a smile that could only be described as the very essence of spring. Qimon struggled to sit in his seat, clutching his bleeding nose and swollen cheek. And in between groans, he did not forget to grumble. "You are the vice president, right?" As a chamber attendant brought in tea, Qimon was in a state of distress, impatiently exclaiming, "It's me. Just leave quickly. I'm in pain and quite annoyed." The young lady from the Merchant Guild, with her fair and charming appearance, maintained her smile without the slightest hint of displeasure. She gracefully placed a teacup on Qimon's desk, her every movement exuding elegance. Upon lifting his gaze and encountering the beauty before him, Qimon instantly forgot his discomfort and warmly suggested, "I was indeed troubled a moment ago, but now I'm at leisure. Why not sit with me for a while?" As he spoke, his hand had already found its way onto the lady's. "Vice President, please take your time," she replied, showing no sign of anger, gently withdrawing her hand, bowing to Qimon, and turning to leave. "Not bad at all. Helen has truly trained these young ladies well," Qimon mused, feeling a twinge of apprehension towards Helen. Yet, his desire for beauty overshadowed all else. The affairs of the guild were not extensive, but out of spite, Helen had assigned him many matters that did not require the vice president's decision. By the time dusk fell, Qimon felt his eyes growing heavy, wishing to tear up the cursed lists and applications, and only then did Helen allow him to leave. As he descended the stairs, he noticed a middle-aged man resembling a beggar standing despondently at the counter, murmuring, "Has my poetry lost all its value?" The counter attendant, polite and warm, replied, "Indeed, Mr. Moss, given that the last poem you sold us fetched only a copper coin. It has lost its acquisition value." After a moment of indignation, the poet, now somewhat dejected, lamented, "Is it that aside from praising the gods, I cannot sing of freedom?" Qimon, initially indifferent, took a step forward when the forlorn poet scoffed, "The gods require praise. Yet freedom abounds in the world that I fear this poem will not sell. Perhaps I should just tear it up. Alas, Songlin is the paradise for poets, unwelcoming to the filth of beggars. I must leave this place." The poet then proceeded to rip the poem and consume it. As Qimon reached the door, the poet declared, "I am hungry, and it is but paper, devoid of any value. To my stomach and to Songlin, its significance is not poetry, but merely a sheet of paper." Upon stepping outside, Qimon pondered the stimuli that must have afflicted this destitute poet. Noting a hint of madness in his speech, the poet raised his voice, exclaiming, "You see how beautiful poetry is, yet it cannot be consumed. While paper, so base, can be eaten, poetry is worth less than paper. I offer you 3 sheets in exchange for 3 of the finest praise poems. Can you spare me 3 gold coins to leave Songlin? Or I shall perish on my way out." The counter attendant's eyes reflected sympathy as she said, "Mr. Moss, you have had too much to drink. You should return home. Once you are sober, perhaps your poetry will regain some semblance of praise. And then I shall offer you a silver coin. Oh, let it be. I shall wait to buy a praise poem for the noble lords instead. I suppose I shall become a poetic beggar, otherwise. Those great patrons of praise may consider my lack of admiration a fitting end. Just imagine a world devoid of praise. How terrifying that would be." Moss shuddered at the thought of such a scenario. Qimon, anticipating some profound insight from him, was disappointed to find that the poet's thoughts were merely the musings of a destitute bard, a fact that explained his current plight, prompting Qimon to cease listening. After bringing Qimon back to Songlin, he suddenly fell into a coma, remaining unresponsive for several days. Qimon valued this newfound brother and, on his way back, brought along a priest. Upon examination, the priest concluded that Qimon was not gravely ill, but merely too weak to awaken, which eased Qimon's worries. "Ina, in a couple of days, you should go to Majordeafu. Tomorrow, I must deliver the contract requested by Baal. Knowing Baal's nature, he will surely devise ways to create trouble once he obtains the contract." Qimon said, handing a pouch of gold coins to Ina. With a confident smile, Ina replied, I am now a level 7 mage, soon to surpass Jeluafate. Staying a few more days doesn't frighten me. Qimon felt considerable dissatisfaction with Ina's arrogance. Retorting, Ball is not as simple as you imagine. Do not underestimate that rotund fellow. You and I are far from being his match. After a moment of calm, he continued, Ball has purchased a large quantity of armor and weaponry from Helen. Even some potions with a shelf life of only 6 months, he must be up to something. And this time you must heed my advice. I have plenty of methods to deal with him alone. Your presence here will only provoke that short, colorful fat man to desire my death even more, giving him leverage over me. Qimon fixed his gaze on Ina, who, with a cold chuckle, replied, You may as well consider me a second Jete uncle. Merely watching as he bullies me. You are not a good person. Why bother with familial sentiments? There was a hint of bitterness in her words. Qimon sighed. Do not say such things. I still possess a conscience. Otherwise, if I were to offer you to Ball, he would certainly spare me. Ina's nails left imprints on the wooden bed, her tone remaining calm. You truly are a scoundrel. Well, I suppose I am nothing but a burden to you. Perhaps I should seek a man of my own. If you wish to push me away, so be it. Tomorrow, I shall have Jeluafate take me to Magedeafu. Perhaps it will allow you to climb the ranks among some noble lord. With a playful laugh, she exited Yimeng's room, her laughter abruptly ceasing at the door. Qimon returned to his room, sitting on the bed and concentrating on channeling his fighting spirit, allowing it to flow through his muscles and bones, rendering them more resilient. The process of expending his fighting spirit also refined it further. After being reprimanded by Mold the previous night, Qimon's fighting spirit had unexpectedly risen by 2 levels, filling the untalented rogue with elation that he longed to one day wield power like Mold to conquer others openly, a desire that lingered within him. Currently, with his fighting spirit, he could proficiently unleash 1 or 2 first-level spells. He pondered the incantations of the spells, reciting them aloud. The rogue's only advantage was his exceptional memory. After mentally rehearsing them twice, he could commit them to memory. As he spoke the incantations, the fighting spirit gradually coalesced into a faint red glow in Qimon's palm, warming the room noticeably. In the deep of night, the Helen Guild had ceased operations. Helen was dozing in the president's room when a gust of wind swept through the window, and a shadow appeared under the light. Helen, rubbing her bleary eyes and yawning, sat up and inquired, Which esteemed guest is it this time? Our guild has doors. As the shadow became clearer, Helen recognized a man clad in a black robe, holding a grotesque, lifeless-bodied ass. He tossed the corpse onto Helen's desk. He rasped, What do you suppose this body is worth? This is a merchant guild, not an assassin's guild, sir. Helen began, only to be taken aback upon realizing the body belonged to the missing judge. Shocked, she looked at the visitor, whose shadowy face beneath the black robe bore an ominous presence. He cast a cold glance at her, and an overwhelming pressure followed, though it dissipated almost instantly, leaving Helen wide awake as she examined the corpse, seeking any semblance of value to hastily rid herself of this plague. However, upon closer inspection, she shook her head and said, Forgive my candor, sir, but this body is worth nothing. The black-robed man remained impassive, stating, His true name is Judge Bolin. Helen gasped, Bolin, are you certain? This name should fetch more than just a magical coffin, the man asserted before swiftly leaping out the window, disappearing into the night. Did I hear that correctly? Bolin. Helen shook her head, the corpse still lying on her desk. Bolin belonged to the royal family of the Noxemic kingdom, which had long since ceased to exist, having been largely consumed by the vast expansion of the Ketan Empire 40 years ago. The remaining half establishing itself as the current Uli. Such a fallen dynasty, even if genuine, held no value, especially now as a lifeless corpse. After careful consideration, Helen retrieved a piece of paper and noted the specifications for a magical coffin. The scale of the Helen Guild was modest, and none of their shops offered the specialized service of crafting magical coffins. Only the brew shop in Songlin possessed the capability to create a true magical coffin. Helen documented everything, instructing, Blong, find an ice-type mage. I do not wish for this corpse to decay here. The burly man, who had been standing at the door when the black-robed figure arrived, immediately set off. Qimon was awakened by the blinding sunlight. Once fully alert, he realized he was in a carriage. Startled, he sat up to find Ina sitting beside him, smiling cheerfully. Ina, what is going on? he inquired. Aina replied earnestly. It is my first time traveling, and my brother was unwilling to accompany me. Is it not permissible for a timid girl to use hypnosis to bring her brother along? The thought of Helen's method sent a chill down Qimong's spine. Ignoring Aina, he contemplated jumping from the carriage, only to discover that the driver was none other than the greatest mage in Songlin, Fate. The man in his early 30s did not resemble an ordinary magician. Rather, he bore the stature of a robust warrior, towering half a head above Qimon, with only the glimmer of arcane wisdom illuminating his eyes. Lord Jalifofo, I never anticipated that you would personally escort my sister. It is indeed a fortuitous encounter for her to meet someone of your caliber and to learn the great art of magic from you, Qimon said, bowing deeply to Jalifofo, anxious to avoid any semblance of disrespect. Jalifofo did not deign to glance at him, merely replying, Your words are a stark contrast to your reputation, and I find your flattery repugnant. Were it not for Aina, you would not be worthy of sharing a carriage with me. Qimon nodded vigorously, exclaiming, Yes, yes, I shall disembark at once. He attempted to leap from the carriage, only to be swept back inside by a sudden gust of wind. Aina grasped Qimon's arm, saying, Qimon, I genuinely hope you will go to Magidave City this time. You need not worry. I have entrusted the contract to Lord Jalifofo to deliver to Ball. Qimon struggled to free himself from Ina's grip, protesting, But I cannot return. Helen would surely devour me. Despite his efforts to shake her off, Aina steadfastly held on. Growing increasingly frustrated, Qimon unleashed his fighting spirit to shake loose her hold. However, Ina's magic was swifter, and before he could react, a spell of hypnosis had quelled his fury, causing him to slump into a deep slumber upon the chair. As night fell, Qimon awoke once more, shouting at Aina, I say, Aina, I am your brother. Ignoring him entirely, Aina began reciting incantations, and Qimon felt his body gradually weaken, the magical energies enveloping him in fatigue. Within mere minutes, he succumbed to slumber again. Over the following days, each time Qimon awoke, intending to confront Aina, she would cast her hypnotic spell, rendering him unconscious once more. After 4 or 5 days of this, Qimon was left sore all over, particularly his head, clouded with fatigue. Speaking of anger was impossible, and even maintaining a semblance of alertness had become a challenge. During the night, while resting, Aina and Jalifofo sat by the fire. Aina remarked, Thank you for escorting me all this way, Lord Jalifofo, that I believe you should return now, for Magidave is not far off. A gentle smile graced Jalifofo's stern countenance as he replied, I am going to Magidave to serve as a mentor, not solely to escort you. In a sense, you may consider yourself my apprentice, though it is unfortunate that you have an incompetent brother. He will inevitably become a burden to you. He cast a glance at Qimon, who had just awakened in a dazed state. Aina smiled politely, saying, You say this only because I possess some talent and potential. Jalifofo fell silent, and in that stillness, both he and Aina noticed the elemental fluctuations emanating from the forest behind them, specifically the pulse of light elements, though not from a spell, but rather from the rhythmic energy of magical crystals. Jalifofo intoned an incantation, and in the blink of an eye, a fireball materialized in his hand. The bandits emerging from the woods were formidable, 5 or 6 third-tier warriors and 1 fourth-tier warrior, but against Jalifofo, a 9th-tier magician, they stood little chance. The fireball he released instantly multiplied into 7, each fragment transforming into a fiery orb that engulfed the bandits, along with several trees, in flames. They struggled desperately to escape, emerging singed and charred. Having previously thrived in these lands, the bandits were perplexed by the presence of a magician. Questioning how one could travel in such a modest carriage, devoid of mercenary protection, and even serving as the driver, but a sense of unease gripped them, preventing any rash advances. Jalifofo, observing the youthfulness of the bandits, barely in their 20s, snapped, Begone. While it would be somewhat troublesome to slay you, it is not impossible. The bandits exchanged glances, disregarding their pride and dignity, and fled into the forest. In the jurisdiction of Jelen, banditry was nearly non-existent. However, upon entering the territory of Lie City, they became increasingly common, largely due to Baal's oppressive governing methods, the control over warrior resources, and the monopoly on weaponry, starkly contrasting with Lie City's situation. Upon reaching Magidave, they encountered the occasional bandit, but Jalifofo's prowess ensured that either they met their demise or were severely injured in their attempts to escape. Even though Meiji was a significant hub for the production of magicians in early, bandits were not entirely eradicated, the primary reason being that magicians often deemed such trivial foes beneath their notice, while the knights, who should have been tasked with their eradication, often turned a blind eye, benefiting from the spoils of the bandits. Nevertheless, the mountains surrounding Meiji City had remained largely free of banditry, as the city itself was situated atop the largest mountain within a 100-mile radius, said to have been partially obliterated by a grand sorcerer, leaving behind the perfect foundation for the city. The Meiji Magic Academy was centrally located within the city, and the local economy thrived on the trade of various magical commodities, such as magical crystals and enchanted artifacts. Naturally, Early provided substantial support. Within the city resided Early's largest mercenary group, the Setting Sun Mercenaries, and the most formidable knightly order, the Berserker Knights branch, in terms of significance. Only the capital of Early, Valen, could rival it. Meiji himself played an indelible role in the establishment of Early, being one of its few grand sorcerers, upon hearing of a blind girl arriving from Jelen. This grand sorcerer made a personal visit to the academy to meet Aina. Qimon, having finally awakened from days of hypnosis, was left in disbelief upon encountering the grand sorcerer. Before him stood a stooped old man, scarcely 5 feet tall, clad in tattered robes of a magician, leaning on a cane. His weathered visage, sparse white beard, and parched hair gave him the appearance of a man on the brink of the grave. It was only by witnessing Jilufofo's respectful demeanor that Qimon could accept that this frail figure was indeed Meiji. "You have arrived early, my dear Aina," Meiji chuckled warmly. After exchanging greetings, Meiji gestured for them to take a seat. No sooner had they settled onto the benches than Qimon, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, "So you are the esteemed Grand Sorcerer Meiji. This is simply overwhelming." Tears welled in his eyes, rendering him speechless. After a moment, he managed to regain his composure, stating, "You must know that for people like us, tears are the only means to express the greatness you hold in our hearts and why overwhelming emotions have left me at a loss for words." Meiji chuckled, his wrinkled face radiating warmth as he replied, "Such flattery from one so young. Perhaps you should temper your exuberance, young man." Jilufofo emitted a disapproving snort and shot Qimon a sharp glare, admonishing, "Do not disgrace Jelen in front of Lord Meiji. I wish to avoid any impropriety." Naturally, Qimon dared not offend Jilufofo, nodding in agreement and falling silent, refraining from uttering another word that moment. The Grand Sorcerer began reciting a few brief incantations, and a blue light burst forth from beneath Ayane's eyelids, illuminating even through her closed eyes. After a minute or two, the Grand Sorcerer cheerfully instructed, "Open your eyes." Qimon's expression shifted as he gazed at Ayane's face, but upon her eyelids parting, disappointment washed over him. Her eyes remained devoid of pupils, mere white orbs, unchanged from before. Meiji exclaimed in surprise, "These eyes are not yours." Aina, seemingly unfazed, closed her eyelids again and smiled. "I was given these pupilless eyes when I was 9. Chapter 13. Fox Power, It Matters Not. For you have already attained the rank of a 7th-tier magician. You must possess the ability to perceive magic as well. You are indeed an astonishing young lady. When I first met you, you were only a 6th-tier magician, and yet it has been but a mere half-year." Aina smiled warmly, her demeanor exuding the poise of a noble woman, responding, "This is all thanks to the guidance of Mr. Jilufofo. Without his recommendation, I would not have had the chance to meet you." Qimon was unaware of when Aina had encountered Meiji, but it must have been during Meiji visit to Jelen to meet the great poet Gear. He cast a glance at Jilufofo, noticing a fleeting glimmer in his eyes that quickly vanished. "You must be the brother the young lady spoke of. Although your family is not of noble birth, you need not worry about your sister's beauty attracting trouble while she is in my care," Meiji said, regarding Qimon, his frail face momentarily alight with surprise upon seeing the Grand Sorcerer's expression change. Qimon broke into a cold sweat, hastily assuring, yes, I am certainly at ease." He then added with a hint of pride, "Not long ago, we were elevated to nobility." Jilufofo shot Qimon a disdainful look, though he was unaware of how Qimon had attained noble status. The news only deepened his contempt for this sycophant who thrived on flattery. Meiji chuckled, "That is splendid news. Kame, please escort Miss Aina and Mr. Jilufofo to their quarters. I wish to speak with this young man privately." As a beautiful sorceress entered, Aina warned Qimon, Do not even think about sneaking away. The headmaster has promised me that if you demonstrate sufficient talent, you may remain here. Surely this is preferable to Jelen. After Ina and Jalufofo departed, Majide furrowed his brow and asked, "Young man, may I see your chest?" Startled, Qimon hesitated, but before the Grand Sorcerer, he dared not conceal anything that he removed his shirt, revealing the dark pattern on his chest, which had deepened in shade since the last time. Nearly indistinguishable from his skin, after a brief pause, Majideo said, "It seems you have committed quite a few misdeeds. Curses have not been seen for some years." Qimon was momentarily taken aback, filled with overwhelming joy, and eagerly inquired, "Can you lift it? I implore you to assist me." Mid-sentence, Majideo shook his head, interrupting Qimon, "I do not know what your curse entails, and furthermore, the process of purification is exceedingly taxing. I fear this old man may not be able to endure it." The rogue's face fell in disappointment, and with a forced smile, he replied, "Then I shall not trouble you. It appears this curse is rather compatible with me." After donning his coat, Qimon refrained from further pleading. Majideo sighed, retrieving a black crystal orb from his storage ring. Instructing Qimon to press his palm against Itid as the great archmage uttered an incantation. The orb emanated a magnetic force, firmly adhering to Qimon's hand. The magical elements in the air began to coalesce. Yet there was no sign of them entering his body. With a flick of his wrist, Majideo detached Qimon from the orb, expressing a tinge of regret. "Young man, you are ill-suited to be a mage. Although I promised that young lady I would allow you entry into the academy, it is contingent upon your possessing some magical aptitude." Qimon had never intended to linger in a place solely dedicated to magic. He felt no sorrow, but rather a sense of relief. As this meant he was not the one to depart, deity would also provide some explanation to Ina. Despite his inclination to leave, Qimon delayed his departure as the area was replete with inexpensive yet rare magical crystals. And various mage artifacts were available at remarkably low prices. He borrowed 1,000 gold coins from Majideo, intending to procure some items to bring back, for as the vice president of Helen, he felt a certain obligation to fulfill. This led to a near-fatal confrontation with Jalufate, who assumed Qimon had sold Ina to some noble in exchange for the gold, in a fit of rage. The mage personally confronted Qimon, resulting in Qimon sustaining burns on his backside, while Jalufate merely tore his sleeve. Fortunately, Ina intervened in time. Otherwise, Qimon would have faced far worse than mere scars in Majideo's city. Qimon had never encountered mage artifacts before. The sheer variety and exorbitant prices left him lamenting why he was not a mage himself. That a single high-quality staff cost over 3,000 gold coins. Although these items were significantly cheaper than in other locales, Qimon regretted only borrowing 1,000 gold coins, as after purchasing 10 vials of the most basic mana potion and 3 level 3 spell scrolls, he found himself devoid of funds, which had initially been intended for hiring mercenaries to escort him home. With no other options, Qimon was compelled to devise an alternative strategy. "Lord Jalufate, I hope you will look after my sister," Qimon said. Bowing deeply, Jalufate, however, did not deign to glance at him, his stern expression softening only when it fell upon Ina. Ina earnestly said, "Qimon, if Baal seeks to kill you, remember to flee here. You know you are my only family." As she spoke, Ina handed Qimon a parcel. That a pang of sorrow struck Qimon, as it seemed they were indeed the only two left. Nevertheless, the rogue optimistically remarked, "Baal cannot harm the wise rogue of Goling. Rather, my beautiful sister must not fall into the clutches of ill-intentioned individuals. Taha." With that, Qimon mounted his horse and departed. The primary reason for Qimon's hasty departure was not that Majideo was an unsuitable company, but rather the sudden thought of his nocturnal disciple back home. Having been away for several days, he feared the little believer might starve. Contemplating the benefits of such a devout follower being brought into the church filled Qimon with excitement. The parcel Ina had given him contained nothing extraordinary, merely a mage robe, yet it was Jaluafate's robe. After deliberately damaging his own mage robe, Qimon had asked Ina to request this one from Jalufate under the pretense of needing it for repairs. Naturally, Jalufate would not refuse Ina's kindness, unaware of Qimon's underlying machinations, clad in the robe adorned with the distinctive golden threads of a 9th-level mage. Qimon wielded far more intimidation than any mere band of mercenaries. Along the journey, mountain bandits often fled at the sight of Qimon's attire. Refraining from any mischief, as night fell, Qimon illuminated a magical crystal, hanging it around his neck to accentuate the robe's golden patterns. He was quite adept at leveraging appearances. A day or two into their journey, as they neared the borders of Lie City, Qimon was taken aback to encounter a band of audacious bandits daring to block the road and rob him. He recognized them as the very young bandits who had been scorched by Jalua fate. Due to his magical crystal being depleted, Qimon's robe was less conspicuous that night. These 7 bandits, seeking revenge, had been targeting mages and had already caused the demise of 5 or 6 sorcerers in their wake. Upon seeing Qimon's robe, they naturally viewed him as a suitable target for their ire. How dare a few petty bandits obstruct the road? Though Qimon felt trepidation within, he maintained a facade of calmness. His tone resonating with the arrogance reminiscent of Jalua fate that he deliberately adjusted his collar to make the golden threads of his robe even more prominent. The bandit leader raised a magical crystal, and upon discerning the golden threads, felt a chill run down his spine, vanquishing any murderous intentions. However, the thought of retreat would surely be a blow to their pride, especially after having lost face against a 9th-level mage previously. The leader resolved that he could not allow himself to flee in disgrace again. One of his companions scoffed, "Don't think I'm afraid just because you're wearing a robe. However, considering you are a mage, you have some dignity. Toss us a few coins, and we will let you pass." He believed that a 9th-level mage would not stoop to engage with a few bandits, and a few coins would be inconsequential to him. The leader thought his terms were tantamount to saying, "Just give us a few coins and be on your way." Surely, the mage would understand the significance of their request. However, within Qimon, a tremor of fear coursed through him. Questioning if he had been seen through deity that moment, he was unable to produce even a few coins, let alone silver. The borrowed 1,000 gold coins had been entirely spent. Yet, having already committed to the act, he had no choice but to maintain his composure, feigning anger while methodically reaching for the package hanging behind his saddle. The bandit leader, anticipating that Qimon would retrieve a staff or some magical artifact, silently lamented. The words had been spoken, and there was no turning back. Yet, he feared provoking a 9th-level mage could lead to casualties this night. "No, we were just taught a harsh lesson by a 9th-level mage. We cannot afford another beating." The bandit leader steeled himself, casting aside any notions of dignity or pride. With a resounding thud, he knelt before Qimon, tears streaming down his face, and implored, "My lord, please take us with you. A few days ago, we were severely reprimanded by a great man, and it made us realize how sinful and shameful it is to be a bandit. That I apologize for my rudeness. I was merely testing to see if you possessed the dignity of a true mage. Truly, you are the one who can lead us into the light. Please take us away from this wretched place. We wish to follow you and be revered rather than despised." The other bandits, initially taken aback, quickly followed suit, kneeling before Qimon and bowing deeply. Startled by their actions, Qimon reconsidered. If this band of rogues accompanied him, it could spare him considerable trouble. Gradually withdrawing his hand, he adopted a noble tone. "Very well. The great Uli will forgive those who have strayed from the path. Follow me, lay aside your sins and filth. You shall once again be faithful followers of the light." Thus, Qimon unwittingly led these 7 somewhat bewildered bandits toward Goling. During their journey, the bandit leader, Brownie, attempted several times to take Qimon's life while he slept. Though the majority of these attempts faltered due to his own hesitations on one occasion, he did act, only to be thwarted by Qimon's magic. Subsequently, he abandoned the notion of defeating Qimon, convinced that this 9th-level mage was beyond his reach, unaware that the 3rd-level spell had originated from a 100 gold coin scroll. Brownie, a level 4 warrior and once a minor knight, had abandoned the knightly life, believing it did not afford him the lifestyle he desired, and had joined forces with other lower-tier knights to become a bandit. As Brownie traveled with Qimon, he increasingly regretted his earlier words, reminiscing about the life of a king in the mountains, one filled with the plundering of beautiful women, gold, and fine wine. However, he found solace in the fact that as they spent days together, he realized Qimon was not a truly corrupt mage. Their conversations grew more frequent, often revolving around women and wealth, particularly when discussing the insult to the fiancée of the Lord of Lie City, which had inspired a sense of admiration among Brownie and his companions. What manner of sorcerer is this? Perhaps following him may indeed fulfill their simple and crude desires. However, upon returning to Jelen and witnessing the dilapidated state of the Qimon household, he began to doubt whether Qimon was truly a master of magic. Could it be that all his claims were mere bluster? Brownie, filled with fury, conspired to eliminate Qimon that very night to regain their dignity and return to their mountainous refuge, which they considered their paradise. Alas, Qimon was keenly aware that this haphazardly constructed deception could not withstand scrutiny for long. Nevertheless, he did not intend to resort to treachery to eliminate them, for he had ascended to nobility. And a noble required a retinue of subordinates that he needed to attempt to control them. Given his current capabilities, brute force was out of the question. His identity as a 9th-level sorcerer in Jelen would soon be unmasked. Rendering that status ineffective, he required an alternative strategy. The only solution that came to mind was Helen at the very least. An 8th-level warrior could easily intimidate 7 lower-tier night-turn bandits. Yet, the dilemma remained: how to assert dominance without revealing the ruse. Meanwhile, the ever-concerning Yimeng lay in bed for 10 days without showing any signs of awakening. Strangely enough, during those 10 days, his body gradually grew robust, recovering from being emaciated to the physique of a 13-year-old child. Perhaps due to the lingering divine energy from the polytomb within him. Having set aside his worries regarding Yimeng, Qimon decided it was time to pay a visit to the Helen Trading Company. However, the vice president, who had gone missing for nearly 10 days on his second day in office, incited Helen's considerable irritation that moment. She awaited Qimon's arrival to collect his punishment. Qimon was acutely aware that he was bound to face Helen's wrath. So before going, he equipped himself with magical potions and scrolls. Upon meeting Helen, he immediately clung to her leg, weeping. "President, I finally found you. I thought I would never return on my way to Meiji Daofu City. I narrowly escaped the clutches of countless bandits, yet I still managed to bring back my first contribution to the guild, and I stand before you, the president of my dreams." Helen slammed her hand on the table, sending Qimon flying into the corner, brushed off her trousers, and coldly replied, "Do you wish to take advantage of me, or are you afraid of my retribution?" Aware of his own unseemly intentions, Qimon sheepishly produced 10 vials of potions and 2 magical scrolls, looking at her with a face full of grievance. "Please don't misunderstand me. I was simply overwhelmed with excitement. You see, these potions and single-use scrolls were hard-earned treasures I brought back from Meiji Daofu. You cannot treat me this way." Helen shot him a piercing glare, stating, "You used the guild's funds without permission to purchase these." Qimon quickly shook his head, insisting, No, I borrowed the money. If you let me explain my plan, I am sure you will not blame me for disappearing for a few days." He recounted the details of purchasing magical items, which gradually eased Helen's clenched fist that Qimon's plan involved leveraging INA's connections in Meiji Daofu to source the guild's magical supplies from there instead of the scattered suppliers in Jelen, promising better quality at lower prices. After a moment of contemplation, Helen tugged on Qimon's ear, remarking, "Do you think I am a fool? I know how many bandits lurk between Jelen and Meiji Daofu. The fact that you returned alive is sheer luck. However, can you guarantee that the merchant convoy will escape their clutches?" Qimon, bending submissively as Helen held his ear, found this preferable to facing the fists of an 8th-level warrior. "I happen to have a few knights who have previously been bandits on that route. Their knowledge of those bandits far surpasses ours, and I am confident that they, along with some mercenaries, can safely transport goods from Meiji Daofu. You, of all people, have subordinates." Helen chuckled brightly. Qimon, feeling a bit awkward, cautiously glanced at Helen and murmured, "Well, I was hoping you would accompany me on a trip to teach them a lesson, lest they become unruly." After a moment of consideration, weighing the interests of the guild, Helen recognized that Qimon's method could quickly enhance the guild's profits in magical items. Despite the inherent risks, Helen's expression shifted. Qimon was certain that this beautiful president would seize the opportunity, instilling him with a sense of assurance. Finally, Helen nodded and smiled at Qimon, saying, "Your proposal is commendable. However, Qimon, I have not forgotten that you were absent for 9 days." Qimon's expression froze, and before Helen could act, he crumpled to the ground, howling in agony. Unfortunately for him, Helen was not swayed by such theatrics. She unleashed a barrage of punches and kicks upon him, and it took a full 10 minutes for the cacophony of his lamentations to cease. Together with several warriors from the guild, Helen returned to the commoners' quarters with Qimon. She could hardly believe that someone like Qimon hailed from such humble beginnings. Even the most debauched noble offspring could not compare. Qimon had certainly broadened Helen's horizons. As they stepped into the modest courtyard, they encountered Brownie and his gang exiting the house. Brownie, Didn't you swear loyalty to me? Are you having second thoughts? I fear that once your identities are exposed, Lord Ball's Knights will summon you to the tribunal. Qimon barked with a low tone. Brownie, infuriated by Qimon's intimidation, retorted, You shameless swindler, deceiving even bandits. Do you still consider yourself human? Do you think we are unaware that you are merely a thug? Qimon raised his hands in surrender, saying, I never claimed to be a 9th-level sorcerer. You willingly followed me. I didn't force you to come. Brownie originally planned to eliminate Qimon under the cover of night. Although he had learned that Qimon had recently ascended to nobility, there were at least 8 nobles who had met their demise at the hands of Brownie's gang, once they returned to the mountains. None of the ironclad laws would concern him. Now, realizing he had been flattering and appeasing someone who was nothing but a common thug, Brownie's anger surged, and he could hardly restrain himself from charging at Qimon to rip his mouth apart. In comparison to such a shameless scoundrel, they, the bandits, appeared remarkably virtuous. Brownie, growing increasingly furious, grasped the sword at his waist, while the other 6 prepared for a confrontation. Helen cleared her throat, wearing a smile, and addressed the bandits. Gentlemen, it seems you have some grievances with our guild's vice president. While you cannot kill him, if you wish to join Helen's ranks, I would allow you to vent your frustrations upon him. Upon hearing this, Qimon's face turned pale, and he stammered, President, please don't joke. Look at me, so frail and thin, just having been schooled by you. If they lay a hand on me, it could cost me my life. Brownie scoffed, drawing his sword and leering at Helen's long legs. Stealing such a beautiful woman would be quite an accomplishment. Encouraged by her beauty, the 7 bandits disregarded everything else and charged at her. Qimon instinctively retreated outside the courtyard, fearing involvement in the conflict. The warriors Helen brought were all at least 6th level, and with Helen herself being an 8th-level warrior, the odds were 4 against 7. In 7 minutes, all 7 bandits lay groaning on the ground, their swords rendered useless, scattered across the courtyard. Qimon re-entered the courtyard, plopping down on top of Brownie, his face icy as he declared, Listen closely. Either you work with me, or you perish in Jelen. You must believe that even without her, you cannot defeat me here. As he breathed, blood bubbled from Brownie's mouth. The murderous intent in his eyes towards Qimon was palpable. If he refused now, he would have no chance of escape. He nodded slowly, managing to utter, We will certainly contribute to Helen. Helen surveyed the courtyard, then retrieved a large bag of gold coins from her storage space and tossed it to Qimon, saying, Vice President, the minimum standard for nobility is 3,000 gold coins, or a title that I do not wish for my vice president to remain essentially a commoner. Tomorrow, purchase a proper house, and do not bring shame to the Helen Trading Company. Qimon was momentarily stunned, staring incredulously at Helen, then glancing at the bag of coins on the ground, overjoyed as he embraced the hefty sack of gold, believing Helen to be exceptionally generous. However, just as she was about to leave, he heard her say, The interest is 100 gold coins per day that I trust you possess the means to repay it quickly. Upon hearing the exorbitant interest, Qimon nearly fainted. This was equivalent to earning a 2-year income for a family in a single day. That woman, Helen, surely harbors a heart as black as coal. Qimon concluded in his mind, struggling to lift the sack of coins, which weighed over 100 pounds. Qimon inadvertently knocked into Yi Ming, who stood at the doorway, causing him to tumble to the ground. Yi Ming immediately knelt, avoiding Qimon's gaze, remaining silent as if awaiting punishment. Qimon set down the sack of coins, pulled Yi Ming up, and said in the gentlest tone, Did I not say that from now on? You are my little brother? As Yi Ming gazed at Qi Ming's gentle demeanor, his eyes glistened with moisture, and he spoke with a tremor laced with numbness. Are you referring to me? May I express my hunger? Can I ask you for food? Qi Ming erupted into hearty laughter, startling Yi Ming, who flinched at the sudden sound. The ruffian playfully patted Yi Ming's head and said, Of course you can. It seems your impressions of people are still rooted in the whip. From this day forth, you are like me. You are no longer a target for the whip. You possess the right not to be struck by others and the right to strike back. Even at me, if I were to hit you, you could retaliate. You have that right. Gradually, Yi Ming regained his composure and, with a stoic expression, uttered, I do not relish striking others. I find pleasure in killing. According to the old slave of Fu Luomen, Yi Ming had been enslaved since he learned to walk at the tender age of 3. That after spending a few years in the household of a noble, he was sent to Fu Luomen. The trauma he endured in his childhood instilled in him both fear and hatred towards humanity. His thoughts were rather simplistic. Initially, Qimon had elicited a cold and ruthless act from him by merely presenting a smile and a loaf of bread, resulting in the death of 2 high-ranking knights. The rare warmth exhibited by Qimon was a deceptive trick that could likely only be effective on Yimeng. Before nightfall, Qimon, burdened with gold coins, eagerly purchased a 3-story building. The first floor was given to a group of ruffians. The second floor was allocated for himself and Yimeng, while on the 3rd floor, Qimon invited a wizard to set up a magical array. Intending to convert the largest room into his training chamber, he also acquired a female slave to serve as a maid, and in an instant, the 3,000 gold coins he possessed dwindled to less than 100. Qimon felt a pang of regret, but the thought of future opportunities to recoup his losses offered him a modicum of solace. Now, Qimon dared not indulge in the same carefree existence as before, filled only with eating and sleeping. The curse had yet to be lifted, and he was uncertain when Baal would trouble him again. Thus, he understood the weight of his responsibilities. Lacking genuine skills would not suffice, especially considering the bandits at home. Qimon was convinced that once their wounds healed, they would likely rebel again. Combat skills were far simpler than magic. Perhaps this was why, in an ancient era flourishing with magic, the emergence of combat arts swiftly curtailed the age of magic within a mere century, as warriors often triumphed over mages in one-on-one confrontations. Thus, warriors became the darlings of the era. However, mages did not vanish entirely. They maintained a certain status and number, attributed to 2 main reasons. Firstly, mages could create magical products, making them quite wealthy, and secondly, while their impact in duels was limited, on the battlefield, a single mage's significance could equate to that of 5 or 6 warriors of the same rank. These 2 pivotal reasons led many to aspire to become mages, and duchies placed significant emphasis on mage training. By midnight, after taking a bath and preparing to rest, Qimon suddenly recalled a matter. Leaping from his bed and hastily donning his clothes to rush towards his old residence. Luckily, his abode had proven too resilient for thieves. On the cabinet in his room sat a wine jug. Qimon realized he hadn't entered his room for quite some time and discovered that the walls and wooden cabinet surrounding the jug had turned black and decayed significantly. Carefully, he retrieved the silver crystal hidden within the wall, gently removing the wine jug and pouring its contents into a box. Qimon had initially intended to sell the silver crystal, but after careful consideration, he concluded that revealing such an item could lead to his own demise within a day. The other silver crystal box had never been opened. Qimon entrusted it to Lina for safekeeping. As ruffians never placed all their eggs in one basket, the following morning, Qimon collected 1,500 gold coins from the merchant guild, the proceeds from the sale of potions and scrolls. Although he sold them to the guild for 1,500, they would likely resell for around 1,800 to 2,000. Yet even so, it was still considerably cheaper than other guilds. Helen was the first to arrive at the guild once again. She appeared to have an endless list of tasks. However, Qimon noticed that her combat skills had improved, becoming even more profound and enigmatic. It seemed this woman worked tirelessly throughout the day and continued her endeavors into the night, causing a twinge of sympathy in Qimon's heart. Taking a seat across from Helen, he remarked, "Chairwoman, why must a beautiful lady like yourself work so diligently? After all, you will be married off eventually." Helen brushed her hair back and replied, "Have you come to seek my assistance? Or do you yearn to be punished again, you shameless vice-chairman?" Qimon chuckled awkwardly, rubbing his hands together as he leaned closer to Helen, saying, "Well, as a vice-chairman, it would be quite embarrassing to lack a storage space. Wouldn't it? Ha ha." In response, Helen slapped Qimon across the face, banishing his lewd grin to the corner of the room. She retorted, "I have no time for your frivolity. If you dare come this close again, I shall have your face removed." Helen's furious outburst genuinely startled Qimon, and he dared not broach the subject of storage space again, retreating with a disgruntled mutter, "That woman is simply insufferable. I hope she falls into my hands one day." Mentioning storage space was indeed a precious topic. Only a master mage or a warrior of the 14th level could expand a storage space within an item. Qimon realized that further demands would yield no results and began to contemplate his next move. His relatively peaceful days were not due to Baal's lack of desire to trouble him, but rather because Baal himself was not in Jelen, leading hundreds of knights to appear before the caverns of the Fu Luomin Mountains, where Earl Lay and his knights were also present. Earl Lay was indifferent to the treasures within the ancient tomb. Although they were something his father had insisted upon obtaining, this noble young man believed that the value of a treasure paled in comparison to the promise of an earl. With a casual smile, he declared, "Baron Ball, if you agree to assist me in becoming the new Earl of Moga when I require it, I shall gladly relinquish all the treasures within this ancient tomb to you." Ball glanced at the contract, chuckled lightly, and replied, "Ah, hereditary nobles are indeed different. Their generosity is remarkable. However, I cannot agree to Earl Lay's request until it is confirmed whether the treasures within the tomb are genuine." The knights behind Ball, clad in ominous black masks, stood tall and still, unwavering behind him. Earl Lay's knightly order was not independent. It was a division of the Moga knightly order stationed in Ly City, as the city lord. Earl Lay held no territory and was merely a viscount, lacking the authority to form his own knightly order. The elite knights from both orders followed their respective lords into the cavern, while the remaining knights stood guard outside. Just before entering, Ball handed a piece of paper to a nearby knight, who read it and left it outside the cave. "Baron Ball, I recall that your envoy was sent here. How could he have returned? If you did not slay him, may I have him instead? I have long wished to execute that scoundrel." The mention of Qimon filled Earl Lay with rage, and upon hearing that Ball had acquired the contract, he was convinced that the scoundrel envoy was still alive. The plan to have Qimon perish in the mountains had now fallen through, and Earl Lay vowed to execute the shameless rogue with the most brutal torture imaginable. Ball's eyes revealed no excess emotion as he replied, "Ah, I too desire to eliminate that little wretch. If I can collaborate with Earl Lay upon my return, I shall certainly have him bound and taken to Ly City." When Ball glanced at Pulikasai, a glimmer of avarice shone in his eyes. Upon reaching the entrance of the ancient tomb, both parties came to a halt. Ball signaled for 3 knights behind him to step forward, while Earl Lay summoned 3 of his own knights. The 6 knights combined their strength to push the stone door open. As the door creaked ajar, the 6 knights did not experience the same suction that had drawn them in before. However, an ominous black mist began to emanate from within the door, ensnaring 2 unsuspecting knights who let out blood-curdling screams. Chapter 15. Before the Tomb, Part 2. The black mist was imbued with potent negative energy, and as the 2 knights screamed, the remaining 4 pulled them back. But alas, their faces were already grotesquely decayed. From the depths of the black mist emerged a multitude of skeletons, intermingled with decayed corpses. Earl Lay furrowed his brow and remarked, "Such potent negative energy, Baron Ball. It appears you will not be able to procure anything from within." Ball remained silent, donning the armor presented by a nearby knight. Alongside the 3 knights behind him, he charged into the black mist. Upon entering, the armor of Ball and his companions began to shimmer with pearly light patterns, gradually forming an unusual barrier that repelled the black mist. "Baron Ball, since you are so well prepared, I cannot offer you assistance. According to our agreement, all treasures within belong to you. Earl Lay shall not go back on his word." Earl Lay called out to the depths of the tomb. Within the ancient tomb, the number of skeletons multiplied, and waves of black mist surged from the fissured ground. Although the luminous blessings on Ball's armor could ward off the negative energy of the mist, the physical attacks of the skeletons could easily penetrate the protective barrier. Ball smashed a skeleton before him, yet the oncoming tide of skeletons seemed endless. The knights behind Ball defended against the skeletons' assaults. They handed him 2 elongated objects resembling spears. These crystalline spears were not intended for attack, but could mark a spatial coordinate for a limited time. Ball thrust one into the ground, and it instantly emitted a cerulean light, with a luminous point gradually sinking into the earth, transforming into a circular teleportation array with a 3-meter diameter. Ball raised another crystalline spear, a plume of white smoke erupting from his nostrils. His corpulent form exuded an astonishing aura as he hurled the spear with great force, sending it hurtling forth like a bolt of lightning. The surrounding black mist was drawn into a swirling vortex, the tremendous power propelling it hundreds of meters away. The fighting spirit affixed to the spear rendered it invincible, and those skeletal figures that leaped forth in an attempt to seize it were torn to shreds by the energy. Their remains scattered by the ensuing gusts. Ball inhaled deeply, and as a thunderous sound echoed from afar, the spear struck the ground, activating a teleportation array. He and 3 knights produced their teleportation scrolls, vanishing to another array. Ball did not use a high-level teleportation scroll. not due to a lack of them, but because the prerequisite for such scrolls was prior visitation to the destination. Furthermore, one high-level scroll could be exchanged for 10 ordinary ones. The skeletons were obliterated under the onslaught of the knight's incantations, yet a glance revealed a dense swarm of crawling, swaying skeletons. Even the mightiest knights would eventually exhaust their energy, and a rare shadow darkened Baal's plump visage. The knight's gazes wandered amidst the sea of skeletons until one fixed intently upon a golden skeleton, exclaiming, "My lord, it appears to be the Bone King ahead. Go and slay it," Baal commanded, immediately springing forward. Leaping several yards ahead, with astonishing speed, he and the three knights broke through the scattered skeletons, carving a long path through the horde until they reached the towering 3-meter-tall golden skeleton. Baal's rotund body moved swiftly, his fighting spirit coalescing around him to a formidable degree, and he crashed into the golden skeleton with tremendous force, shattering dozens of nearby skeletons and sending the Bone King soaring into the air. Its frame cracking under the impact, the three knights leaped up, aiming their sword tips at the fissures, infusing their energy into the cracks. Golden dust erupted as the Bone King let out a dreadful wail. Its ribcage reduced to nothingness as they landed. One knight was tragically engulfed by the oncoming swarm of skeletons, immediately reduced to fragments. Baal cast a glance at the remnants, then propelled himself skyward, forcing the Bone King higher into the air. Rather than descending immediately, he soared towards the Bone King with greater speed. The Bone King bellowed, unleashing a torrent of hellish black mist that enveloped Baal. Though the Bone King's arsenal consisted solely of hellish black mist and ordinary physical attacks, that very mist could claim the life of a great knight. Baal's body was riddled with festering wounds, yet he seemed impervious to pain, his movements unimpeded. With a swift motion, he released his fighting spirit, dispersing the hellish mist before him, and delivered a punch that shattered the Bone King's skull, extracting a fiery essence from within. The Bone King's body instantly disintegrated into golden powder. Yet its agonized cries continued to echo amidst the flames. The remaining knights stood beside Baal, while the other skeletons dared not approach, retreating several meters away. "My lord, your injuries." One knight expressed concern. Black ichor oozed from Baal's festering wounds, the remnants of the mist continuing to corrode him. Baal procured a golden scroll, the radiance emanating from it possessing purifying and healing properties, swiftly dispelling the black mist and halting the bleeding from his wounds. By the time Baal arrived at the altar, he was alone. The other two knights had been dismembered by skeletons and corpses, yet, reflected in Baal's fiery gaze upon the crystalline coffin, this small price seemed insignificant compared to the rewards he sought. However, as Baal opened the crystalline coffin, the flesh upon his face quivered, and his fighting spirit shattered a vast number of surrounding skeletons and corpses. In a fit of fury, he declared, "I shall slay every tomb raider." Even the high-level teleportation scroll in his grasp was crushed into fragments. Meanwhile, Elray's horse, waiting outside the ancient tomb, suddenly reared in alarm. Nearly toppling him in his shock, Elray glimpsed Baal emerging from behind the stone door, his hands empty. Presuming he had stowed something in his storage space, he remarked, "Lord Baal, surely now you must agree to my proposal. As long as I can become the leader of the Morga, you too can leave the insignificant Golan and become the Lord of Lech." Baal chuckled derisively, replying, "No need for that. Lech will soon be mine. You might consider revealing where the treasures from the tomb have gone, or you could end up like them." He gestured towards a shattered skeleton behind him. Elray, momentarily bewildered, quickly grew furious at Baal's disrespect. "Lord Baal, what do you mean? Is this the manner in which a lord converses with a future leader of Morga? Can I interpret this as a threat?" The Morga clan was one of the oldest aristocratic families in Uli, having held vast territories and resources for generations. Elray, a mere lord of Golan, even if he was a count, should not speak in such a tone to a future clan leader. His anger surged. Had it not been for the knights he esteemed, he would have treated Baal with more contempt from the outset. Now, Baal's blatant threats incensed him further, igniting the fury of a true noble, heir to a grand lineage. The two towering knights flanking Elray grasped their swords. Perceiving Baal's knights as inconsequential, not only were they physically unimposing, but they were also not genuine warriors, merely knights in name. This was to be expected from Golan, a realm known as a poet's paradise, where resources for warriors were woefully scarce. Baal pointed at Priscus, commanding, "Leave that woman and Elray." The Knights of Golan gradually removed their helmets, beginning to chant incantations. The two great knights and their 6 advanced companions were taken aback as brilliant halos appeared above them, their fighting spirits surging as they leapt from their mounts. Several horses were instantly transformed into mere flesh and entrails. The 5th-level gravitational collapse, if merely the result of a collective effort from all the mages, could have been manageable. Avoiding it would have sufficed. But Baal's knights were not chanting the same spell. It was a rapid succession of individual 5th-level wind magic and 4th-level fire magic that swiftly engulfed all but the 2 great knights. The great knights narrowly escaped the magical devastation, yet there was nowhere to hide from Baal's massive hand, which easily penetrated their armor and ribcages. Baal grasped a heart. Blood splattered around him, transforming into droplets that fell to the ground. Elray, on the edge of the magical zone, felt flames singe his golden hair, and the wind blades produced a piercing shriek near his ears, though the scattered spells did not harm him. His trousers were now damp, disbelief mingling with fear upon his handsome face. Yet he remained aware of his identity and status, shouting, "Baal, what are you doing? Do you know who I am? You've obtained the treasures from the tomb. Do you seek my life as well? Do you dare to lay hands on Morga?" Baal yanked Elray from his horse, a furious smile gracing his face. "Where have the treasures gone, my dear Elray, lord of the gentlefolk? The age of gentlemanly nobility has passed. I refuse to be gentle. If you wish for me to prove myself, let us begin here." Elray screamed as he felt an oval object fly from his trousers, striking Priscus squarely in the face, causing her to shriek in horror. In that moment, Elray comprehended the sheer brutality of the rotund figure before him. Overwhelmed by a mix of rage and fear, he recalled his knights waiting outside and regained a semblance of calm. He cast a simple healing spell upon himself, gritting his teeth as he declared, "I, Elray, swear upon the reputation of Morga that I truly know nothing of what lies within, nor where it has gone. If you do not believe me, then kill me." Baal smiled cruelly, gesturing, and all of Elray's belongings were expelled from his tattered trousers, striking Priscus in the mouth, choking her. Elray fainted on the spot, and Baal tossed him into the grasp of magic, muttering, "I shall make him my slave. No, my dog." 2 armored mages began to chant spells, invoking a powerful 6th-level soul enslavement that caused Elray to convulse violently. Priscus, witnessing this, succumbed to utter despair, fainting from her horse. When Elray awakened, he found himself outside the cave, initially ecstatic to call for his knights, only to see the mountainside littered with corpses and kneeling figures. The captain of his knightly order was bound and kneeling before Baal, and darkness enveloped Elray's vision as he fainted once more. "My lord, shall we depart just like this?" One of the mages, who had been hesitant to speak, finally inquired on the way back to Golan. Baal's expression darkened as he replied, "You should return to your rightful places the next time I encounter Elray. I hope he will have learned his lesson." Several mages, along with Elray and hundreds of knights, ventured into the mountainous woods of Lech. Baal embraced Priscus, planting a heavy kiss upon her face, asking, "Are you not afraid I shall kill you?" Priscus, regaining her composure, acknowledged that this was the most insane experience of her life. Yet her instincts told her that Baal was a better choice than Elray. Her complexion regained a touch of color as she wrapped her arms around Baal's neck, smiling confidently. "I am a woman, a beautiful woman. With that, why should I fear?" Baal erupted into hearty laughter, exclaiming, "Excellent, I like that sentiment. A clever and beautiful woman like you can bring me joy. Perhaps you could become my 9th wife." As he spoke, his hand wandered to Priscus's bosom. Despite feeling waves of revulsion at Baal's corpulent frame, Priscus smiled alluringly. "What must I do to please Lord Baal?" Baal's eyebrows lifted. "Well, we must first retire to the bed to clarify matters, with the fragrant allure of the balsam." However, Qimon found himself ensnared in a web of overwhelming debt. Each day, Helen would invoke excuses to demand repayment, ruthlessly administering beatings to Qimon. Once a remarkably slender figure, Qimon's visage had recently taken on a more robust appearance. The interest of 100 gold coins per day compelled him to resort to his former duplicitous tactics to oppress the common folk, and it seemed that even 10 more like him could not possibly repay such a sum. After much contemplation, Qimon resolved to tap into the resources of Magidave City for commercial gain. Following Helen's approval, he managed to extricate 30,000 gold coins from the Merchant Guild, dispatching Brownie and others to Magidave City with a stern mandate to return with a shipment of magical artifacts. Days passed with Qimon's heart in turmoil. The fear of his companions absconding with the gold and vanishing into the mountains haunted him. What fate awaited him at the hands of Helen should they fail to return? The daily beatings had instilled a sense of dread within him, and despite having moved into a new residence, he found himself reminiscing about the past, when deception did not carry such peril. And he was not subject to the whims of a woman in those days. It was the ruffians who brazenly bullied others, not the reverse, especially not at the hands of a beauty. This line of thought only deepened his melancholy, and his practice of incantations was abandoned. As he pondered the futility of training at his current tier as a martial artist, the typically optimistic Qimon felt a wave of despondency wash over him, likely a consequence of Helen's relentless beatings, which had bruised his pride as a rogue. His insatiable desire for conquest led him to contemplate Helen, the enchanting guild leader, yearning to administer a few sharp slaps to her backside, compelling her to acknowledge her transgressions and plead for mercy. The mere thought of this scenario brought him a fleeting sense of satisfaction, as he murmured to himself, "Acknowledging one's faults is commendable. Dear child, come into my embrace, and tonight I shall impart a thorough education. What do you wish to educate me on?" A melodious voice chimed from behind, startling Qimon to the core, nearly prompting him to grovel at the feet of the speaker in apology. Upon recognizing the figure, he breathed a sigh of relief. "Aina, what brings you back?" Clad in a dark red mage robe that accentuated her alabaster neck, Aina's visage appeared ethereal beneath the moonlight, her soft features reminiscent of a delicate crescent moon obscured by wisps of cloud. Qimon had gazed upon Aina for over a decade, yet under the lunar glow, he found himself entranced once more, a twinge of sorrow welling up within him. Aina, evidently displeased, remarked, "Qimon, I truly believe you have sold me into Majidave. How on earth did you acquire the funds for a loft?" With a firm tone, Qimon retorted, "What are you doing here?" Aina responded with a mischievous smile, leaning closer to whisper, "I brought you something splendid. You will surely desire it." She produced a blood-stained piece of skin from within her robe. Extending it towards Qimon, marked with intricate magical symbols, he soon realized this was a piece of skin imbued with a storage space. Some individuals, fearing theft of their storage, commissioned mages to inscribe such spaces upon their skin. The blood upon it was still fresh, prompting Qimon to ask, "Whom did you kill?" "You'll never guess," Aina replied, a note of pride in her voice as she stepped inside. "I'm weary. Tomorrow I must return to Majidave. My divination revealed that you still possess a semblance of conscience, leaving me a room." As Qimon examined the piece of skin, he ensured it was not some jest of Aina's. Overcome with elation, he called out to her, "Aina, considering you have indeed performed a commendable deed this time, I shall overlook your unauthorized return. You must understand, I have numerous troubles in Golan, which I will inevitably bring upon you as well." Aina paid him no heed as he eagerly activated the storage space. Discovering it belonged to a wealthy mage, potions, wands, scrolls, and even elemental crystals filled the space, alleviating much of Qimon's anxiety. The following morning, he sent Aina on her way, only to later find a pool of blood on her bed, which startled him. After some contemplation, he experienced a complex mix of emotions. Enthralled, he seized a wand and headed to Helen's guild, anticipating the opportunity to brag about his findings and settle his debts, thus avoiding further beatings. However, to his dismay, Helen's behavior had only escalated. She struck him with renewed fervor, leaving him scurrying for cover, nearly brought to tears. Helen, wiping her hands, huffed, "Vice President Qimon, if you do not amend your roguish ways, I shall be compelled to ask you to vacate Helen's guild. This is no place for ruffians." Feeling wronged, Qimon reflected on how he had treated Helen's guests with courtesy, pondering how he had earned such a label. After all, was it not merely a matter of occasionally imposing upon the weak and vulnerable? His actions had resulted in a notable increase in Helen's profits recently. Alas, he was powerless against her resolute demeanor, ultimately conceding verbally while internally vowing, "One day, I shall have you in the bed of a rogue, confessing your wrongs." When Brownie and the others returned, Qimon was filled with exhilaration, promptly bringing a cart laden with goods to Helen's guild for inventory. He estimated that this batch of magical artifacts, valued at 30,000, could yield a profit of 20,000 after sale, a significant sum for Helen's guild, equating to half a year's revenue from magical transactions. In just 10 days, the potions and scrolls were depleted by eager mages, with only 2 wands remaining. Witnessing this success uplifted Helen's spirits, allowing her to escape the day's physical torments. Helen, do you know which is the largest guild in Golan? Qimon inquired, standing respectfully before her, bowing slightly. It must be the Ode of Praise, yes? Our sudden influx of magical artifacts will surely impact them. It won't be long before they approach you for negotiations. Helen crossed her arms, nodding. What do you suggest we do? If relations sour, we risk losing a considerable source of supplies. After all, the guild leader of Ode of Praise is the esteemed poet Gore, and I have no desire to offend such a distinguished figure. Stealing a glance at the treasures nestled within Helen's embrace, Qimon swallowed hard, maintaining a serious facade as he replied, "We cannot afford to offend Gore. Instead, we can offer those magical artifacts at a reduced price to Ode of Praise, thus preserving our relationship while also benefiting from the arrangement. Even if it yields less profit than before, it is preferable to incurring their ire." He swallowed several times as he spoke. Helen frowned. "You make a valid point, but I still feel a pang of reluctance." With a cunning smile, Qimon reassured her, "Fear not, guild leader. You must trust in me that I am not one to suffer losses without recompense." Shortly thereafter, representatives from Ode of Praise arrived at Helen's guild to discuss the sale of magical artifacts. Qimon proactively proposed selling the entire stock to them in a mutually beneficial arrangement, thereby strengthening their collaborative ties. The other party readily agreed and even promised to increase their trading volume with Helen. Chapter 16, An Unexpected Turn, Part 1. The illustrious poet Gore held no martial title, nobility, or mastery of magic, yet his verses were cherished across royal courts, drawing visits even from esteemed mages like those in Magidave. Many poets born in Golan were disciples of Gore. A great poet possesses not only remarkable talent, but also exemplifies noble conduct, earning high praise from the church. This reverence elevated Gore to an almost idolized status among the populace of Golan. His poetry echoed through the streets, weaving beautiful tales that seemed to breathe life into their mundane existence, transforming their scars into symbols of beauty and glory. Faced with the harshness of poverty, they believed that enduring hardship was a testament to bravery and strength. Worthy of their perseverance, Gore had never taken a mistress nor frequented establishments of ill repute. All profits derived from his poetry were dedicated to the people of Golan, further solidifying their belief that his verses embodied truth and reality. Thus, Ode of Praise emerged from Gore's generosity and the adoration of the common folk, providing high-quality goods at reasonable prices, ultimately becoming Golan's largest guild. Qimon was not foolish enough to engage in direct conflict with Ode of Praise. Any confrontation with righteousness would inevitably invoke malevolence, and the public's perception of Helen would surely be tainted. Nevertheless, aside from his skills in deception, Qimon excelled in defamation. Presenting the piece of storage skin to Helen, he asked, "Guild leader, what do you think this is worth?" Helen, taken aback, examined the skin closely, peering into the storage space to assess its capacity. Fixing her gaze on Qimon, she warned, "Vice President, should you have devised some nefarious scheme to eliminate a noble, do not expect any assistance from Helen's guild." Qimon chuckled, "Do not concern yourself with its origins. Simply tell me its value." Reluctantly, Helen returned the skin to Qimon. "It should be worth around 140,000 gold coins." Qimon slapped his leg and exclaimed, "It's just 140,000. Lend me that amount, and I will use this as collateral. Within a month, I shall return you 200,000. Helen fell silent for a moment, then suddenly seized Qimon by the collar, coldly stating, "You wouldn't be contemplating robbery, would you, before you tarnish the reputation of the Chamber of Commerce? I shall ensure your demise." Qimon, trembling with fear, hastily shook his head and replied, "Of course not. My beauty, once my plan succeeds, you will realize that having me as your vice president was undoubtedly the right choice." Helen, with a skeptical glance at Qimon, said, "If you dare to do anything detrimental to me, I will flay your skin. You must believe that women can be far more ruthless than men." With that, she shot him a fierce glare before releasing her grip. Qimon, in a flurry, hurriedly exited. Not long after, Gore received an invitation from Helen's Chamber of Commerce to attend a celebration. It was a personal invitation from Helen, taking place in Lewis, specifically to commemorate the friendship between the Chamber and the praise poetry. Gore accepted the invitation. As night fell, the streets of Lewis were devoid of pedestrians, with only the sounds of carriage wheels and hoofbeats echoing in the silence. Gore, one of the main figures of the celebration, dismounted his carriage in a pristine white suit. methodically handing the coachman several gold coins while bowing in gratitude, displaying a courteous demeanor. At 53 years of age. The wrinkles around Gore's gentle eyes exuded wisdom and experience, earning nods of respect from those present. He approached Helen with a smile, saying, "The beautiful Helen, like your chamber, radiates brilliance in the business world of Gulin. It is certain that our collaboration with praise poetry will rejuvenate the commercial landscape." Gore's tone was measured and steady, akin to stating a fact. Helen elegantly shook his hand, expressing, "It is an honor to have you here. President Gore, I have heard you are soon to be a father, which is truly exciting that we are about to welcome a little poet into the world of Gulin." After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Helen invited Gore to the main hall to meet some of her associates, before immediately dragging Qimon into a private room. There, she delivered a few swift kicks to him and inquired, "Explain this situation. Wasn't this a celebration? Why did you invite Gore without my knowledge?" Qimon, clutching his abdomen and gasping for air, unsteadily rose from the floor, managing a feeble smile as he replied, "President, you must trust me. In any case, Helen will become the largest chamber of commerce in Gulin, provided that Gore and praise poetry no longer shine." A foreboding feeling began to stir within Helen. She sensed that this rogue intended to commit some heinous act, though she was uncertain of its nature before it unfolded. After indulging in a round of drinks, Gore found himself somewhat inebriated. He intended to rest on the sofa, but was instead ushered into the private room by Qimon to lie down. The esteemed poet did not recline until Qimon had left, succumbing to the effects of the alcohol and gradually drifting into sleep. Upon awakening, he vaguely heard a woman sobbing. When he opened his eyes, he saw a woman beside him, her body awkwardly concealed by garments. She turned and angrily spat, "You beast! Everyone claims you are a great poet, but may you meet a wretched end." Gore was taken aback to discover his entire body in disarray. "What on earth is happening?" he exclaimed. The door swung open, and Qimon peered in, his expression filled with horror, quickly shutting the door behind him. "Rest assured, Lord Gore, I will not divulge anything, that I shall remain as silent as the grave." Yet the woman yelled, "What are you staring at? What more do you want from me, you demon? You are a rapist, and I will expose your crimes to the world." Gore remained silent, observing her. The great poet, possessing immense wisdom, understood that under his own self-discipline, he could not have acted so indiscriminately while intoxicated. The only plausible explanation was that he had been framed, likely by Helen's Chamber of Commerce. With a sigh, Gore asked, "How much did they pay you?" The woman hesitated before crying out even louder, "Money? I do not want your money. It cannot buy everything in this world. Oh, you think a beast like you can cover up your sins with money?" Many in the hall heard the commotion from the private room, but feigned ignorance, continuing to laugh and dance, secretly mocking the situation. Before long, Gore emerged from the private room, his demeanor darkened, addressing Helen in the hall. "President Helen, I am feeling unwell today and must take my leave." Qimon stood beside Helen, bowing respectfully until Gore climbed into his carriage and departed. That Helen's brows furrowed in suspicion as she seized Qimon and dragged him back into the private room. The woman was still in the process of dressing. Just yesterday, she had been a courtesan in Lewis, but this morning, Qimon had purchased her at a high price. Helen had initially thought him merely lecherous, not realizing he harbored such a nefarious scheme. Helen tightened her grip on Qimon's throat, lifting him off the ground. Her strength was sufficient to crush his windpipe, yet he did not resist, instead chuckling incessantly as he struggled to speak. "President, you must understand that Helen will never surpass praise poetry in Gulin. Gore himself is the very emblem of praise poetry. For Helen to shine, it is imperative that praise poetry's brilliance be extinguished." Helen applied more pressure, and Qimon nearly choked, declaring, "You truly are despicable, Qimon. You know Helen's reputation is impeccable. If others discover you are framing the great poet of Gulin, it will spell doom for her. I cannot fathom whether you are trying to ensnare Gore or seeking revenge against me and Helen." Qimon managed to force out, "I believe that being beaten by a beauty leaves only one avenue for revenge, making her lie in my bed. If you kill me now, you will struggle to mend your relationship with Gore afterwards. That it would be effortless for praise poetry to devour Helen." After gritting her teeth in frustration, Helen nearly crushed the little man in her grasp, but ultimately relented, releasing him. After a few coughs, Qimon rubbed his throat and stood up, stating, "Trust me, Gore will not retaliate against us this time. He is in our grasp now, and the subsequent matters will be manageable." "Helen, still simmering with anger, coldly responded, "Are you suggesting we threaten him to dissolve praise poetry, or simply hand over all his money?" Qimon shook his head. "I doubt Gore will be swayed by such threats to push praise poetry into utter ruin. Even if this incident were to leak, it would not tarnish Gore's standing in Gulen." Helen gripped Qimon's collar, saying, "Do you comprehend how many years I have labored to establish the reputation of Helen?" Qimon, fixated on Helen's rising chest, felt an involuntary surge of desire but dared not reveal it, replying, "Let praise poetry and Gore face annihilation, and Helen will naturally become the largest chamber of commerce in Gulen." Helen kicked Qimon aside, leaving with a parting remark, "If you jeopardize the interests of the chamber, you better prepare your coffin." After the celebration concluded, Qimon handed over 100,000 gold coins to Brownie, instructing him to procure magical items from Majideo. Due to the substantial sum, Qimon remained uneasy about Brownie and his companions, prompting him to request Helen to send several warriors from the chamber along for protection. Qimon meticulously reviewed his plan, contemplating any possible oversights in matters of framing. Even the slightest miscalculation could prove fatal, especially against someone of Gore's stature and renown. Only 3 individuals knew of this scheme: Qimon, Helen, and Gore. Helen would never engage in actions that could harm herself. Having already been embroiled in this plot, he felt secure that she would not experience a sudden change of heart. As for Gore, he was even less concerned. The credibility of a framed individual claiming their victimization held little weight, especially for a great poet like Gore. If the likelihood of that were to be even a fraction, Qimon's subsequent plans would diminish to nothing. With a sense of relief, Qimon began to chant a spell. The first-level incantation conjured heat and thermal currents in his hands, the high temperature posing no risk of harm to his skin. Placing his hand on the ground, cracks began to form as the earth split apart. This fire-based spell, being only of the first level, could only generate heat and currents, not flames. The essence of a spell lies in magic itself. Warriors emulate mages, channeling their energy through incantations to release their fighting spirit in various forms for different effects. The commonality between fighting spirit and magical power lies in their enhancement through consumption and replenishment. After depleting their reserves, the subsequent return to fullness enhances both quantity and quality, dependent on one's innate talent. Thus, Qimon utilized the release of incantations to expend his fighting spirit, while mages typically meditated to deplete their magical energy. Qimon's talent was not exceptional. After a month of daily exertion and recovery, he could only manage to release 4 first-level spells. Power is the greatest source of security, and Qimon did not wish to encounter another of Mo's brutish ilk, facing an untimely demise at their hands. Over the following days, Qimon remained indoors, diligently practicing. He was unperturbed by the possibility of Helen confronting him in anger, though he noted that Ball had been unusually quiet. Qimon did not believe this silence was merely due to a woman from Lie City. This unease lingered, as he found it excessive for someone like Ball to require meticulous preparation to deal with a minor character like himself. Chapter 17. Unexpected, Part 2. Until deep into the night. After bathing and preparing for sleep, a round object flew into the room, rolling across the floor before coming to a halt. Qimon illuminated the room with a magical crystal, revealing a bloodied head, the remains of the female slave Qimon had purchased. The murderer stood outside the door, hesitant to enter. Qimon's expression grew solemn for a moment as he drew Yemen closer into the house, gently remarking, "It seems she has upset you." Ordinarily, the female servant treated Qimon with kindness, and Yemen's daily needs were attended to meticulously. However, Qimon discovered several bruises and scars on Yemen's body, and he could imagine the perverse psychology that plagued the female servant. That a woman who has long endured violence would inevitably find ways to vent her anger and fear. Regrettably, the seemingly timid Yemen was not the appropriate outlet for such emotions. Qimon lifted Yemen into his arms, stating, "Yemen, I shall take you for a bath." With that, he carried her toward the bathroom. The following morning, Qimon acquired a second slave, this time a girl of merely 18, who had recently become a slave. The vendors at the slave market even claimed she was still a virgin, from the panic-stricken look in her eyes. Qimon was certain this girl lacked the courage to inflict harm upon Yemen. Unfortunately, the price was 3,000 gold coins, which pained the ruffian deeply. Had he not considered the long-term consequences, he would not have been so willing to make such a significant investment. Yemen had prompted Qimon to ascertain the worth of this decision. Last night, he discovered that Yemen had developed a fighting spirit, and it bore the rare attribute of light. This spontaneous manifestation of fighting spirit, unprovoked or self-trained, was a clear indication of extraordinary talent. Seizing the opportunity presented by a transaction with the church, Qimon recommended Yemen to the Patriarch of Jelen. The Patriarch, who revered the light, initially dismissed Qimon's words as those of a petty man. However, after meeting Yemen, his attitude shifted, and he promised to personally introduce Yemen to the bishop of the Uli district shortly, doing his utmost to assist her in joining the church. Subsequently, Yemen was unexpectedly granted the honor of being a high-ranking believer. Although this incited discontent among several church members, they fell silent upon witnessing the radiant fighting spirit emanating from Yemen. Many sought to forge connections with her, hoping that if she were to become a distinguished core member of the church, they too might bask in the divine glory she would bring. Even the patriarch himself assigned 2 knights to protect Yemen day and night, placing them in the ruffian's home, yet their sole focus was Yemen. With Qimon merely serving as her host as the days passed, Qimon, with his dwindling gold coins, made a trip to Licheng. Jelen did not possess the grand sorcerer he sought, but Licheng had several. Sorcerers were adept not only at crafting potions, but also at concocting poisons. The ruffian's purpose for this journey was to acquire a type of poison that was undetectable by most sorcerers and of relatively mild potency. Counting his 30,000 gold coins, he believed it should suffice. At long last, he met a grand sorcerer, and after much pleading and flattery, the sorcerer agreed to accept Qimon's payment in exchange for a batch of potions capable of disrupting a sorcerer's magical powers. Qimon spent a few leisurely days in Licheng until the potions were ready, and he joyfully returned to Jelen with them. However, upon arriving home, he found Brownie sitting in a chair, his face bandaged, who immediately lowered his head in shame upon seeing him, tears welling in his eyes. 6 of the brothers and the merchant's warriors are dead. I feigned death to escape. The goods were stolen. Qimon was taken aback. Frozen in place, his gaze fixed on Brownie. Had he not been outmatched, he might have lunged at him. This batch of magical items represented the largest gamble Qimon had ever undertaken in his life. And the failure of Brownie and his group at this critical moment inevitably raised suspicions that he squinted, a sinister expression creeping across his face, causing Brownie to shudder. You didn't consume them yourself, did you? Brownie's eyes widened in anger. What do you take us for? Though we are bandits, we were once knights. You may insult me, but please show respect for the dead. Qimon was skeptical, muttering, whether true or not, you know in your heart. I shall fetch Helen. The bandits who stole the magical items surely intended to trade them for money. I hope it is not too late. Brownie offered no reply, his eyes brimming with tears, as if the death of his fellow bandits had struck him profoundly. Before Qimon exited, he called out, there were only 3 of them. But they must have been knights. Their swift and precise movements could not belong to ordinary bandits. With a frown, Qimon approached the merchant association, steeling himself before entering, upon hearing that the goods had been stolen. Helen instantly leaped from her seat, seizing Qimon by the arm, her petite fist raised, a 3rd-level spell poised to strike his head. Qimon closed his eyes, bracing himself for the blow, but Helen suddenly relaxed her grip with a smile, saying, I completely forgot you had also pledged a storage space. The loss is yours, and has nothing to do with me. Since the goods are gone, this item now belongs to me. Qimon's eyes reddened, his expression one of helplessness as he pleaded, President, what am I to do if you do not assist me? This is 100,000 gold coins. This impacts your future as well. How can you abandon your vice president to face this alone? Do you want me to kill the bandits? Helen asked, her eyes sparkling with mischief as she fixed her gaze on Qimon, but he immediately lowered his head in embarrassment, murmuring, I know you are unparalleled in beauty and skill. Even I am captivated by your grace and wisdom. Surely, you can handle a few bandits. Though Qimon's flattery was insincere, Helen couldn't help but feel a twinge of pride, especially since the loss did not concern the association's assets, considering the bandits should be easily manageable. She could later extort Qimon for 5,000 as a reward, which would be a nice windfall for the association. Finally, Helen nodded, saying, Given that you are my vice president, I shall accompany you with my men. However, Helen's gleaming eyes indicated to Qimon that even if they managed to reclaim the stolen goods, he would likely face her hefty demands. He sighed inwardly, muttering curses at Helen. Qimon took Brownie along, cheerfully following Helen as they departed. Jelen that Helen's usual attire was alluring, but today she donned striking female armor, exuding an air of valor with her silver armor, light brown hair, and exquisite features among the entourage. No one paid any mind to Qimon trailing behind her. Helen's newly established mercenary group was quite renowned in Jelen, and this time she led a dozen mercenaries into the mountains, guided by Brownie. According to him, the goods had been stolen within the jurisdiction of Licheng, along a mountain path near a place called Torque. Throughout the journey, Qimon harbored suspicions about Brownie, asserting that if he had indeed swallowed the goods, he must return them to avoid facing consequences. Yet Brownie maintained an innocent demeanor, occasionally growing angry. However, each time Qimon told him to leave, Brownie, realizing he was now alone and stripped of the comforts of his former life, would collapse in tears, claiming Qimon was responsible for him, becoming so stubborn that he refused to depart. During these moments, Helen would watch Qimon with amusement, making jests about his supposed fondness for men, prompting Qimon to fantasize about slaying the bandit with a single sword thrust. 3 days later, they arrived at the location Brownie described. This winding mountain path was known to very few, and Brownie, well aware of the value of the stolen goods, decided to return to Jelen via this route. Typically, this path was used by bandits descending into the city to procure daily necessities, and the local townsfolk were oblivious to its existence. Yet it was precisely here that the robbery occurred. Remnants of the struggle were still visible, with spells having felled the surrounding brush. 8 decaying corpses lay sprawled by the roadside, each in a distinct posture. Upon seeing the bodies of his comrades, Brownie broke down, wailing as he collapsed onto one of the corpses, unsure whether his grief was genuine or feigned. At Helen's face turned pale, nearly prompting her to retch. However, as she gagged, Brownie, while weeping over the corpse, stealthily reached into the deceased's pocket and discreetly pilfered its contents. The wagon that had been transporting the goods still bore wheel marks on the ground, and the bandits had the audacity not to erase them. Following the wheel tracks, the group descended the mountain for several hours as the sun sank low on the horizon, casting a shadow over a small town. They followed the tracks into the settlement. To their surprise, this secluded town nestled deep in the mountains lacked any merchants. The air was filled with the clanging of hammers from the forges lining the streets. The wide, straight thoroughfare carried the distinct scent of iron on the warm breeze. Such a town existed within the jurisdiction of Licheng, unbeknownst to both Qimon and Lord Early-Eye. The structures did not resemble residences, but rather appeared as forges, each home boasting a towering chimney, billowing black smoke. Each dwelling had a wagon parked out front, and as Qimon pondered the nature of this town, several burly men loaded an abundance of armor and swords onto a wagon. Casting a glance at Qimon and his companions before driving the wagon toward the valley at the town's rear. "Let us follow them and see," Qimon urged, spurring his horse ahead. Qimon's unilateral decision infuriated Helen, who spurred her horse to catch up, intent on teaching him a lesson. The carriage galloped past the quaint town and entered the valley through the main road at the gorge. As Qimon stepped into the valley, he was immediately confronted by several armored knights. Helen soon caught up, halting her horse, and was taken aback by the spectacle before her. In the midst of towering mountains lay a vast plain upon which a colossal castle was erected, surrounded by rows of knights undergoing rigorous training. Roughly estimating, there were numerous formations of 10 men each, arranged in squads of 3, amounting to a staggering number of 100 or more. Various training apparatuses were scattered around the castle, and within the stables nearby, thousands of magnificent steeds were organized as they charged toward the opposing stables. The sound of thundering hooves reverberated through the mountains, while the orderly knights, under the command of their captain, surged forth to meet the galloping horses, each executing a swift leap onto their mounts with precision and grace that a cold sweat broke out on Qimon's back. This knightly order hidden within the woods must surely belong to some powerful figure, and the implications of such a presence were beyond his contemplation. According to Uli's laws, aside from hereditary earls and nobles of higher rank, any count's knightly retinue must be limited to under 1,000 men. Yet, the immense castle before him could likely accommodate no less than 10,000 knights. The more anxious Qimon became, the more the blocking knights shouted, "What are you staring at? Yes, you woman. Don't think that just because you're clad in armor, you can simply turn back." Helen shot Qimon a sidelong glance and coldly remarked, "Qimon, you should just lie down in this murky water." With that, she turned her horse around and rode back toward the valley's entrance, leaving the others to naturally follow her lead. Qimon was utterly unprepared for Helen's sudden departure. In a hurried attempt he thrust a pouch of gold coins into the knight's hands, saying, "Brother knight, wait a moment. My lady is just a bit timid." The knight weighed the coins in his hand, chuckling softly, and waved his hand, signaling the knights that had been lurking at the gorge's entrance to refrain from attacking Helen and the others. Qimon promptly pursued Helen, intercepting her with a worried expression. "Captain, you know this situation could lead to trouble. Now that you've seen it, if you wish to leave, you might only do so on a stretcher." Helen glared fiercely, her presence swelling with an intimidating aura, causing Qimon to be knocked from his horse, spitting blood. She exclaimed, "If it weren't for your reckless decision to follow us into the valley, we would never have seen this. If we hadn't seen it, there would be no trouble." Staggering to his feet, Qimon wiped the blood from his lips and forced a bitter smile. "But now that we've seen what we shouldn't have. Even if you kill me, it's likely we can't escape their grasp, and I dare not utter the word slave. Were it not for Helen's piercing gaze, Qimon would have been reduced to a mere pulp. She huffed coldly, casting her eyes around. Beyond the gorge's mouth, the silhouettes of knights were becoming increasingly discernible. Realizing a forcible escape was fraught with peril, after much contemplation, Helen turned her horse back to face the knights. "Young man, I see you're rather perceptive. I'll give you a chance to live. You all stay here as slaves, or else, even if I wish to let you go, you won't be able to." The knights swore with conviction. They regarded Qimon merely as the leader of the group, and he felt as though an invisible blade was poised at his throat. Unable to meet Helen's predatory gaze, he feared misstepping. "Brother knight, Lord Earl Ray of Lay City is quite familiar with us. We are here at his invitation to observe his knightly order." Qimon speculated that this must indeed be Earl Ray's privately assembled knights. Given that this was within Lay City's jurisdiction, the knight burst into raucous laughter, pointing to a disheveled beggar nearby, who was on the ground diligently polishing the knight's shoes. "Is that who you're referring to?" Qimon squinted in disbelief. Stunned, could it really be Earl Ray? He was presently engrossed in wiping the dust off the knight's footwear. The knights erupted into laughter, tossing aside a soiled handkerchief, which the beggar promptly retrieved, bringing it to the knight with a bow. Indeed, it was the Lord of Lay City, the arrogant nobleman, the firstborn of Moga. "Earl, R-A-Y. In shock, Qimon awkwardly laughed. "I was just joking. How could such a formidable knightly order belong to someone like Earl Ray?" Helen scrutinized the knight's armor for a moment, then coldly commanded Qimon, "Get to the back." Startled, he trembled and reluctantly retreated to the rear. Helen flashed an elegant smile at the knight, saying, "I trust this is Lord Ball's knightly order. I am Helen of the Helen Trading Company. A few days ago, Lord Ball entrusted our company to procure a batch of magical artifacts, which were unfortunately intercepted." The knight rode alongside Helen, his demeanor brimming with arrogance. "Is that so? We did indeed intercept a shipment of magical artifacts." "What of it? Did Lord Ball claim those were his? We certainly didn't hear that." As he spoke, the knight reached out, intending to tilt Helen's chin up. Helen gracefully raised her hand, lightly placing it on his. Seemingly a gentle grip, yet instantly reddening the knight's face with pain, nearly forcing a cry from his lips. He attempted to muster his fighting spirit to break free, but Helen's power swiftly subdued his own. Accumulating within him, the knight's face flushed crimson, acutely aware that with just a slight increase in her pressure, he might burst from within. Unfortunately, the others could not perceive the hidden intensity within that seemingly gentle grasp. Mistaking it instead for the knight's embarrassment and fluster caused by Helen's allure, the knight, unable to shout, could only feign enlightenment. Perhaps Lord Ball only informed the captain but neglected to tell us. Hence the misunderstanding. I shall take you to meet the captain. You can speak to him." As Helen released the knight's hand, she suddenly relaxed her grip, placing her wrist back in his palm. And with a cheerful smile, remarked, "Sir Knight, why do you hold my hand so tightly? That's rather unchivalrous." It was not the knight's intention to hold her wrist. Rather, it was the overwhelming power emanating from it that kept his hand glued to hers. The knight hastily replied, "It is merely because your hand is so delicate and soft. How could I bear to let it go?" The other knights gradually eased their vigilance, allowing this knight to lead Helen into the valley's encampment. Chapter 18. Accusation within the castle. Rows of closely knit rooms undoubtedly served as the knight's quarters, ascending the spiral staircase to the topmost level, traversing a corridor adorned with carpets made from beast hides. They arrived at an open door. Helen released the knight and entered with Qimon, leaving Brownie and the mercenaries outside. 3 pairs of eyes turned toward them, each exuding an oppressive aura. Qimon was immediately pinned to the ground by the weight of their presence. While a sheen of sweat appeared on Helen's brow, of the three, two rose and smiled. "Ah, it is Lady Helen. Please, come and sit." The man clad in black armor at the center removed his helmet, revealing a head of neatly cropped black hair, his lips curling into a smile amidst the stubble. The pressure surrounding Helen dissipated instantly, yet Qimon remained under the oppressive weight, having no right to stand before those in the room. Bloodied and bruised, he experienced a level of disdain and contempt he had never encountered before, inciting a surge of anger that released a wisp of dark energy from his chest. Fortunately, the gazes of the three knights were fixated on Helen, causing the dark wisp to dissipate into the air unnoticed. How does the captain know this is Lord Ball's nightly order? Amidst his anger, Qimon pondered this question. Helen sat opposite the three, and a lovely young lady served tea. With poise and grace, Helen lifted the teacup, taking a delicate sip before stating, "My goods were intercepted by your nightly order, and I have come here to request that you return them in consideration of the Lilus family." The man in the center squinted, scanning Helen's face before responding with a smile. "Of course, we must give due regard to the Lilus family. However, I did not expect the usually headstrong Helen Lilus to resort to her family's name. Since you have deigned to come, how could we dare to deny the Lilus family's request, as long as you do not speak of this matter to those who should not know? You may take those items now." Lilus. The name echoed in Qimon's mind like a thunderclap. Rumors had long suggested that Helen hailed from a notable family, yet who could have imagined it was the illustrious Lilus? If Goling had its praises sung, Uli had its Qilon, then the Ketton Empire had the Lilus. The Lilus family was vast, commanding half of the commercial economy of the Ketton Empire, and Helen was indeed a scion of Lilus. Helen smiled gently. "Thank you, esteemed gentleman." With that, she took Qimon by the arm and exited. However, aside from Helen, Qimon, Brownie, and the accompanying mercenary team were all detained, and regarding their fate, Helen had little time to concern herself. She hurriedly departed the castle with the goods, not sparing Qimon a scolding or two this time. Helen was genuinely furious, and Qimon bore the brunt of her wrath, resulting in a few cracked ribs. Once Helen had calmed somewhat, Qimon stole a glance at the contemplative expression on her face, exhaling a sigh of relief. At least they had successfully reclaimed the goods, thus securing a portion of his plan. The magical artifacts, upon reaching Goling, were stored in the Helen Trading Company for a night before being entirely delivered to the Praise. Although Praise never turned a profit, the sale of such a reasonably priced batch of magical artifacts, offered without profit, naturally resulted in a price far lower than before. This commendable act of selflessness would undoubtedly enhance the image of Joel even further. Furthermore, Joel and Helen had long since made arrangements. He perceived this merely as a collaboration between Helen and Praise. Helen possessed quality goods, while Praise had customers and reputation. A simple partnership, indeed. Thus, the batch of magical artifacts was smoothly displayed on Praise's counter. Early in the morning, Qimon visited the establishment known as the Ode of Praise, where he found that most of the magical artifacts on display were sourced from Magieto. Filled with delight, he intended to take yearning to celebrate in the manner befitting men. However, upon returning home, he recalled that today was the day he had promised his godfather to send yearning to meet Bishop Uli. His godfather had already arrived at his residence, upon hearing that he would be leaving with this godfather. Yearning looked up at Qimon, his youthful face betraying a hint of confusion. Qimon patted Yearning's shoulder and said, "Brother, accompany the godfather to meet the bishop. You must strive to become the most devout follower of the church, for you shall be my reliance in the days to come." Yearning, being led by his godfather, slowly made his way toward the door, turning back with a hint of trepidation to ask, "If I leave here and someone strikes me, may I retaliate?" In a moment of bravado, Qimon replied, "Of course, for you are no longer a slave." The godfather let out an inaudible grunt as he ushered Yearning into the carriage, believing that someone like Qimon, who lacked compassion and tolerance, would ultimately face divine retribution. Moreover, as a minor character, he might not even need divine punishment, as he could very well perish due to the misfortunes of men in high spirits. Qimon had planned to celebrate exuberantly at Lewis's place, but halfway through his journey, he remembered that the total of his gold coins amounted to merely 10. The losses incurred by the mercenary group hired by Helen had completely drained his last funds. With a resigned sigh, he returned home and immersed himself in the rigorous practice of incantations. After dusk, feeling somewhat fatigued, a female servant named Cha-Cha brought him dinner. Qimon had begun to regret purchasing her shortly after she arrived, as she was utterly inept at performing the duties expected of a servant, particularly when it came to attending to his needs. The bewildered expression on her youthful face extinguished any desire he had. Had it not been for Yearning's evident fondness for the girl, Qimon would have long since sold her to some nobleman. Cha-Cha, somewhat intimidated by Qimon, never initiated conversation with him, but conversed freely with Yearning, who mostly listened in silence. Today, however, Cha-Cha straightened her back, attempting to sound less timid, and asked, "My Lord Qimon, where has Lord Yearning gone?" Naturally, Qimon had no intention of providing her with a favorable demeanor. To him, she was a useless burden that should have been discarded long ago. With a stern expression, he replied, "Is it your place to inquire about the affairs of my lord? Instead of wasting your time with such questions, you should learn how to cook." Cha-Cha dared not press further. 3 days later, the entrance to the Ode of Praise was besieged by a throng of furious sorcerers, ranging from novice apprentices to 6th-tier mages. The lower-tier sorcerers shouted and cursed, while the more esteemed ones maintained their dignity, glaring at the entrance with stern faces. These sorcerers had experienced a decline in their magical prowess after using the potions from the Ode of Praise, with many suffering a drop of a full tier in their magical ability. Upon hearing the news, Gore was momentarily bewildered and personally stepped forward to address the crowd, stating, "The magical potions are sourced from the Helen Trading Company. I am unsure as to why this has occurred. However, it is my failure to supervise that allowed such potions to enter the Ode of Praise, and I bear responsibility for this. Rest assured, I shall immediately dispatch someone to Magieto to procure antidotes." With all expenses covered by the Ode of Praise, the crowd quieted, and after further persuasion from Gore, they eventually dispersed. Yet, before noon, rumors began to circulate throughout the streets and alleys of Goling, alleging that Gore had assaulted a girl from a commoner's household, and that the girl was now accusing him before the church. The commoners, drawn by the news, could not see the situation beyond the tall steps of the church, but the girl's anguished cries echoed throughout the streets. Some lamented, "What a good man Gore is. How could he commit such an act? How can you say that? If I were that woman, I would feel immensely fortunate to be chosen by Lord Gore," a plump woman fantasized aloud. Shortly thereafter, Gore arrived at the church, his expression grim as he entered the chapel. Despite his high reputation and honor, he held no title, and the church had the authority to judge such nobles. However, the Godfather would not dare to take action against Gore. The girl, crying before the Godfather, was none other than the one who had shared Gore's bed just days prior. She wept with heartfelt sincerity, resembling a devoted heroine wronged. The great poet listened with a darkening expression as she vividly recounted her ordeal, painting a scene that left many in attendance blushing with embarrassment while casting furious glares at Gore. The Godfather then cautiously interjected, "Lord Gore, is what she claims true?" After a moment of silence, Gore replied, "I believe I have followed the divine guidance. I have committed no evil deeds." He slowly closed his eyes, and the Godfather, feeling awkward, pondered for a considerable time before stating, "Due to insufficient evidence, the accusations of Sasha Annal cannot be substantiated." That afternoon, the Ode of Praise was investigated by agents from the Qimon Trading Company. Although nothing substantial was uncovered, the reputation of the Ode of Praise plummeted alongside Gore's name, while the Helen Trading Company seamlessly acquired a substantial number of patrons formerly associated with the Ode of Praise. Upon learning of Gore's situation, Helen grasped the unfolding events, yet showed no inclination to reward Qimon. Instead, she dealt a beating to the rogue and had him bound before delivering him to Gore's residence. When Gore saw Qimon, he exhibited no anger. His calm tone suggested that the recent turmoil had nothing to do with him. "Chairman Helen, take him away. The divine commands us to be forgiving," Gore stated. Turning to leave, Helen, filled with admiration, remarked, "Mr. Gore, should you require assistance, I can introduce you to the palace of King Ketan, where your talents and character will surely be valued." Gore did not turn back, merely responding, "The divine commands honesty." His demeanor remained composed. Helen shot a glare at Qimon, stating coldly, "You are no longer the vice president of Helen. I shall explain the situation to Lord Ball. Depart." Qimon had initially assumed Helen's binding of him was merely for show. But now, her words left him utterly bewildered that Helen's expression was devoid of any hint of jest. Infuriated, Qimon exclaimed, "On what grounds? I helped you bring down the Ode of Praise, and now you wish to sever ties?" In response to his outburst, Helen sneered, What would someone like you understand? This is your possession and your reward. Do not claim to be a part of Helen's circle, and do not let me see you again." She tossed Qimon's storage space back to him and, from her own possession, threw several bags of gold coins his way. Qimon remained unconvinced of his wrongdoing and lunged at her in a fit of rage, even utilizing the incantation he had recently learned. However, the first-tier fire spell failed to ignite, and he found himself grasping Helen's throat. "Do you believe I won't?" he threatened. Helen, with a dismissive smile, replied, "Killing me is a foolish way to solve your problems," without needing to resist. Helen found Qimon's attempt utterly ineffective, and his energy was quickly drained by the exertion of the spell. Before long, he was gasping for breath. Helen effortlessly removed his hand from her throat, as though brushing away a mere paw. And with graceful strides, she departed. Left alone, Qimon raged and cursed like a mad dog. He could not comprehend why Helen treated him thus. Qimon brooded throughout the night, finally succumbing to sleep the following morning. Shortly thereafter, the Ode of Praise fell under Helen's complete control following Gore's departure, transforming into a branch of the Helen Trading Company. Initially, the reputational damage should not have obliterated the Ode of Praise, as it still possessed substantial resources within Goling and could have regained its standing within a few years. Yet Gore chose not to remain and left Goling alone. Although the Ode of Praise now belonged entirely to the Helen Trading Company, and Helen disdained Qimon's methods, the profits derived from this acquisition were undeniable, profits she had previously expended immense effort to achieve. The Helen Trading Company swiftly ascended to become the largest commercial entity in Goling, attracting visitors from nearby cities eager to collaborate with her at times. Helen felt a pang of guilt towards Qimon, but the pressing matters of her business often consumed her attention, leaving little room for concern regarding the rogue. Nevertheless, she had no intention of retrieving Qimon. This shameless scoundrel would soon be forgotten amidst her busy schedule. Qimon languished at home for 5 or 6 days, his fighting spirit somewhat rekindled. However, with his lackluster innate talent, he progressed agonizingly slowly at Tier 3. He purchased potions to enhance his physique, but their effects were minimal. One night, a wildcat intruded into Qimon's home that he intended to slay it with his fighting spirit, but forgot that he had already exhausted his energy. Inadvertently, this triggered the curse residing in his chest, releasing a cloud of black mist that transformed the cat into a pile of bones. Initially, Qimon was overjoyed, but upon reflection, anxiety began to creep in. The power of the curse had significantly amplified since its inception, and with Manchi long since dead, Qimon could not fathom why it continued to grow stronger. Although it posed little immediate threat to him, it occasionally caused him headaches. The nature of this curse was peculiar. Qimon discovered he could manipulate it, but his attempts often yielded unsatisfactory results, while it was sufficient to kill low-tier martial artists. Each use of the curse seemed to flood his soul with an overwhelming tide of negative emotions and energies, the pain from his earlier attempts nearly bringing him to the brink of collapse. After poring over numerous texts, Qimon was thrilled to discover the existence of curse practitioners. Though this profession had been nearly eradicated under the church's oppression, he spent a considerable sum to gather information and finally located a retired curse practitioner named Mohammed. Mohan cannot be regarded as a formidable curse master. In the past, he occasionally assisted the nobility in cursing other nobles. However, he later repented and aided the church in successfully eliminating several prominent curse masters, earning himself a pardon. Now, he resides in Jelen, living as a minor noble. Initially, Simon visited him multiple times, but Mohan remained reticent about any details regarding curses. It was only after Simon presented him with several beautiful women and gold coins that Mohan's demeanor began to change. And he occasionally shared snippets of information about curses, though he never divulged how to wield them. When Simon inquired about how to lift a curse, Mohan's response echoed what Simon had previously heard: baptism. For several months, Simon devoted himself to listening to Mohan recount tales of curse masters, and although Mohan deliberately avoided discussing the methods of cursing, he occasionally let slip some crucial details in moments of excitement. Utilizing these fragments of information, Simon managed to glean a rudimentary understanding of how to employ curses. Unfortunately, this brief period of enlightenment was short-lived. On the third day that Mohan finally agreed to teach Simon, the Blood Twilight Knights, led by Baal, clashed with the Morgar Knights. The curse master, like Mohan, was forcibly conscripted into the Blood Twilight, and thereafter, Simon received no further news of him. Fortunately, Mohan had left behind a tome that he claimed was gifted to him by a master of curses. containing the Grey Power. This war engulfed a considerable portion of Yuli's territory, primarily because several counts, who had previously had no ties to Baal, allied themselves with him. This forced illustrious families like Morgar to concentrate all their resources in opposition to the Blood Twilight. Duke Uli Kolo, whose position was already precarious, had no interest in intervening in the conflict. The Morgar family, one of the prominent houses under the Polish crown since before Yuli's establishment, had not seen any elevation in their titles for over a century. Yet they commanded a third of Yuli's territory and possessed a formidable force of 18,000 Morgar knights on the other side. Baal was even more formidable, having become the Lord of Jelen only 13 years prior. He had somehow amassed a force of 15,000 knights in the Blood Twilight, bolstered by several allied counts, bringing their numbers to nearly 20,000, subtly overshadowing the Morgar. The conflict between the Morgar family and Baal originated from early I. To sustain the war, Baal had depleted a significant portion of Jelen's resources and food supplies. Now, even with wealth, little could be procured, prompting many to flee Jelen for nearby towns and villages. The Helen Trading Company, being the largest in Jelen, prospered immensely, leveraging its alliance with Baal to expand into surrounding cities, even relocating its headquarters to Lie City. As Simon walked through the streets, the papal figure, accompanied by several followers, continued to proclaim the glory of the divine. Regrettably, most passers-by appeared gaunt and emaciated, lacking the spirit to pursue divine guidance. The only distinction between the commoners and the nobility was that the latter could still claim the meager food and resources of the former, while the commoners were left to either flee or await their demise. The ruffians fared slightly better. Although dismissed by Helen, they had received several bags of gold amounting to tens of thousands. Before Jelen's resources were fully depleted, Simon had instructed Cha-Cha to procure a substantial amount. However, after some time, Simon resolved to leave this place for various reasons, one of which was that both the nobility and commoners of Jelen had been thoroughly drained of any potential benefit. Chapter 19. On the road, although Helen had successfully propelled the Helen Trading Company forward through this opportunity, she was acutely aware of the potential repercussions for her company should Baal fall from grace amidst the strife between Morgar and Baal. Helen contemplated maintaining a neutral stance between Morgar and Baal, yet she soon realized that Baal was far more unscrupulous than she had imagined. He had preemptively ordered tens of thousands of magical artifacts and military equipment from the Helen Trading Company, ensuring that both parties would continue their alliance until the transaction was completed. The critical aspect of this arrangement was that it utilized a high-grade contract. Given Helen's current circumstances, the supply of various goods amounted to little more than a mere 1,000 per month, implying that the alliance with the Blood Twilight Knights could not be dissolved for several years. Initially, Helen had not considered this, but only comprehended Baal's intentions after signing the contract that, of course, should Baal emerge victorious, Helen's future would be bolstered by a formidable ally, representing a considerable gamble for her. The repeated skirmishes between the Blood Twilight and the Morgar Knights remained closely contested, with the Blood Twilight holding a slight advantage. In the vicinity of Lie City, both sides had suffered nearly 1,000 knightly casualties. The Valinger Valley, located to the west of Lie City, became the battleground for the two knightly orders. Days later, the valley was ravaged, with scattered remnants of shattered wooden stakes still ablaze with magical flames. The acrid stench mingled with curling white smoke, permeating the valley. Pockmarked ground revealed sporadic fragments of entrails. While crows congregated, cawing incessantly, the Morgar Knights divided into three main detachments stationed in the western plains of Valinger Valley, the northern forests, and the southern Naley City. The heavy cavalry occupied the plains, while the northern forest was manned by mages and a few knights, and the light cavalry was stationed in Naley City. All three locations were within striking distance of Valinger Valley, posing a constant threat of assault on Lie City. Presently, Baal's territory was limited to Lie City and Jelen, and most of the allied counts were unreliable. The portly count stationed the Blood Twilight at the western exit of Valinger Valley, where they alternated between defense and offense for over 10 days. With the battleground oscillating between the valley's entrance and exit, the Blood Twilight could not break through Valinger Valley to strike directly at Naley City, and Morgar had no means to counter the Blood Twilight's defenses. As the moon rose above the horizon, the Count's mansion in Lie City was ablaze with light. Baal had invited 5 counts allied to him, claiming that the coalition forces of the Blood Twilight had achieved a resounding victory. Ranging in age from 16 to 67, These 5 counts held sway over a significant portion of Western Yuli's territory at Gati that moment. They reveled in the company of beautiful maidens, savoring the performances while indulging in their soft forms. The initial motivation for their alliance with Baal was straightforward. No one wished to miss the opportunity to share in the spoils from a family as illustrious as Morgar, especially when they beheld the blood of Baal's twilight. The counts began to calculate how much they could gain from this venture. However, these debauched nobles were not oblivious. They understood that the outcome of Valangar Valley's conflict was not as exaggerated as Baal claimed. Being counts, they were not overly concerned about the repercussions for Morgar should they lose. This struggle was merely an entertaining diversion in their noble lives. Baal, in jovial spirits, regaled the 5 counts with tales of his blood twilights, unmatched valor, and the incompetence of Morgar's scoundrels. The counts occasionally erupted into hearty laughter, their spirits lifted, and their attention directed more toward the maidens nestled in their arms. The 67-year-old count even dared to slip his hand beneath a young maiden's skirt, eliciting flushed cheeks and breathy gasps from her. The dancers continued their performance, their expressions unchanging, while the musicians played with exuberance, their melodies unwavering. Among the guests at the banquet was Helen. However, she found little enjoyment in such scenes. She retreated to a sofa on the upper corridor. Just then, a stunning young woman emerged from the adjoining private room. Although Helen had not frequented Baal's residence often, she recognized this enchanting beauty. Marlensis. Her allure was a deep, seductive charm, a confident beauty shaped by the passage of time. With her pristine skin and exquisite figure, this beauty approached, swaying gracefully, captivating the soul. Helen conceded that Marlensis was even more beautiful than herself. To compel a woman to acknowledge another's superior beauty could only be achieved through sheer brilliance. Marlensis leaned beside Helen and smiled gently. "Miss Helen, you seem a bit lonely." "Madame Marlensis, you have not descended either, have you?" Helen's smile radiated the elegance and composure typical of noble women, while Marlenisis's smile mirrored this grace, albeit with an unnameable allure. The two exchanged a few pleasantries before Marlensis gracefully made her way downstairs. With each step she took, Helen sensed a subtle shift in the atmosphere below. The knights standing behind the 5 counts began to sway, and the maidens in the counts' embraces suddenly grew bold and brazen. The crimson lips glimmered through the wine glasses, casting an enchanting spell on the counts, causing them to forget the tightening arms around their necks. With a resounding thud, the knights collapsed one after another. The counts, sensing something amiss, attempted to call out, but the slender arms of the maidens constricted around their throats. Amidst the revelry, the heads of the 5 counts were forcefully thrust upward, only to crash down upon the ground, their blood staining the vibrant carpet with no trace left behind. Baal laughed more boisterously than ever, his hands groping the firm curves of Priscus, who echoed his mirth. Giggling uncontrollably, nearly brought to tears, Helen had already risen from the sofa, and as Marlensis ascended the stairs, she regained her senses, drenched in cold sweat, her expression tinged with anxiety. "Madame Marlensis, if I had been downstairs just now, would my fate have mirrored theirs?" Marlensis gently lifted Helen's chin, assuring her, "No, Baal is quite fond of beauties like you, and I share that sentiment." As Marlenisis's alluring figure receded down the corridor, Helen let out a sigh of relief. Returning to the sofa, what instilled fear in a 9th-level warrior was not the 5 counts who had perished, but rather the 5 maidens who had slain them, just moments ago, as they took lives. Helen could distinctly sense their power exceeding at least the 10th level, while Marlensis resembled an unfathomable ocean, capable of toppling the counts' accompanying knights. Not only did 5 counts meet their demise, but the leaders of their respective knight orders were also ruthlessly slain on this fateful night. The following day, Baal took the lifeless bodies of the 5 counts to the bloodied twilight. Following a poignant oration, all knights hailing from the counts' orders became convinced that their lords and leaders had fallen victim to the assassin of Moga. In this moment of grief, they lamented the camaraderie they shared with the 5 counts and voiced their righteous fury at Baal, who now emerged as their guiding sovereign. To solidify their conviction, Baal even inflicted wounds upon his own chest and cheek. After bestowing a proper burial upon the 5 counts, Baal naturally assumed command over their knight orders, while acquiring knights was merely a means to an end. Baal's true focus lay upon the territories of the counts, for therein lay true wealth and resources. He dispatched messengers to relay the grim news of the counts' demise back to their fiefs and employed various tactics of coercion and allure against the barons. Although the common folk were unaware of Baal's identity, They were swept away by his impassioned rhetoric and lost their reason when the barons emerged to bestow upon Baal their radiant sanctity. It swiftly established him as the temporary lord. Subsequently, the corpulent count orchestrated the dispatching of diverse resources from various cities to the bloodied twilight. At that juncture, the nobility of Goling found themselves akin to the commoners, with the latter reduced to utter destitution. The horse purchased by Qimon was nothing but skin and bones, yet fortunate was Qimon, for his own frail stature meant that the horse might not have to suffer the breaking of its legs. The ruffians, accompanied by Cha-Cha and Brownie, proceeded towards the capital of Uli. Under the cover of night, the trio stumbled upon a small town, seeking a place to rest. Along their path, they encountered 3 mercenaries. Qimon, initially disinterested in forming an acquaintance, found himself approached by the mercenaries who generously covered their lodging expenses. Through a series of exchanges, it was revealed that these mercenaries belonged to the Setting Sun Mercenary Guild. Returning to their guild after the completion of their mission, they warmly invited Qimon and his companions to join them in their journey to the capital. Qimon hesitated to accept, as he believed that such unsolicited kindness often harbored ulterior motives, a notion he had learned from his experiences with strangers. At dawn, the 3 mercenaries invited Qimon and his companions to breakfast, their faces beaming with pride as they extolled the virtues of their mercenary guild. Boasting of its numerous advantages, Qimon nodded along, feigning enthusiasm, while the mercenaries, caught up in their excitement, draped their arms around his shoulders and suggested, "Brother, why not join our Setting Sun Mercenary Guild?" The ruffian, hearing tales of the guild's recent recruitment spree, was astonished that even a third-tier warrior like himself was deemed worthy. Rumors spoke of the guild undertaking a mission to slay a 6th-tier magical beast, which seemed credible, however, for someone of his tier. The only role against such a beast was that of fodder. "Very well, then I shall accompany you to the Setting Sun Mercenary Guild." Qimon initially intended to decline, but a spark of inspiration led him to agree. The mercenaries, overjoyed, decided to escort Qimon and his companions to the Setting Sun Guild. Qimon pulled Brownie aside, whispering a few words to him. Brownie's expression shifted as he rubbed his hands together and murmured, "Isn't this a bit inappropriate?" Qimon shot him a glare, retorting, "Shut up. Dio, you think I wouldn't know you've been itching to pull off a job for quite some time?" Brownie swallowed hard, casting a knowing glance at the mercenaries, his expression akin to that of a lecher beholding a courtesan. The 3 mercenaries, equally taken aback, swallowed nervously, their faces paling. Upon Qimon's return to the table, he quietly inquired, "Your friend doesn't fancy men, does he?" Qimon glanced at Brownie, suppressing a laugh, and replied, "Indeed, you should be cautious." All 3 mercenaries tightened their posteriors in unison, shifting uncomfortably as they envisioned certain unsavory scenarios, abandoning their meals in haste to avoid crossing paths with Brownie. Cha-Cha, having overheard the conversation, inquired, "Lord Brownie, you wouldn't truly be attracted to men, would you?" Brownie froze, his face flushing crimson as he exclaimed, "Don't speak nonsense. I am a noble knight. Though I may have turned to banditry, how could I possess such proclivities? I am only fond of women, particularly those of ample form. Cha-Cha, with your frail arms and thin legs, what allure do you possess?" Cha-Cha glanced at her arms and then at her thighs, which she had previously deemed somewhat robust. Yet in Brownie's eyes, they had become slender and delicate. She shot him a disdainful glare, retorting, "You oddball." The journey to the capital of Varun was long, and should they fail to reach a town by nightfall, they would be forced to camp in the wilderness. The inky darkness ignited a peculiar excitement in Brownie. The impulsive urge to rob surged within him, a trait ingrained from his line of work, leading to a pang of discomfort in his stomach. While the 3 mercenaries rested, Brownie slipped away to a nearby thicket. After a quarter of an hour, Brownie had yet to return, prompting concern among the mercenaries, who urged, "Qimon, your friend hasn't encountered bandits, has he? You should go check." Qimon nodded in agreement and ventured into the thicket. After a while, when Qimon had not returned, the mercenaries grew wary, igniting a magic crystal, and cautiously proceeded deeper into the underbrush. The trio caught a whiff of a rancid stench amidst the night breeze, and faint footsteps echoed through the woods. They stood back to back, calling out tentatively, "Qimon, where are you?" A weak voice emerged from the left thicket. "I am here, it is Brownie." The mercenaries approached cautiously, parting the tangled branches, the light from the magic crystal illuminating Brownie's pale visage. A pool of blood marked the ground as he pressed a hand to his chest wound, fear still evident in his eyes. There are bandits. I was ambushed. Be careful. One mercenary reached out to assist Brownie, who appeared exceedingly feeble, collapsing into the mercenary's embrace. Another mercenary said, "Let's leave this place at once." Unbeknownst to them, a bandit stealthily extracted a dagger from his chest, his fighting spirit surging with the weapon. The mercenaries, caught off guard, were too close to react as the dagger plunged into one of their hearts. The force of the blow shattering his heart and sending blood gushing from the wound in his back. The unfortunate reality was that even this fatal strike elicited a scream from the mercenary. Brownie, somewhat exasperated, shoved the lifeless body aside and kicked it a few times, muttering, "Damn it, you could still scream." The remaining two mercenaries were taken aback, their expressions shifting dramatically as they instinctively stepped back from Brownie. Glaring at him in bewilderment, "What are you doing?" Brownie innocently pointed aside, saying, "He told me to do it." Brownie gestured towards Qimon, who had appeared nearby. The two mercenaries, realizing they had fallen victim to the duo's cunning scheme. "Cursed, you treacherous scoundrels, you shall perish." Both mercenaries lunged at Qimon and Brownie simultaneously. That Qimon's fighting spirit, having scarcely reached the third tier, was overshadowed by his lack of combat experience, leaving him trembling and flustered as he clumsily recited a spell. A first-tier fire spell ignited in his palm, turning his hand a fiery red as he struck at the mercenary's face. The mercenary scoffed, suddenly halting his advance, delivering a powerful kick to Qimon's knee, causing his left leg to buckle beneath him, sending him crashing to the ground, and the spell dissipated into nothingness. Fuming yet panicked, Qimon rolled several times before rising unsteadily, glancing at Brownie. Although Brownie was only a fourth-tier warrior, his extensive experience in banditry had equipped him with the skills to hold his ground. In the brief distraction, Qimon was struck by a mercenary's punch, sending him staggering several steps back. The mercenary's distribution of fighting spirit far more efficient than Qimon's. The punch loosened several of Qimon's teeth, and blood gushed from his mouth and nose, leaving him dazed and disoriented as he finally comprehended the vast disparity between himself and his opponent. At that moment, a mercenary landed another blow to Qimon's left cheek, sending him spinning through the air before crashing to the ground. He struggled to rise, only to be felled once more by a heavier blow from the mercenary. Brownie, witnessing Qimon's struggle, felt a surge of anxiety and cursed him for being a useless and foolish wretch, jeopardizing the life of a young bandit. Yet, as he momentarily lost focus, a mercenary's longsword sliced through Brownie's leg, leaving a shallow but painful wound. Brownie staggered backward, seizing the fallen mercenary's sword and charging forward with a fearless intensity. Though he had escaped the Night Order, Brownie's training had not waned, particularly in swordsmanship, which surpassed that of the mercenaries. Each of his strikes was powerful, precise, and fierce, imbued with fighting spirit. With each clash of their swords, the resultant energy surged past the mercenaries, forcing them to retreat. Meanwhile, Qimon, battered and bruised, was left to roll on the ground in a desperate attempt to escape. The mercenary smirked as he closed in on Qimon, preparing to deliver a crushing kick to his midsection. In a sudden turn, Qimon flung a handful of dirt into the air, the gritty rain obscuring the mercenary's vision. The mercenary raised his hand to shield himself, deflecting the dirt, allowing Qimon to seize the moment to flee and take refuge as he began to recite a spell. Brownie, exerting every ounce of strength, pressed the attack against the mercenary, but his fighting spirit dwindled rapidly. The experienced mercenary recognized that Brownie was nearing his limits and that victory was within his grasp. In that brief span, Qimon struggled to complete his incantation, feeling the weight of the situation as the mercenary's sword forced him to halt. It was the first time he realized how intricate a second-tier spell could be in ordinary circumstances. He had never perceived the urgency of spellcasting, but now, in a life-threatening moment, he understood the peril of delay. Had he been able to unleash a second-tier spell, even if it did not slay the mercenary, it could have inflicted some damage. The mercenary, drawing his blade, lost interest in further engagement with Qimon. The sword danced around him, slashing and stabbing from every angle. In rapid succession, several strikes landed on Qimon's right leg and shoulder, the lingering fighting spirit within each wound causing him excruciating pain and copious bleeding. His remaining fighting spirit was dwindling, and the situation had become increasingly dire. After the mercenary struck Qimeng's left leg with his dual blades, he approached Qimeng and angrily demanded, "Have we not treated you well enough? Why do you wish us harm?" Qimeng, fixated on the mercenary's sword, let out a cold laugh and replied, Is it not obvious that those who recently joined the Setting Sun mercenaries are here to slaughter the blood-red dragon crocodile? Your fervent invitation for us to join is not out of goodwill, but rather because each of us is worth 100 gold coins once sold into the guild." The mercenary's face flushed with embarrassment, and in a fit of rage, he retorted, "Nonsense! Those who are ungrateful should perish." He swung his long sword down with force. Qimon, caught off guard, rolled away in a desperate attempt to evade, narrowly escaping as the sword struck the ground, sending a shower of dirt flying and creating a small crater, indicating the mercenary had exerted his full strength. The ruffian scrambled behind a tree, but the mercenary swiftly severed it with a single stroke, inflicting a deep gash on his arm, blood immediately streaming down. Qimon let out a pained groan and, seizing the moment while the mercenary was momentarily distracted, lunged forward and grasped the mercenary's sword with both hands. Startled by Qimon's sudden move, the mercenary tried to withdraw his blade, but Qimon held on with an unprecedented strength, thwarting his attempts to escape. Though blood poured from his arm, Qimon's gaze remained fiercely defiant. Unable to extract his sword, the mercenary stepped back, reciting an incantation. Instantly, his fist transformed into a gray hue, empowered by a second-tier rock magic spell, rendering his punches harder than stone. With a flurry of strikes, he landed 10 blows, one of which caused Qimon to bleed profusely from his head, leaving him dizzy and on the verge of unconsciousness. The mercenary continued his assault, targeting Qimon's abdomen, causing him to spit blood and collapse to the ground, reduced to gasping for breath. The mercenary, having expended much of his energy, approached Qimon, whose face he trampled repeatedly, cursing, "What are you pretending to be smart for? If you had accompanied us to the Setting Sun mercenaries, you would have been spared. Instead, you chose death." As the mercenary turned to retrieve his sword, a barely conscious Qimon suddenly bit down hard on the mercenary's leg. Enraged, the mercenary retaliated with a vicious kick, but Qimon clung on despite the blows, even tearing flesh from the mercenary's leg in the process. Blood gushed from Qimon's mouth and nose, his wounds severe. The mercenary, seizing his sword, thrust it towards Qimon's chest in a desperate move. In that critical moment, he could no longer hesitate, uttering an incantation as the blade penetrated Qimon's chest by half an inch. Suddenly halting, the mercenary, too, was frozen in place, resembling a statue. Moments later, dark smoke began to rise from his head, and black flames erupted from beneath him, rapidly engulfing his body. Another mercenary, witnessing this scene, stood frozen in fear. Brownie, observing the fate of his companion, felt any thoughts of escape extinguished. Having some knowledge of magic and spells, he had never seen flames of such a sinister hue. The mercenary's body gradually vanished in the flames, and a white silhouette emerged from the conflagration, settling upon Qimon's chest. Only then did the black flames extinguish, leaving behind a pile of ash. The other mercenary, pale-faced, glanced at Brownie, who was nearly depleted of energy, and lost the desire for vengeance against his fallen companion, fleeing in panic into the forest. Once Brownie was certain the mercenary had fled and was not lurking in the shadows to ambush him. He approached Qimon, who lay on the ground, wounds still bleeding, his complexion ashen and body convulsing violently. Qimon resembled a mortally wounded lamb, and Brownie felt an urge to escape surging within him. Moreover, recalling how he had been bossed around by this ruffian in recent days, he yearned to exact a bloody revenge on Qimon, recognizing this moment as the perfect opportunity to reclaim his freedom and return to a carefree life as a bandit in the mountains. Brownie's sword slowly rose, convinced that this strike would surely pierce Qimon's heart. Yet, the earlier scene lingered in his mind, casting a shadow of doubt. He hesitated for 2 minutes as Qimon's convulsing form gradually relaxed. Noticing the bandit's indecision, Qimon understood precisely what Brownie intended. Yet, the backlash from the curse was too intense. He was engulfed in excruciating pain and utterly incapable of resisting. As Qimon and Brownie locked eyes, Qimon's gaze was devoid of emotion, coldly fixed on Brownie, who felt his resolve wavering, avoiding Qimon's stare. "Take me to the town," Qimon commanded, his eyelids fluttering as he focused intently on Brownie's face. This moment marked perhaps the greatest hesitation of Brownie's life. He envisioned his future freedom, yet in Qimon's eyes, the longing for liberty began to chill. Brownie struggled against this gaze, but retreated after a mere second of eye contact. Unbeknownst to him, Qimong's heart felt like it was dangling by a thread over an abyss, and he fought to suppress the pain, employing every ounce of his acting prowess to portray a character who was unfathomable. Composed and unafraid of death, a gentle breeze stirred, leaving Qimong breathless. The weather was cool, and sweat poured down Brownie's forehead. Ultimately, the bandit relinquished his sword. Chapter 20. Adding sin before Mogr and Ball formally declared war. Mogr had dispatched a contingent of 300 knights to demand the release of Earl Leidati. Oh, his dismay. The portly Earl not only refused to release Earl Lay, but also detained the entire knightly company. Earl Lay's mother, distraught, personally led 10 formidable knights to Laching to demand her son's return, only to find herself and her knights seized by Ball, leaving her to return with only tears and curses. When this countess was unceremoniously discarded at the gates of Naily City by Ball's men, the Earl vowed to kill Ball or die trying. However, after experiencing the bloody twilight of their confrontation in the Valangr Valley, the Earl recognized that their strengths were closely matched. He subsequently sent envoys to propose peace, stating that he had many sons and women, but lacked a powerful ally to match Ball's strength. Ball's response was to have the envoy dismembered, their remains sent back in a box alongside the corpses of the original 300 knights. Thus, the Earl abandoned all hope of a peaceful resolution, beginning to amass military supplies from Shillon while seeking aid from the Church of Light in the Uli region. However, the church paid him no heed, continuing its mission to preach the glory of the divine to the impoverished and the destitute. In his fury, the Earl contemplated assassination and offered a substantial bounty for the most notorious assassin in Uli. Meanwhile, Ball continued to indulge himself at Earl Lay's estate, blissfully unaware of the brewing storm. He seemed unconcerned about the outcome of his conflict with Mogr, leisurely teasing Priscilla, who lay beside him. It was Earl Lay himself, now reduced to little more than a dog after prolonged training. Ball whistled, signaling Earl Lay to fetch Priscilla's undergarments, which he did with deftness and skill, presenting them to Ball, who laughed heartily as he began to caress her. Throughout this, Priscilla never once glanced at Earl Lay, instead smiling seductively at Ball. "My Lord Ball, are you not afraid that while you enjoy my company, Mogr's knights might ambush you during your blood-soaked twilight?" Ball, holding Priscilla's delicate form, replied, "I care little for Mogr's territory. Dear Priscilla, just as I would not fear your potential betrayal in bed." Priscilla feigned shyness, playfully pushing Ball away, her eyes glistening. After their passionate encounter, Ball's corpulent body gradually pressed down upon Priscilla's back. The sixth-tier sorcerer striving to maintain a smile as he remarked, "My Lord Ball is indeed valiant." The portly Earl resumed his seat on the bed, delivering a resounding slap to Priscilla's behind. Laughing, "Of course, I'm valiant, ha ha." This boisterous laughter abruptly ceased as Ball's eyes widened in shock at the sword lodged in his chest. In that moment of bloodshed, the sword's aura manifested a dark purple hue, swiftly seeping into his body. This was a toxic spell, while the warrior's aura itself bore no poison. The combination of the toxin on the blade with a specific incantation created a poison spell. The spread of the poison was rapid, and as the assassin withdrew his sword, Ball's entire form turned a sickly purple, accompanied by wisps of white mist rising from his skin. Earl lay crouched on the ground, frozen in his previous position, while Priscilla lay on the bed, both turning to witness the unfolding scene, paralyzed into silence, not even a scream escaping their lips. Ball's corpulent, purple-black body did not collapse as the assassin had anticipated. The portly Earl's eyes glinted with ferocity as he turned swiftly, his hand moving even quicker. Had the assassin been a fraction weaker, he would have seized him by the throat, but alas, it was a near miss. Startled, the assassin retreated a step, thrusting his sword again. Though this strike lacked the ferocity of the first, the aura shredded Ball's shoulder fat into shreds, reducing both Ball's bed and the bedroom floor to dust. Priscilla, unable to conjure a magical shield in time, was knocked unconscious by the dispersing aura, while Earl Lay, standing farther away, was sent crashing against the wall, remaining motionless as he gazed at the two figures in the room. His vacant eyes devoid of emotion. Bale's sinister, squinty eyes narrowed into slits as he fixated on the newcomer, sneering, "Do you truly believe you can slay me?" The assassin remained silent, reciting an incantation once more. A level 5 spell caused the room to tremble. He understood that time was limited until Bale's knights arrived, allowing him only one more incantation. However, the poison-based spell seemed unlikely to inflict fatal harm upon Ball, so he opted for a wind-based incantation. This lengthy level 5 wind spell was uttered with astonishing speed, and as the winds within the room intensified, the assassin's sword began to blur. The rapidly swirling battle aura dispersed, transforming into razor-sharp gusts that sliced through the air, causing a cacophony of high-pitched sounds as they shattered the room's furnishings into disarray. Standing before the assassin, the corpulent count's purplish-black visage twisted into a malevolent grin, declaring, am I to perish at the hands of a mere assassin?" No sooner had he spoken than the assassin's sword cleaved through the air, aiming for Baal's throat. At that moment, two figures approached swiftly from either side of the assassin, their presence exuding a palpable aura of lethal intent. The assassin's speed had become little more than a fleeting shadow to the naked eye, yet these two figures surpassed him. One intervened, catching the assassin's sword barehanded, while the other followed swiftly, delivering a kick that sent the assassin crashing through the bedroom, raising a cloud of dust. One of the newcomers steadied Baal, while the other dashed into the swirling debris. These two were none other than the individuals whom Simon had encountered in Baal's night stronghold. The one who supported Baal was named Gosai. He relinquished his sword, blood oozing from his wounds. The level 5 wind spell having left several cuts upon him, but Baal was assisted towards the hall beyond the shattered door. A beautiful young woman stood at the entrance, coldly regarding Baal, remarking, "Would it not be better to let him kill you?" Upon hearing this, the grievously injured Baal pushed Gosai aside, a cunning glint in his eyes as he retorted, "My dear lady, is this truly what you wish to convey to your beloved husband?" With that, Baal staggered towards Marlene, yet his corpulent form did not collapse upon her. It was as if an invisible barrier existed between Baal and Marlene. Just as he tilted halfway, his body suddenly halted, the excess fat momentarily flattening. Baal attempted repeatedly to breach the barrier and fall into the embrace of comfort, but the fat remained obstinately impervious, leaving him to awkwardly cough and return to Gosai's support. Shortly thereafter, the other figure returned, yet the assassin was nowhere to be found. Baal unleashed a tirade of curses upon him, vowing to annihilate the assassin's entire kin. Initially, Simon intended to impersonate these 3 mercenaries to infiltrate the Sunlight Mercenaries, seeking to capitalize on the slaughter of the blood-red dragon crocodile. However, upon arriving at Valen and joining the Sunlight Mercenaries, he promptly abandoned this notion. The deputy commander of the Sunlight Mercenaries personally led the team, with half of the elite mercenaries gathered there, all rigorously trained and battle-hardened. Upon witnessing the Sunlight Mercenaries at the training grounds outside Valen, Simon felt fortunate that the 3 mercenaries he had previously encountered were merely temporary recruits summoned by the Sunlight Mercenaries for this mission. A mere collection of low-grade cannon fodder, Simon not only lacked confidence in surviving the assault of the blood-red dragon crocodile, but also felt uncertain about pilfering under the watchful eyes of so many mercenaries. Thus he had no choice but to abandon this plan. Upon entering Valen City, Simon realized a grave issue. As a ruffian, the first rule for reinvigorating his illicit endeavors in an unfamiliar place was to find a patron. Given Simon's current state of destitution, it was impossible for him to curry favor with the Duke of Koro, and he was unfamiliar with any local dignitaries, let alone the circumstances of the area. After an entire afternoon without devising a scheme for wealth and power, Simon's attention was drawn to the voice of a preacher emanating from an inn, reminding him of the devout little slave Yearning. It had been months since Yearning departed from Guilin. Simon wondered how this pious young lad was faring. He instructed Cha-Cha to remain at the inn while he eagerly ventured to the church with Brownie. The church in Valen was the headquarters of the Church of Light in Uli, the only place in Uli with a Temple of Light. The diocesan archbishop resided there, and the stairs leading from the temple to the street stretched for 100 meters. Commoners were only permitted to worship at the foot of the stairs, and even nobles were forbidden from entering the temple. Knights stood at intervals of 10 meters on either side of the stairs, each bearing a solemn demeanor. The moment Simon set foot on the stairs, the lances of 2 knights from years past were poised at his throat and heart. The ruffian retreated with a grin, saying, "I have a brother named Yearning. I believe he should be here." The knights paid him no heed. After a prolonged exchange of words and attempts at bribery with gold coins, the knights remained unmoved. Simon glanced at the majestic temple and remarked, "What a splendid view." With that, he plopped down on the ground, resting his chin in his hand. Sprawling out before the stairs, Simon discreetly signaled to Brownie, who promptly understood and procured a tent along with some delectable food. joining Simon on the ground as they engaged in casual conversation. The knights atop the stairs fixated on the two, recalling how many ruffians had caused disturbances here, most of whom had been swiftly driven away by the knights. Yet Simon cleverly set up the tent a meter away from the stairs. Even if he were to relieve himself right there, he would not violate the church's rules. Moreover, Simon refrained from uttering a single disparaging word about the church, instead extolling it with praises. What was once a tranquil place soon attracted a large crowd due to Simon's antics. The ruffian smirked inwardly while feigning a distressed expression, laments spilling forth. "O great God of light, please behold your devoted followers. I, Simon, have traversed mountains and faced beasts, enduring countless hardships to arrive at your temple in Valen from the distant Golan, solely to see my more devout brother. Yet they deem me base and obstruct my path, threatening me. Are they truly your chosen guardians of light? Why do they treat your faithful followers thus? O God of light, woe is me! Has your radiance forsaken us, the common folk? Please, save me." Simon's tearful entreaties ignited the indignation of several who had previously been driven away, who echoed, "Indeed, the God of light shall not forgive you knights. You are alienating the divine from its faithful, and you shall surely be punished." Brownie, a natural performer, had unknowingly collapsed to the ground as Simon spoke, delivering a self-inflicted slap that drew blood from his throat. Though appearing weak, his moans resonated clearly. Seeing Brownie's perfect timing, Simon was overjoyed, stepping forward to seize the hand of one knight, exclaiming, "Do you think I am unaware of your misdeeds? Even if your formidable skills allow you to deceive my eyes and harm my brother, your wicked heart cannot fool the wise God of light into saving his followers." The knight, seething with anger at Simon's accusations, dared not strike him publicly, merely snorting coldly and shaking off Simon's grip. But as Simon followed through with the motion, he tumbled several meters, skillfully creating a few bruises upon landing. He then lay motionless on the ground, sobbing as if he had suffered great injustice. The crowd began to empathize, their voices of reproach rising in chorus. The knights exchanged glances, uncertain how to respond. At that moment, a white-haired man emerged from the temple, followed by several followers of the light. Upon his arrival, the crowd and knights alike knelt, uttering, "Archbishop Nerbai." In Uli, the only authority ranking just below Duke Koro, he slowly descended the stairs. Simon felt a weight lift from his shoulders, uncertain whether to continue the charade. As Nerbai approached the people, their expressions were filled with excitement. To catch a glimpse of the archbishop was a moment of pride surpassing even that of encountering Duke Koro. They began to recount the misdeeds of the temple knights, each proclaiming themselves as loyal followers of justice. With arms outstretched, the archbishop sprinkled a gentle light upon the crowd, enveloping each individual in warmth and comfort, transforming their expressions to ones of happiness and contentment. Nerbai smiled at them, saying, "The God of light will always watch over you. The Duke has merely sent guards for my personal safety. There are those with ulterior motives who seek to tarnish the temple of the God of light. Please forgive them. The God of light will bless you. As for those who betray him, I shall take it upon myself to punish them." The crowd basked in the dim white light, feeling the blessings of the archbishop, witnessing the assurance that evil would eventually be punished, and their faith in the light was reaffirmed as they dispersed one by one. By this time, Simon was no longer the pitiable figure lying on the ground. He stood before the archbishop, bowing respectfully and saying, "Great Archbishop Nerbai, please forgive my methods." The archbishop, smiling, shook his head, interrupting Simon. "My dear follower, the God of light has not abandoned you. It is merely that one of his children has been tainted by darkness. He has shown such cruelty to the devoted followers, and the light will surely deliver judgment upon him." From among the followers behind the archbishop stepped forth the shortest one, fervently proclaiming to the heavens, "May the God of light forgive your transgressions. He shall lead you to the realm of light." Upon uttering these words, the silvery white dagger in the hands of the disciple had already been unleashed, its blinding light prompting Qimon to shut his eyes. When he reopened them, he beheld a gaping wound the size of a bowl in the chest of the knight whom Qimon had accused. The knight succumbed to terror and the milky flames, ultimately departing for the realm of the God of light, leaving no trace of his body behind. The rogue was drenched in cold sweat. Nerbai, cradling his hands, calmly proclaimed, "The light has illuminated your soul." Henceforth, a decree was issued from the Duke of Kolo's residence. For the safety of Bishop Nerbai, no one was permitted to linger in the vicinity of the temple of the god of light. Even within a meter of the steps, the disciple, who had sought to absolve the knight, was none other than Yearning. He had become significantly more robust and handsome since departing from the full omen. Yet his gaze remained as indifferent as ever, neither cold nor warm, neither angry nor pleased. Deity was only when his eyes met Qimon's that a flicker of joy emerged. "You are Qimon," Nerbai remarked. Casting a glance at him, Qimon nodded repeatedly, his face alight with surprise, exclaiming, "The bishop actually recognizes me, a mere disciple." Nerbai appeared somewhat pleased with Qimon's reaction, allowing a slight smile to surface in the presence of the god of light. "Disciples are of equal standing. Since you are brothers, Yearning need not accompany me to the lesson today." With that, Nerbai departed for the temple with several disciples in tow. Yearning stood silent before Qimon, having calculated that since accepting Yearning as his brother, their exchanges had scarcely exceeded 100 words. Qimon had grown accustomed to Yearning's taciturn nature. The trio wandered through Valen City for an entire afternoon, seeking to understand Yearning's circumstances. However, Yearning's limited ability to express himself left Qimon to surmise that he had likely become the most favored disciple cultivated by the church, destined to be sent to the cardinal of the Kaduan Empire in 3 years' time to become a candidate for the Holy Sun. Qimon believed this to be the reason Nerbai had not reproached him. Chapter 21. When Mo encountered Yearning, he was overjoyed and requested Qimon to grant him some gold coins that in Yearning's presence. Qimon generously obliged. Mo, brimming with happiness, took Yearning to explore the nighttime splendor of Valen City. Since arriving in Valen, Yearning had scarcely ventured beyond the church. Obediently following the bishop's every command, he had never experienced the trivial pleasures that common folk indulged in, nor did he possess a yearning for them. Yet, human nature cannot be extinguished. In Mo's company, Yearning rediscovered his inherent nature. Only before Mo did Yearning speak a little more, often breaking into a smile, while the girl's innocent visage allowed him to momentarily cast aside his defenses and vigilance. Qimon, oblivious to these dynamics, found himself languishing in the inn, contemplating summoning Brownie for a night of revelry. However, Brownie expressed disinterest in the slender women, leaving Qimon to venture alone, a seasoned dweller of the nightlife. Though newly arrived in Valen, Qimon quickly discerned the direction of the carriages and the expressions of the men aboard, leading him to a street brimming with revelry. He entered one of the establishments where nobles laughed heartily amidst the aroma of fine wine and sumptuous food. The ladies, adorned with gold and jewels, cast flirtatious glances, behaving no differently than their counterparts in the capital, save for their proclivity to discuss gentlemen while dressed and women when undraped. Qimon casually settled on a sofa, surveying the nobles and ladies around him. A man seated at the far corner of the dance floor took notice of Qimon. Upon meeting Qimon's gaze, he turned away and approached a private room. Qimon shifted his focus, requesting a drink from a serving girl. It must be noted that the prices in Valen were exorbitantly high. A simple glass of red wine cost 3 gold coins. Qimon endeavored to discern the nuances of the wine, but regrettably found himself lacking the knowledge, only able to taste bitterness and remorse. The striking woman, having recently exited a private room, approached with a glass of wine. Scrutinizing Qimon's unremarkable features, she extended the glass toward him, leaving him momentarily flabbergasted. He deliberately chose the side of the glass stained with her lipstick and drained it. The woman laughed merrily, but gradually rose to return to the private room. Qimon barely had time to inquire about her guests for the night when the man he had seen earlier emerged from the room. This time, Qimon clearly recognized him. It was Mo. Instantly, Qimon stood, only to feel dizzy and sit back down. Mo regarded him with a semblance of a smile, saying, "Qimon, it has been a while. My severed arm still aches faintly." Qimon attempted to staunch the spread of the narcotic in his stomach with his energy, but the substances slithered like worms past his insufficiently refined energy, continuing their assault on his mind through his bloodstream. Mo dragged Qimon from the sofa to the ground, and, after delivering a flurry of punches and kicks, left Qimon utterly unconscious. Mo had contemplated how he might deal with Qimon if ever given the chance. He believed that a person like Qimon did not even warrant a swift death, but deserved prolonged torment. Reduced to a mere wretch who could only moan in agony, slowly dying in extreme suffering, he considered himself exceptionally fortunate. Otherwise, how could he have captured Qimon in a hotel in Valen? 2 more individuals emerged from the private room, both at the 4th level of martial prowess. Observing Mo venting his rage on Qimon, they intervened, stating, Send him to the Sunset Mercenaries. I hear that a warrior like him can fetch 100 gold coins there. Imoda was pulled aside, contemplating for a moment before retorting angrily. Let him perish at the hands of beasts and savages. That would be too lenient. When Qimon awoke, he found himself confined within a cage made of steel, accompanied by 7 or 8 other slaves, all of whom were also warriors. However, they evidently bore the scars of inhumane treatment, disheveled and covered in ghastly wounds, while Qimon's own swelling and fractures were comparatively mild. Straining against the chains binding his hands, he cursed, Imoda, that damned cripple, how dare you sell a noble? Following his outburst, Imoda did not appear, but a mercenary escorting the cage came over and struck Qimon twice, causing him pain and silencing his curses. Turning to the slave beside him, Qimon inquired, "Where are we being taken?" The slave, with a vacant gaze, replied, "To the Valley of Savagery." Valley of Savagery, Qimon exclaimed, inwardly cursing Imoda. This was the route to slaughter the blood-red dragon crocodile, and the mercenaries escorting the slave carriage were members of the Sunset Mercenaries. This group of low-level warriors and slaves was the first wave destined to be sent to their deaths in the Valley of Savagery. Pondering the matter of the blood-red dragon crocodile, Qimon swallowed hard. How could he escape from this predicament? He ruminated for a long time, employing both threats and inducements, but the escorting mercenaries remained unmoved. It was rumored that a tribe resided in the Valley of Savagery, and most mercenaries who came here perished at their hands. The blood-red dragon crocodile itself was a 6th-tier magical beast, comparable to a 12th-level powerhouse, and coupled with this primitive tribe, it had once claimed the life of a 13th-level royal knight. There was, in fact, an even more terrifying aspect, one that the vice-captain of the Sunset Mercenaries was aware of but had not disclosed to the other mercenaries. Otherwise, none would dare to venture into the Valley of Savagery. This knowledge had come to Qimon during a moment of boredom, gleaned from a book on magical beasts gifted by Aina. The emergence of the blood-red dragon crocodile depended on 2 conditions: a mature magical beast known as the blood crocodile and the blood of a dragon. The book stated that the blood crocodile was the only type of magical beast that did not fear the presence of dragons. When a dragon fell into a deep slumber, the blood crocodiles would sneak into the dragon's lair, siphoning its blood from its tail. Out of 10 blood crocodiles, only 1 would successfully absorb the dragon's blood. The unfortunate 9 would be incinerated by the furious and scorching dragon's blood. The remaining 1, having undergone transformation, became the blood-red dragon crocodile, transcending the limitations of a mere 4th-tier magical beast and inheriting certain traits of dragons. Consequently, the skin and bones of the dragon crocodile became the prime choice for crafting armor and weapons. The appearance of the blood-red dragon crocodile in the Valley of Savagery 10 years ago signified that a dragon might be slumbering nearby, albeit the probability was slim that a suit of armor made from the hide of the blood-red dragon crocodile fetched between 500,000 and 800,000 gold coins, representing half a year's expenditure for the entire Sunset Mercenaries. The vice-captain willingly took the risk and concealed this information from the other mercenaries. The winding, treacherous mountain path snaked into a valley filled with jagged rocks, with vertical cliffs rising on either side. A thick mist, ever present, enveloped the valley. The Sunset Mercenaries were stationed by a river at the valley's entrance. As the situation within the valley remained unclear, the vice-captain dared not venture recklessly inside. Once Qimon and the other slaves were delivered to this location, he divided the team into 3 groups to enter the valley. Qimon and the slaves walked at the front of the procession, followed by the expendable mercenaries, and finally the elite members of the Sunset Mercenaries, with each group maintaining a distance of several miles as they proceeded slowly into the valley, having passed through a narrow entrance. The valley opened up before them, scattered with boulders that had fallen from the mountainsides, interspersed among sparse shrubs. The slave warriors observed their surroundings while advancing, with a mercenary stationed at both the front and rear of the group. Suddenly, a mercenary at the forefront halted, gazing intently at a boulder. The others followed suit, only to discover a head peering at them from behind the stone. Once detected, the figure emerged atop the boulder. It was a man from a savage tribe. Clad in peculiar attire, with stripes painted on his upper body, he stood upon the rock and let out a series of guttural cries toward the sky before leaping down to pounce upon the mercenaries. The mercenary let out a cold grunt and stepped forward, delivering a punch aimed squarely at the forehead of the tribal man. The gathered fighting spirit erupted in a cloud of earthy yellow, a two-tiered earth-type spell, which he believed would be enough to obliterate an unarmed savage. However, as his fist collided with the tribal man's forehead, the expected result of shattered skull and brain matter did not occur. The foe stiffened momentarily, blood streaming down from his forehead, yet he did not retreat. The mercenary, taken aback, noticed the muscles across the man's body begin to writhe beneath his skin, and he felt the forehead growing increasingly hot. Hastily retracting his hand, he stepped back 3 paces to widen the distance. The tribal man's skin started to crack and bleed crimson, white steam emanating from the fissures as if he were clad in the hide of a crocodile. The mercenary, puzzled by this transformation, instinctively released his fighting spirit. As the tribal man lunged again, the mercenary drew his sword and slashed upward at the man's throat, the blade enveloped in swirling, earthy energy. Just as the sword was about to pierce the creature's throat, a claw-like hand grasped the mercenary's sword, dispersing the fighting spirit and shattering the ground beneath them with deep fissures. Both the mercenary and the creature found their feet sinking into the earth, each refusing to yield, one striving to advance, the other pushing back. After a moment's stalemate, the mercenary swung his other hand towards the creature's abdomen, but the creature suddenly leaped upwards as soon as its feet left the ground. The mercenary's sword was freed of resistance and thrust forward, a torrent of fighting spirit pouring forth, sending the creature hurtling away. The monster effortlessly escaped the impact mid-air, spinning twice before landing on the ground, not standing, but crawling, its hands transforming grotesquely into claw-like appendages, and a row of bony spines sprouted from its spine. How could these savages be so formidable? The mercenary thought, retreating cautiously. The creature clawed at the ground and propelled itself forward with great force, scattering dirt in its wake as it surged over 10 meters away. The mercenary furrowed his brow, planting his sword into the earth and chanting an incantation. This spell was evidently different from the previous 2. By its conclusion, he found himself enveloped in a cocoon of earthy fighting spirit, his muscles swelling and his skin taking on a faint yellow hue. With a fierce shout, he charged forward, colliding with the creature, which emitted a pained cry, its body flung back like a cannonball. What a collision! Another mercenary exclaimed in admiration. The creature, sent sprawling across the ground, began to bleed profusely from its mouth and nose. Its eyes warily fixed on the mercenary while its peripheral gaze fell upon the other mercenary. Realizing it could not confront them, it turned and plunged into the rubble and underbrush. The mercenary let out a cold snort and pursued, with the slaves following under the direction of another mercenary. However, the mercenary and the creature moved too swiftly, quickly vanishing from view. When the slaves arrived at the spot where the mercenary had disappeared, a tremendous crash erupted from behind a massive boulder, accompanied by a wave of air that swept over them. As they rushed to the back of the boulder, they found half of it reduced to rubble, the creature lying amidst the debris, its skin torn and bleeding profusely. The mercenary was still panting, his swollen muscles gradually deflating as he approached, sword in hand. At that moment, another mercenary was intently focused on whether the first could slay the creature. Qimon quietly advised the slaves beside him, "If that creature dies, we will not escape. While the mercenary has expended much of his fighting spirit in his single-minded pursuit of the creature, we must strike him down then, with one mercenary remaining. We can manage him, or else we all face death at the hands of the blood-red dragon croc." The slaves turned their gaze towards Qimon, their once numb expressions now reflecting contemplation. They glanced at the other mercenary, who was indeed fixated on the spectacle of the creature being pierced. In that moment, they found themselves at an impasse. Among them, a frail and ailing old slave, who had little time left, stepped forward with a fierce determination. "We are all doomed anyway. That fellow has mercilessly lashed me all the way here." Chapter 22. The stance. The response was immediate, with voices rising in agreement. Save for 2 young slaves who hesitated to join in, they still possessed the vigor of youth and dreams of a future, although they had endured much mistreatment. They felt it had not yet reached the point of necessitating a life for a life. As the mercenary's sword lunged towards the creature with astonishing speed, Qimon's expression shifted in a coordinated rush. 12 slaves pounced upon the mercenary. The second mercenary had yet to react when the first 3 slaves landed their fists against the mercenary's abdomen and chest. The sword, thrown off course by their sudden intervention, struck the creature's abdomen instead, while the mercenary was sent flying several meters by the force of the slave's assault. Still bewildered by the situation, a shadow darted before him, a jagged claw piercing through his chest and emerging from his back. Clutching shattered organs to die in shock and terror, the mercenary's eyes widened until he fell. The creature trembled and collapsed as well. Even had the slaves not intervened, the creature had been poised to tear apart its adversary as it succumbed to its own heart being pierced. Though it too would meet its demise. Damn slaves, the other mercenary bellowed in astonishment, swinging his sword and claiming the lives of 2 slaves in an instant. Qimon, having silently slipped into the midst of the remaining slaves, no longer doubted that the 10 remaining slaves could not overcome a 7th-tier mercenary. However, the mercenary's performance soon made him a believer in this grim reality. The emaciated bodies of the slaves appeared like withered branches before the robust mercenary. Their prolonged abuse having left their fighting spirit thin and scarce, that a 4th-tier slave warrior was effectively weaker than a 3rd-tier warrior. Moreover, they were all shackled, their hands and feet bound. The slaves' fists, despite landing on the mercenary, posed no lethal threat. Instead, each time a slave managed to strike, they would find their arm severed by the mercenary's swift retaliation. The situation was dire, and the ragtag band considered fleeing when suddenly one of them was seized by the leg. It was the tribal man, now returned to his human form. Bloodied and gazing gratefully at the rogue, did he believe that Qimon and the others had saved him. In truth, the rogue had hoped for the mercenary to eliminate him, that the slaves might then turn on another mercenary, and that his survival had been merely a stroke of luck. The tribal man, struggling to express his gratitude, stammered, "Thank you for your timely rescue. Could you please help me withdraw this sword?" Just then, several red figures burst into the fray, moving with astonishing speed. Upon closer inspection, they resembled the monstrous transformation of the earlier man, but these were swifter and stronger. The 2 young slaves standing in their path were reduced to mere fragments as the creatures barreled into the conflict. A bloody stench permeating the air. 7 monsters encircled the slaves and the mercenaries, both parties halting in their tracks, warily observing the 7 beasts. Qimon's eyes darted. Formulating a plan, he helped the tribal man to his feet, feigning concern as he implored, "Quickly, come save your kin. He is on the brink of death." The largest creature approached, its beastly eyes scanning Qimon from head to toe. Suddenly, it seized Qimon by the throat. Its grip like iron. A slight increase in pressure would snap his neck. The tribal man on his shoulder interjected, "He and the slaves saved me. That mercenary is the intruder." The creature continued to scrutinize Qimon for a long moment before releasing its grip, shifting its gaze to the mercenary and pointing, declaring, "Kill that intruder." With 1 monster remaining to guard the injured man on Qimon's back, the other 6 turned to face the mercenary, their cracked skin emitting white mist as they let out a fearsome roar and charged toward him. The slaves, bewildered, believed the assault was aimed at them, instinctively adopting defensive stances until the creatures raced past them, leaving a gust of wind in their wake. Only then did the slaves realize the monster's target was not themselves, and they collectively exhaled in relief. The mercenary, sword in hand, faced the oncoming onslaught of 6 beasts. He could only hastily employ his swordsmanship to parry the initial wave of attacks, barely managing to fend them off. But in the blink of an eye, the monsters lunged again. Though lacking formidable fighting spirit and magic, their strength and speed rivaled that of a 7th-tier warrior. The mercenary defended against wave after wave. But soon, the majority of his fighting spirit was depleted in the next onslaught. The 6 creatures shattered all his defenses. As the sword slipped from his grasp, his body was grotesquely torn apart by 2 monsters, which ravenously consumed the blood from his remains, creating a gruesome scene. "Watch out!" One slave suddenly shouted that a brilliant white light descended from the heavens, moving with such speed that by the time the slave's warning reached the monsters, the light had already engulfed them. That a tremendous roar echoed, accompanied by a powerful shockwave, scattering dust and blood in a chaotic mixture. When the light finally dimmed, a massive crater several meters wide remained, at the center of which a gleaming silver spear stood, surrounded by the shattered remains of the 2 monsters. Only then did the remaining creatures realize that mercenaries had begun to gather around them. The elite of the Setting Sun mercenaries, alongside over 100 newly recruited mercenaries, had arrived. The 5 remaining monsters converged around Qimon, carefully shielding him and the injured man he supported. The slaves instinctively gathered closer. Clearly aware of their own position, the lead creature scrutinized Qimon once more, then glanced at the other slaves, stating, "Jim, you carry him. I will carry Lacey." As Qimon was hoisted onto the back of the creature named Jim, he felt an intense heat radiating from its body. The monsters were scorching to the touch, Yet they were the only means of escaping the encirclement of the mercenaries. The rogue dared not cry out in pain. The leading monster cautiously extracted the sword from Laishi's lower abdomen, then spat a viscous, greenish liquid onto Laishi's wound at this moment. The mercenaries were already mere meters away. The distance closing rapidly. 5 monsters simultaneously fled towards the upper reaches of the savage valley. The mercenaries stationed ahead encountered the monsters and were instantly torn to shreds. Aside from the elite members of the Setting Sun mercenary group, the other mercenaries were utterly helpless against the monster's extraordinary speed. Suddenly, a flash of white light appeared. One monster reacted swiftly and leapt aside, but despite its speed, it was still grazed on the thigh by the white light, which then burrowed into the ground, creating a massive crater. The monsters paused briefly, allowing the mercenaries to close the gap, led by Zadu, a 10th-level warrior wielding a silver spear. Although he could not immediately catch up to the monsters, his speed was slightly superior, and with persistent harassment using his spear, he quickly reduced the distance from 100 meters to 30. The injured monster found it increasingly difficult to keep pace with its companions and, with resolute determination, turned and lunged at Zadu, while the other 4 monsters glanced back before sprinting forward once more. One of them, filled with rage, exclaimed, "Why must these oblivious bastards come to harm Lord Almeda every year? Damn these outsiders! In the past decade, our kin have been slaughtered by them." Before the words had fully left its mouth, a scream erupted from behind as the creature fell beneath Zadu's silver spear. After catching his breath for a moment, Zadu resumed his pursuit. While only a few of the mercenaries behind him managed to keep pace, the rest could only watch their figures gradually fading from view. The savage valley, with its narrow entrances and exits, widened as they ascended, revealing rolling hills and forests. Taking advantage of the delay caused by their fallen comrade, the monsters entered the forest first, swiftly transforming back into human form to traverse the terrain on foot. With the smoke and the white mist emitted by the monsters dissipated, Zadu and several mercenaries halted, cautiously entering the mountainous region after confirming there were no ambushes lurking within the forest. "May I ask you a question? Since you are human, why do you transform into half-beasts?" Qimon inquired cautiously. "Thanks to Lord Almeda," Jim began, but was immediately silenced by a fierce glare from the burly leader. "Please forgive my impertinence. I am merely curious," Qimon bowed apologetically. Qimon's politeness evidently earned him the favor of the primitive tribe, as the more affable Jim began to converse with him. Aside from his profound skills in combat, this 23-year-old youth's temperament was akin to that of a child compared to Qimon. Resembling the innocence of a young rabbit in contrast to a cunning fox in any town, nobles would succinctly label such a naive individual as an idiot. Qimon easily extracted a wealth of information from Jim. But whenever the conversation approached critical topics, he would tactfully halt, reminding Jim to exercise discretion as an outsider. After traversing several mountains, they began to encounter primitive tribal houses, albeit all abandoned, due to the influx of outsiders. The entire tribe had migrated to the cliffs of the upper valley to prevent further loss of life among their kin, for within the smooth, vertical caves of those cliffs lay the guardian they revered. Almeda. Qimon speculated that it must be the blood-red dragon crocodile. For reasons unknown, these relatively primitive tribespeople had taken it upon themselves to protect a magical beast. Upon entering the tribe, Qimon found himself surrounded by curious men and women, clad in simple linen garments that concealed their most vital parts, their skin darkened and adorned with rudimentary lines. To Qimon's eyes, they were all rather unsightly, particularly the women, who, without undergarments, suffered from severe sagging. A stark contrast to conventional notions of beauty. After nodding in greeting to the crowd, Qimon quickly followed Ham and the others into the chief's dwelling. Severely injured, Laishi was the chief's son, while Tonka, who had led Ham and the others to rescue Laishi, was the chief's eldest son. The old chief, with a head full of white hair and bright eyes, did not immediately focus on his son's injuries, but instead scrutinized Qimon for a moment before stating, "Take him away and kill him." Tonka intended to explain that Qimon was Laishi's savior, but was rebuffed by the old chief's glare. He turned to Qimon, causing the young rogue to flinch, swiftly diverting his gaze to Laishi and Jim. If these two did not speak up soon, the would-be savior would surely become the victim. Laishi, true to Qimon's hopes, weakly positioned himself in front of Qimon, demanding, "Father, how can you treat my savior this way?" Although he understood the concept of gratitude, It did not stem from Qimon's intentions. Jim also interjected, "Indeed, Chief, I can assure you that Qimon is a kind and upright person, that he is a slave, brought here against his will, and poses no threat to Lord Almeda." The notion of uprightness and kindness brought joy to the rogue's heart, though he maintained a facade of a timid slave, trembling as he regarded the old chief. "Are you truly not a spy sent by outsiders?" The old chief furrowed his brow, brandishing a dagger as he pressed closer. "I swear, I am not. I was merely rescued here by a few brothers that if you wish me to leave, I would only be walking to my doom." Qimon exclaimed in terror. The blade had already drawn blood on his neck, and he dared not breathe. The old chief's expression shifted several times before he slowly lowered the dagger, revealing a smile. "Forgive this old man's rudeness. I have been frightened by those outsiders over the years. You may take him to Sophie's house. There is no one home." Jim exclaimed in surprise. "But Sophie is—" "What of Sophie's house? Go quickly." The old chief's eyes widened with intensity. The tribe's dwellings were constructed among the trees, nestled beneath the cliffs, with the tribe at its center. The other three sides were sheer cliffs. Should the mercenaries triumph in their confrontation, they would face utter annihilation. In this precarious situation, the rogue's previously settled heart was once again filled with trepidation. Chapter 23. The beauty Sophie's home was not within the tribe itself, but rather a cave at the base of a cliff to the left of the tribe. Jim briefly explained their identities to Sophie, requesting that she take good care of Qimon's daily needs. From her tone, it was evident that Sophie's status within the tribe was quite low. Nevertheless, she was a beauty. The girl named Sophie was neither alluring nor charming. But in the meeting of her brows and eyes, and the encounter of her nose and lips, there was a delicate, heart-wrenching fragility. Qimon had never been captivated by a woman's appearance, yet upon seeing Sophie, he felt an overwhelming urge to protect her. The rogue firmly believed that fortune had once again smiled upon him. Sophie was entirely enveloped in a coarse linen garment, but her exposed hands were as white as jade. Due to her low status, she was even prohibited from painting the tribe's characteristic stripes on her skin, which ironically aligned with the rogue's aesthetic preferences. He bowed to Sophie and said, "Beautiful lady, please allow me to intrude upon your time." Sophie glanced at Qimon without replying, turning instead to retrieve a piece of linen, dividing the cave into two sections, and pointed towards the inner area, succinctly stating, "You sleep inside." Crack! Jim struck Sophie across the face, admonishing, "Is this how you treat your guests? Do not forget that you should be grateful we haven't expelled you." Sophie lowered her head in silence. Jim raised his hand to strike her again, but Qimon hastily intervened, saying, "Brother Jim, perhaps you should check on Brother Lyshi." Jim huffed, glared at Sophie, and then departed. "Thank you," Sophie muttered, resuming her tasks in the cave. Qimon sat nearby, watching her as she busied herself with trivial matters. Unable to suppress her curiosity, the girl turned her head and asked, "Esteemed guest, is there something strange about me? I swear to the god of light, I am purely captivated by your beauty, as one might be drawn to a melancholic yet beautiful poem or a poignant and melodious song. Therefore, please forgive my impertinence," Qimon replied, continuing to regard Sophie with admiration. The girl's face flushed slightly before she returned to her previous aloofness, saying, "Do all outsiders speak with such flattery?" Qimon shook his head, adopting a serious demeanor. Such sincere praise cannot be deemed flattery. The girl said nothing further and continued preparing dinner. Qimon thought it wise not to speak too much, fearing that even a hint of ulterior motives might tarnish his image and ruin his efforts. Finding a clean spot, the rogue lay down to sleep, weary from enduring a beating from Mord and surviving a perilous encounter. Shortly after Qimon fell asleep, the old chief commanded a third of the tribe's warriors to accompany him in ambushing Zadu and his companions. Though formidable, Zadu faced 50 warriors led by the chief, whose strength could rival that of a 10th-level warrior in his transformed state, while the weakest among them were at least 5th-level warriors. He would have to pay dearly for his recklessness, losing an arm in the process. Though he survived, he was gravely injured, and the other members of the Setting Sun mercenary group were not as fortunate, all perishing within the forest. As Sophie awakened Simon, night had already fallen. The perpetual mist that enveloped the savage valley rendered the evening exceedingly dark. Inside the cave, the flickering beast oil lamps offered scant illumination. The rogue fumbled at his chest, retrieving a magical crystal to illuminate the space, and remarked, "I find it quite curious that a beautiful maiden like yourself holds no standing among your kin." The young girl gazed at the magical crystal in Simon's hand, extinguished the candlelight, her lovely visage alight with excitement, and exclaimed, "Is this what civilization outside looks like?" Simon nodded, smiling as he inquired, "Do you not wish to learn about the world beyond?" Sophie remained transfixed by the magical crystal. Simon's smile grew ever warmer as he continued, "If you share the affairs of your tribe with me, I could even take you away from here. What do you wish to ask if you take me away? It seems the men here possess the ability to transform into monsters. Yet they differ from the half-beasts cursed in spirit. I am intrigued as to why they can undergo such a change. Indeed, it is the blood of Almeda, since Almeda's emergence 10 years ago. The men of the tribe have beseeched Almeda for his blood. All the men in the tribe gain that power after consuming it. I observe you possess quite an array of books here. Is this the reason for your isolation?" Simon surveyed the cave walls, which were crammed with diverse tomes. Sophie's attention remained fixated on the magical crystal, and she slowly replied, "These books are spoils brought back after they slay outsiders. They select the gold and weapons, discarding these to me." Simon clapped his hands and stood, exclaiming, "That is splendid. I was concerned we might encounter communication issues. Truly fortunate." Sophie was taken aback, observing Simon's exuberance, and queried, "Do you intend to reside here for an extended period?" The rogue, realizing his indiscretion, gradually sat back down and quickly added, "Of course not. I meant to say, during the time I take you into the realm of civilized humanity." Sophie sighed, a hint of sorrow in her voice. "Alas, you lack the ability to do so. You cannot." Her words trailed off, as if burdened by a weighty concern, her brow furrowed as she stared at the magical crystal. Noticing her troubled expression, Simon could not help but ask, "Is it possible the old chieftain restricts your movements here?" Sophie shook her head, replying, "He decrees that all tribesmen must not leave the valley. Yet I am the exception. Except you, if I may be so bold. Does that imply he has forsaken you?" Simon inquired with growing curiosity. Sophie offered a bitter smile. "Yes, however, I wish to believe the world outside bears no prejudice or discrimination." The rogue smiled faintly, refraining from responding to Sophie, who continued, "My mother was to marry the chieftain's eldest son, but 1 month before the wedding, I was born. That is all I can divulge." He could surmise the extent to which a secluded tribesman valued a woman's chastity, equating it with her very existence, especially given that the suitor was the chieftain's son. Sophie's mother's actions evidently brought great shame upon the old chieftain, resulting in her isolation and ostracism. "Humph. Do you intend to parade around the fact that you carry the tainted blood of an outsider and the truth of your mother?" At that moment, an authoritative voice echoed from outside, and the chieftain's eldest son, Tonka, strode in. With a swift motion, he raised his hand to strike, but Simon quickly intervened, pleading with him to desist. After some reluctance, Tonka lowered his hand, glaring furiously at Sophie. Yet, the girl remained composed. Fixing her gaze upon Tonka and coldly stated, "Please leave. This is my home. If your intention is to kill me, you shall be sorely disappointed." Tonka, filled with rage, transformed into his half-beast form. Simon was knocked to the ground by a mere wave of Tonka's hand. As he advanced toward Sophie, who remained unfazed as Tonka approached, Simon hesitated, realizing this was the perfect moment for a heroic rescue. However, offending Tonka, the chieftain's son in a savage tribe, was hardly a prudent choice. "One must always save the beautiful," echoed in Simon's mind, recalling the sage words of old Jete when he rescued a courtesan. Summoning his courage, he crushed the magical crystal in his hand, plunging the cave into darkness. In that obscurity, Simon discerned 2 faint glimmers of white light emanating from Sophie and Tonka. Although Simon had not studied curses for long, he possessed the ability to perceive the soul's light within living beings. Yet, he dared not confront Tonka directly. Instead, he sought to seize Sophie's hand and escape amidst the dim glow. He grasped her hand, intending to flee, but to his astonishment, he could not budge the girl an inch. Tonka roared, "Simon, do you, a mere slave, think you can act as you please here simply because you saved Lyshi?" His transformed claws lunged towards Simon. The rogue had not anticipated that these monsters possessed night vision. A searing current rushed towards him as Tonka's claws approached. Just as they were about to crush Simon's forehead, a seemingly delicate hand, shimmering with a rainbow of light in the darkness, effortlessly grasped Tonka's wrist before he could strike. In the faint light, Tonka struggled to break free, yet Sophie remained steadfast. His movements became increasingly frantic. his expression twisted in agony. Ultimately, he leaned backward, gripping his own hand with all his might, attempting to pull away, causing the ground beneath him to crack under the pressure of his legs. Suddenly, with a sharp crack, Tonka lost his balance. The immense force propelled him into several rolls, his claws failing to escape Sophie's grasp, instead severing completely from his wrist. He stared in disbelief at Sophie, shock rendering him momentarily mute, even forgetting to scream. When Sophie released his severed claw, his scream erupted, a sound of terror far outweighing the pain. Simon was equally astounded, his eyes wide as he beheld the girl beside him. Tonka fled into the cave's entrance, terror flooding his soul, compelling him to distance himself from Sophie, who was no longer the Sophie he once knew. In an instant, she was upon him, and though Simon could not see Tonka's expression, he noted that the light of his soul had shifted from white to gray. Such a transformation indicated an influx of negative emotions within his spirit, plunging him into a state of fear. Sophie approached Tonka step by step, forcing the panicking creature to retreat continuously, until he was cornered against Simon's legs. Tonka abruptly regained his senses, rising violently and seizing Simon by the throat, declaring, "If you dare approach, I shall kill him." Sophie halted, eyeing the visibly anxious rogue. Gritting her teeth, she retorted, "He is of no relation to me. You, however, are my enemy. You may kill him, but your fate will be far worse." Though Tonka was alarmed, he had not entirely lost his wits. Sophie's hesitation did not escape his notice, and he felt a thrill of triumph. "Then come at me. I wish to see your prowess. You could tear us both to shreds. Couldn't you? Go on, you bastard." "No, like your mother." Sophie's fury flared once more, yet her resolve wavered. Tonka observed her every change in expression with newfound clarity, becoming increasingly exhilarated, and emboldened his taunts. "Bastard child. Come on, bastard child. Try to kill me. What are you? Just a bastard child, fit only for our scorn." However, before he could complete his tirade, he suddenly felt an uncontrollable shudder coursing through his body, followed by a blurring of his consciousness and vision. The last thing he beheld was Simon's excited face. Simon's curse alone could not have slain Tonka, but the combination of fear and overwhelming astonishment darkened Tonka's soul light. Thus, Simon's curse successfully pierced through the barrier of the soul light, embedding itself within Tonka's spirit. Before long, black flames erupted, consuming Tonka's form until the fire extinguished, and a wisp of white light drifted from the embers towards Simon, merging with his chest. The rogue's complexion turned as pale as parchment, and he staggered back several paces, his body seemingly losing moisture like a sponge, transforming into a gaunt figure. Sophie reached out to steady Simon, sensing an unsettling aura emanating from him. She inquired, "Who exactly are you?" Simon's expression grew increasingly ashen as he managed a weak smile, replying, "And who are you?" With that, he fainted, collapsing against Sophie's ample-bosomed in the dead of night. After having already settled to sleep, Sophie suddenly sat upright. Gazing outside the cave, a colossal figure slowly entered, its crimson eyes glimmering ominously. Its sharp, massive claws grazed Sophie's neck, slicing through her delicate skin and drawing forth a thin line of blood. The beast licked the droplets from its claws before turning to depart. Sophie remained silent, her alabaster fingers brushing over the wound, causing the blood to evaporate and the injury to heal completely. Watching the giant beast vanish into the night, her eyes hardened with cold resolve that it was not until long after the creature had disappeared into the darkness that Simon dared to sit up. Trembling as he asked, "Miss Sophie, what was that?" "Almeda," Sophie replied. "Oh, I thought you had fainted." Simon shuddered, quickly stating, "I was startled awake, all due to its oppressive presence." Sophie nodded, oblivious to the secrets hidden within the encounter. In a forest several dozen miles from the Savage Valley tribe, over 20 tents radiating a white glow were scattered about. Within the largest of these tents, 5 men were seated around a newly fashioned wooden table, one of whom was the unfortunate Zadu, who had lost an arm. "Dear Archmage, we have generously recruited you from the Mage Guild with hopes that you can accurately divulge all the details regarding the enemies faced by the Sunset Mercenaries in this mission," spoke Kaji, the vice-captain of the Sunset Mercenary Corps, to the man beside him. This mage, adorned with 12 golden stripes on the collar of his robe, had graying hair and a frail physique. Slowly, he retrieved a weathered piece of beast hide from his storage space. Covered in an array of intricate magical symbols, the great mage Hade began to chant a spell, causing the hide to levitate in the air, its magical symbols gradually illuminating. From this glow emerged hundreds of yellow dots of varying sizes, each flickering with a red light. The Archmage's gaze fell upon the one dot among the yellow that shimmered with a gray light. This is an impossible situation. He fell into deep contemplation. Mage, what do you think? Do we stand a chance of victory? I can no longer suppress my urge to slaughter those savages, Zadu expressed, more eager than the others present to learn the outcome. The Archmage, shaking his head in confusion, did not respond to Zadu's inquiry, muttering, "Gray, that should be the color of half-orcs, it shouldn't manifest in humans. Could it be that my wide-ranging detection spell has faltered?" Haid recited the incantation again, this time with heightened concentration, yet the results remained identical to before. One yellow duck glowed with a gray hue. After a moment of thought, Haid remarked, "The beast you hunted must be a formidable creature among the 6th-tier beasts. My detection spell is unable to sense it. However, judging by these results, the tribe's warriors guarding that beast have been endowed with a blood curse by it. Fueled by the beast's blood, they can rival 7th-tier warriors, numbering only 21. The strongest among them is merely at the 10th tier." Zada stood, declaring, "Then what are we waiting for? Tomorrow? No, tonight. We shall go and slaughter them all." Have you forgotten who recklessly pursued them today, resulting in the loss of a 9th-tier mercenary and 3 8th-tier mercenaries? Kaji scoffed and continued, "As far as I know, the 6th-tier blood-red dragon crocodile possesses an ability akin to a dragon's breath, which is quite troublesome. Moreover, an extremely enraged 6th-tier blood-red dragon crocodile can unleash a 7th-tier beast magic, a force immensely powerful, comparable to a mage's self-detonation. Even if we survive such magic, the blood-red dragon crocodile that used it would be reduced to ashes, rendering our mission utterly futile. That it would be best if someone could deliver a decisive blow to the blood-red dragon crocodile at a critical moment." Upon hearing this, all present fell silent. Even the mightiest among them, the mage Haid, shook his head and said, "If your target is the blood-red dragon crocodile, I cannot assist you. The blood-red dragon crocodile, having consumed dragon's blood, has essentially become a dragon-like beast. Its magical defenses are likely stronger than some 7th-tier beasts, and you have also mentioned wanting its entire corpse. That we mages lack the capability for such a task." Kaji pondered for a moment, then said, "Mr. Haid, do you believe its strength to be around the 13th tier? Approximately 13th tier. Otherwise, it would not have escaped my detection entirely," Haid affirmed confidently. 13th tier. The room erupted in astonishment. The 5 individuals present included a 12th-tier archmage, an 11th-tier warrior, and 3 10th-tier warriors. They all understood how monumental the gap was between tiers beyond the 10th. Zadu proposed, "We need to find an assassin of 12th tier or above." Haid shook his head, replying, "Unfortunately, the strongest assassin in Uli was severely injured while attempting to assassinate Baal's Crimson Dusk is currently scouring the land for him. He has vanished without a trace." Kaji contemplated for a moment and said, "Very well. Everyone should get some rest. A solution will present itself." The 3 men rose and returned to their respective mercenary squads, while Haid was about to leave when Kaji called him back. "Mr. Haid, could you please construct a temporary teleportation array over the next few days?" A teleportation array? Haid was taken aback. Constructing such an array demands immense magical energy and time. Even a temporary one would require 10 days for someone of his stature, and afterwards, it would take him half a month to recuperate his magical energy. Kaji's request clearly indicated he did not intend for Haid to participate in the confrontation with the dragon crocodile. "Are you planning to summon Lord Malay?" Haid exclaimed, surprised, then gradually revealed a smile. As if envisioning the successful completion of the Sunset Mercenaries mission, he added, "If that is the case, I wouldn't mind exhausting my magical energy, for after all, Lord Malay is one of the 2 royal knights of Uli. I just wonder where Lord Malay is now. If he is too far away, I fear the array I construct may not be able to facilitate his teleportation." Chapter 24. The scoundrel. The morning in the tribe was still shrouded in thick fog. Early in the day, the old chief took the tribe's people to observe the camp of the Sunset Mercenaries, oblivious to the fact that his eldest son had been missing for an entire night. The women in the tribe busied themselves with laundry and cooking, while the children frolicked joyfully, creating a scene of tranquility and harmony on a wooden path that wound through the tribe. Qimon followed closely behind Sophie. The women paused in their tasks, casting sympathetic glances at Sophie. Sophie remarked, "In the past, aside from the chief's family, others treated me quite well. However, since the men began drinking Ermida's blood, they have become irritable and dark. Starting to obey Ermida and the chief blindly, the women in the tribe fear their husbands. Today, since the men are absent, they remain silent, but when they're around, they hurl insults at me just like their husbands. A woman hastily pulled back a child attempting to approach Sophie, scolding, "If you dare go near her, your father will break your legs." After saying this, she cast a pitying glance at Sophie. Qimon scanned the surroundings, feeling a surge of compassion for Sophie, and sighed. They are utterly unaware of how strong their pitiful one is. Yet, I believe such strength renders you quite unfortunate. Sophie halted, gazing into Qimon's eyes filled with pity, and sighed, "Outsiders like you, with such smooth tongues, must be quite dangerous." The girl, however, broke into a smile. Qimon shook his head, denying, "The words I speak before the beautiful lady come from the heart. Does Miss Sophie believe that my compliments on your beauty are mere flattery?" Sophie's cheeks flushed, and she quickened her pace to distance herself from Qimon, saying, "Isn't it just flattery? The books are quite clear on that." Seeing the girl shy away, Qimon, momentarily carried away by pride, puffed up his chest and boldly declared, "What book is that? It is clearly a book that misguides one's future and tarnishes one's image. How could I, Qimon, with my sweet tongue, possibly be a flatterer?" He boasted as he caught up to the girl. "I'm curious how you looked so gaunt last night, yet today you seem to have recovered," she said. Observing Qimon's face, last night his cheeks were sunken, resembling a skeleton, but today he appeared restored. His face could not be described as handsome, yet when he smiled, a sly glint would occasionally shine through in his current exaggerated self-praise. Sophie felt a sense of lightness. The scoundrel sighed and said, "If I had still looked like that, how could I stand beside the beautiful Miss Sophie? It must be that the heavens could not bear to see me so, and thus restored my appearance so I could be near you." Sophie laughed even more heartily, saying, "Mr. Qimon, I initially thought you were a gentleman from outside, but it turns out you are just a pretentious scoundrel. It seems like people from outside always have such interesting ways of speaking. Is it not overly verbose?" Unbeknownst to them, they had arrived at the rock wall on the right side of the tribe. At first glance, it appeared unremarkable, but several yards above the ground, obscured by towering trees, lay a massive cave. The same oppressive presence from the night before emanated from within. Qimon pointed towards the cave, his expression darkening. "Sophie, you didn't bring me here to venture inside, did you?" Witnessing Qimon's fear, Sophie let out a gentle sigh, feeling somewhat disappointed. Qimon took a step back, shaking his head. "Dear Miss Sophie, I cannot accompany you inside. If you were to engage that beast, I would surely be the first to perish." He sat down on the ground, while the girl entered the cave alone. Inside the dimly lit passage, waves of scorching heat surged rhythmically. After merely a few meters, she spotted the dragon crocodile lying on a stone platform, sound asleep. The girl took a step closer, and the slumbering dragon crocodile stirred, slowly opening its eyes to regard Sophie. "Give me your blood," Sophie replied with remarkable calmness. The dragon crocodile's eyes, shadowed in darkness, fixed on the girl and let out a roar, the gust of wind lifting her black hair. Amidst the tremors of the cave, her alabaster skin glowed faintly like a rainbow, her graceful form unwavering in the onslaught of wind. The dragon crocodile ceased its roar, exhaling heavily, extending its claw resembling that of a dragon. From its cracked hide, blood began to ooze. Sophie traced a gentle arc in the air with her fingers, drawing the blood towards her palm, forming a blood sphere. As she turned to exit the cave, Qimon, who had been hiding several dozen meters away, saw Sophie emerge unscathed and joyfully exclaimed, "I thought the tremors earlier meant you were fighting with that dragon crocodile." Following Sophie back to her stone cave abode, Simon could not restrain himself from inquiring, "Are you truly intending to consume the blood of these dragon crocs? You must understand that the dragon croc possesses the blood curse of its blood jaws. Should you partake, you will forever be enslaved to them. This is for you to drink. However, rest assured, I will purge it of its toxins and blood curse," Sophie replied. The rogue immediately grew tense, retreating 3 steps and nearly stumbling. Pointing at the ancient tomes adorning the walls, he exclaimed, "Surely you do not believe that you can genuinely eliminate the blood curse with mere written accounts. If she were to use force, he would find himself without a refuge for his lamentations. You must trust me. You are far too weak. I merely wish for your survival," the young girl said, raising her hand, her graceful contours and alabaster skin radiating within the cave. The apprehensive Simon retreated yet further, his expression darkening as he remarked, "Let it be. Dear Miss Sophie, you are aware that the power your kin acquire comes at the cost of their lifespans. The ferocious blood of the dragon croc relentlessly drains their potential. I do not wish to share their fleeting fate. With a wistful sigh, Sophie's enchanting visage clouded with sorrow, she implored, please believe me. I possess the ability to dispel the blood curse. I truly desire nothing more than your continued existence. She lifted her pristine hand, and Simon, fearing she meant to seize him, instinctively stepped back, only to witness her gently lacerate her skin with her nail. Vivid crimson blood welling forth from her immaculate hand and cascading into the blood sphere. The rogue watched in disbelief as the vibrant blood illuminated the sphere with a kaleidoscope of colors upon contact. Transforming it into a dazzling spectacle, he cautiously approached, noting the tension in Sophie's brow, his expression shifting through a myriad of emotions before descending into prolonged silence. Having spent considerable time in the city, he often judged others through the lens of his own experiences. Had he been Sophie, he would have undoubtedly coerced himself to drink the dragon croc's blood, binding himself through a soul contract. Yet Sophie's actions defied his expectations. This innocent girl was willingly sacrificing her precious blood for someone she had known for but a day. In that moment, a rare sense of emotion stirred within Simon. Observing the faint traces of pain on Sophie's sweat-dappled face, he gradually settled down, conceding, your blood is worth 1,000 times more than that of the blood jaws. Indeed, dragon blood can indeed nullify the blood curse and poison. How could I have failed to realize this and misjudged Miss Sophie's good intentions? From all he had witnessed thus far, at merely 16 years of age, she could effortlessly suppress a being comparable to a 7th-level warrior. The presence of dragon crocs hinted at the existence of a colossal dragon, with a mother from the tribe and a father from abroad. The arrival of the dragon croc and the tasting of blood intertwined into a poignant tale of beauty and tragedy involving a maiden and a dragon, a deduction he arrived at only after witnessing Sophie's blood mingling with that of the dragon croc. Sophie gasped in surprise at Simon's revelation. How could you possibly know? Simon remained silent. Ah, dear Miss Sophie, how could I ever express my gratitude for your generosity? Dragon blood is exceedingly rare. He suddenly grew bold and audacious. Pinching Sophie's cheek, the young girl, taken aback, nearly spilled the blood sphere in her hands, her irritation flaring as she retorted, you change your demeanor quicker than one turns a page. Just moments ago, you trembled in fear, and now you exhibit such disrespect. Unbeknownst to her, Simon's heart had undergone a profound transformation. With a sigh, Simon replied, who could resist the enchanting actions of the beautiful Miss Sophie? In my efforts to articulate my admiration for you, I find only rudeness and audacity within myself. I, Simon, have resolved to offer you my sincerest devotion, having endured isolation amidst the mountains and valleys. Sophie had never before encountered such words. Gazing upon Simon's face, which bore both mischief and sincerity, her mind momentarily blanked, leaving her at a loss for words. As she regained her composure and scrutinized Simon's countenance, she finally stated earnestly, I'm sorry, but you are not my type. I consider you merely a friend. Simon, accustomed to rejection, simply replied, that's quite all right. He then leisurely whistled, yet his shameless nature only incited Sophie's ire further. As she exclaimed, you are utterly unreasonable. I should never have offered you my blood. Dear Miss Sophie, allow me to present my rationale. I like you, and surely it is not without reason. Deity is your beauty and kindness that have captured my heart. Since it was you who inspired my affection, regardless of my wishes, it is clear that you, in your unruly manner, have compelled me to fall for you first. How can you then blame me for returning such feelings? Simon shook his head in mock despair, feigning victimhood. How could Sophie contend with the cunning Simon? Shaking with anger, she huffed, gesturing with her hand, directing all the blood spheres into a ceramic jar, her voice rising with indignation. Someone like you has no right to touch dragon blood. When those mercenaries arrive to slay Armida, we shall see how you fare. As she spoke, Simon felt a shiver run through him, contemplating Sophie's words, his expression shifting as he laughed. Dear Miss Sophie, I was merely jesting. Your kindness has not gone unnoticed by the heavens. I understand your rejection stems solely from goodwill, and I trust that the benevolent Sophie would not abandon the pitiable Simon, nor would she stand idly by as he awaited his demise. Do you truly grasp why I have refused you? Sophie's tone softened considerably. Simon nodded earnestly, his gaze fixed on the ceramic jar. Sophie seemed to notice this. raising her crystalline hand and delivering a resounding slap across Simon's face, sending him sprawling several meters away in a most undignified manner in the days that followed. A bruise lingered on Simon's visage, while the jar remained firmly in Sophie's possession. Each time Simon attempted thievery, he was met with a scathing reprimand, the terms shameless and rogue having long lost their sting, as Sophie could find no new insults to hurl at him. Consequently, Simon grew bolder, his attempts at theft becoming increasingly frequent. However, on the seventh night, Simon did not appear, and Sophie, unperturbed by the notion that this scoundrel had genuinely repented, recalled the countless times he had feigned understanding of her intentions only to plot another theft. Times, she felt an overwhelming impulse to slay him. Prepared for his arrival, Sophie was taken aback when he failed to materialize. Her curiosity piqued. She could no longer resist the urge to part the fabric of her tent and peer inside, only to find no sign of Simon. Closing her eyes, she strained to hear even the faintest sound within the vicinity, yet still detected no trace of him. A chill ran through her, and she murmured, "Could it be he has fled? Such a shameless coward. Perhaps he truly has escaped. I had hoped he would assist me against Armida. How naive of me to think so. He knows my identity. What if he were to spread word of it? I should have killed him on the spot." As these thoughts consumed her, Sophie's frustration mounted, her feet pounding the ground as tears welled in her eyes, nearly spilling forth. "Simon, you shameless cur, I shall hunt you down and slay you." In a fit of anger, she hurled the ceramic jar out of the cave, deeming it useless now that Simon had fled. By sheer coincidence, Simon returned, whistling merrily, just as the jar soared through the air. He swiftly caught it, and upon inspecting it, realized it was the very jar he had failed to steal multiple times. Overjoyed, he exclaimed, "Dear Sophie, how could you so carelessly discard such a precious item? Since you no longer desire it, I shall reluctantly accept it on your behalf." Simon's sudden appearance caught Sophie off guard, and hastily wiping her tears, she retorted, "Did you not flee? Why have you returned? Quickly return my dragon blood. If you came back solely for the blood, then give up all hope. I shall never entrust it to a scoundrel." Sophie's eyes glistened with unshed tears, and Simon, perceiving the distress, feigned enlightenment. "Ah, dear Sophie, you weep. Surely you believed I had fled. In truth, I merely went to observe what the old chief and the others were doing. It seems Miss Sophie is quite concerned for my well-being. How could the Honorable Simon abandon the lovely Miss Sophie?" Sophie remained steadfast in her disbelief of Simon's smooth words, resolutely declaring, "Return my dragon blood at once, and swear never to disclose my secret of being half-dragon. Then you may leave." With a mischievous chuckle, Simon swiftly opened the jar and, in a matter of moments, drank every last drop of the precious liquid within. "The dragon blood shall not be returned to you. Who said I was leaving? I declared my intention to take the beautiful Miss Sophie with me. I am a man of my word." Sophie trembled in indignation at Simon's audacity, stammering, You cannot take what is mine without my consent." Tears brimmed in the young girl's eyes once more, her finger trembling as she pointed at Simon, rendered speechless. Chapter 25, The Secret Chamber. The poet declares, "It is a sin to cause a maiden to shed tears. Those beautiful and innocent girls deserve tenderness and affection, for they are the eternal theme of romantic poetry. Those who bring sorrow to maidens shall inevitably face dire consequences." Thus, Simon was met with retribution. After consuming the blended blood, his stomach felt as if it were being scorched by a torrent of molten magma. The searing heat boiled within him, gradually dispersing towards his heart, igniting excruciating pain along its path. Simon began to writhe on the ground, his entire body turning crimson and emanating wisps of smoke. Sophie seemed to have anticipated everything, indignantly exclaiming, "You shameless scoundrel, you deserve this." At this moment, Qimon was in excruciating pain, yet his mind remained clear. Upon hearing Sophie's words, a surge of indignation welled up within him. And gritting his teeth, he retorted, "It was you who discarded it. I merely picked it up to drink. How can that be considered theft? It pains me greatly, my dear Sophie. Please help me." With that, Qimon collapsed to the ground, crying out in agony as the mingled blood of the dragon and the dragon crocodile began to seep into his muscles and bones. At that moment, Qimon felt as though he had been unceremoniously plunged into molten lava. Every inch of his body was ablaze, and this searing sensation only intensified, pulsating with the rhythm of his heartbeat as the blood coursed through him. He was unaware that only the dragon blood, when blended with other concoctions by a master sorcerer, would not turn toxic. Regret was now futile. Soon, his skin began to dry and wrinkle, and his hair emitted a faint smell of char that in a moment, he would ignite, gradually losing his ability to move. The girl's fury began to dissipate. Observing his near-death state, she hesitated for a moment, grasped his hand, and a surge of magical energy rapidly spread within him, merging with the boiling dragon blood. Qimon felt an overwhelming pain swiftly diminish, replaced by a cool and refreshing sensation that almost made him moan aloud. The once furious and rebellious dragon blood, under Sophie's magical guidance, gradually calmed and began to integrate into Qimon's body. His damaged organs, bones, and muscles healed rapidly, and within this newly reborn body, fighting spirit surged forth ceaselessly. Once all the dragon blood had completely fused with him, he gasped for breath, rose from the ground, and clenched his fist, discovering to his astonishment that his fighting spirit had reached the 6th level. However, this fighting spirit appeared somewhat dispersed, lacking the refinement typical of 6th level prowess. Sophie released his hand and coldly remarked, "Now that you possess the dragon blood, hurry and flee." Elated, Qimon declared, "Dear Miss Sophie, allow me to show you the secrets of the old chieftain." Sophie was taken aback. Before she could react, she was pulled along by Qimon out of the cave. At that moment, the old chieftain was leading nearly all of his tribesmen, concealed within the forest surrounding the setting sun mercenaries, preparing to deliver a decisive blow under the cover of night. To set an example, he had even summoned his second son, Lacey, who had not yet fully recovered from his injuries. Half of the men in the tribe donned homemade armor, tailored to fit their transformed physiques, differing in shape and size from conventional armor. Most notably, the back portion featured several orderly circular openings to accommodate the bone spikes that emerged upon transformation. As night fell to its darkest, the old chieftain, accompanied by over 130 warriors, stealthily approached the mercenaries' encampment. For several consecutive days, he had personally observed the mercenaries and had discerned that their night watch was divided into 2 groups. One hid in the trees above to observe from above, while the other patrolled the surrounding forest within 100 meters. The ground patrol was not particularly strong, but those in the trees were formidable, including Zidu, whom the old chieftain had personally disarmed. The light from the magical crystals spread into the forest surrounding the camp, but was swiftly engulfed by darkness. Yet, these powerful sentinels possessed keen hearing that could penetrate any corner within 40 meters. A team, concealed in the shadows, stealthily advanced within 100 meters of the camp, and one of the patrolling squads of mercenaries fell silently beneath their claws. The old chieftain took action, and as the 4 mercenaries yawned, their heads were severed from their bodies. The 4 men from the tribe then seized their magical crystals and continued along their patrol route, while the sentinels in the trees observed the momentary pause of light in the forest before resuming their forward movement in an orderly fashion. As they neared the auditory range of the tree-bound mercenaries, the old chieftain ordered a halt. They had chosen this direction to infiltrate the camp because the sentinels in this sector were comparatively weaker. Only at level 8, the seasoned old chieftain understood well that as martial artists progressed, the disparity between each level grew increasingly vast. This level 8 mercenary was more than twice as weak as the disarmed Zidu, making him the only target the chieftain could assuredly eliminate in one strike. Gazing at the mercenary illuminated by the magical crystal atop the tree, the old chieftain's emaciated form began to swell as his muscles writhed violently. Unlike the other tribesmen, his skin was black, and as it cracked, no mist escaped. When his transformation concluded, his lips tore, revealing sharp teeth, and bone spikes erupted from his back. Rising high as the old chieftain crouched down, his legs sank into the earth, his skin began to exude red mist, as the essence of his blood was drawn and expelled from his body. This method of charging energy was unique to the old chieftain alone, and those standing beside him felt the ground tremble beneath them. With the earth's soil scattering, the old chieftain transformed into a shadow, darting towards the mercenary several dozen meters away. When the mercenary heard the rush of air, the old chieftain was already upon him. Reacting instinctively, the mercenary swung his long sword at the chieftain. An 8th-level mercenary's reflexes were indeed swift, yet his fighting spirit could only coalesce halfway. How could his sword withstand the chieftain's long-prepared claws? With a sharp crack, the sword was deflected, and the mercenary's head was severed from his body by the claw that resembled the Reaper's scythe. After this elegant execution, the old chieftain swiftly landed on a tree. Steadying the mercenary's body and catching the rolling head as it fell from the air, gently placing the two halves of the mercenary's body atop a sturdy branch before swiftly descending back to the ground. The entire hunting process concluded without a sound, save for the sharp clang of claw against sword. Over 100 warriors immediately followed in the old chieftain's wake, transforming just 10 meters from the camp. At the old chieftain's command, the mist-emitting monsters surged forth from the darkness and burst into the first tent, where 12 sleeping mercenaries remained blissfully unaware of the impending doom until the agonizing pain surged through their bodies. Their instinctual screams, short-lived, drained their final vestiges of vitality as they helplessly witnessed their bodies being torn apart, innards and blood splattering everywhere. In the second tent, another 12 mercenaries frantically donned their garments. Searching for weapons in disarray, before the monsters, they desperately cast spells, yet a hastily invoked incantation proved utterly ineffective against the monsters' claws. The bloody slaughter swiftly reduced the 12 to mere shattered corpses. The third and fourth tents soon fell victim, and the central tent of the camp became exposed to the monsters' gaze. Leading the charge was the old chieftain, accompanied by 10 other monsters, as the remaining monsters continued their slaughter of the mercenaries in the surrounding tents. Upon breaching the central tent, however, they found not the mercenary leaders but an empty expanse, the ground inscribed with intricate magical symbols forming a magic circle. The old chieftain exclaimed in alarm, "It's a trap. Those vile mercenaries anticipated our ambush." Reacting swiftly, the old chieftain leaped backward just as the magic circle ignited. The other 10 tribesmen were not so fortunate, as a geyser of flames erupted from the ground, engulfing them instantly. The central tent vanished in an instant, and the monsters' forms twisted within the flames, with only one struggling to emerge from the inferno. Reflecting on the journey, the old chieftain realized he had not encountered a single formidable mercenary. He should have noticed this much sooner. As the elite members of the Setting Sun mercenaries surrounded the monsters from all 4 directions at the moment the magic circle was triggered, the old chieftain listened to the anguished cries of his tribesmen. His beast-like gaze fell upon a nearby tribesman who had lost his ability to move, now reverted to human form, his charred wounds oozing blood as he convulsed in pain. The old chieftain turned and crushed his skull underfoot, emitting a low growl that resonated with the monsters, who were fiercely battling the elite members of the Setting Sun mercenaries, causing them to converge toward a single direction. The old chieftain sprinted to the front of the remaining 60 or 70 monsters, tightly clustered as they charged at the mercenaries blocking their path. The mercenaries decisively parted ways, opting to flank the monsters from both sides. Several monsters perished under their onslaught, their bodies hoisted by their comrades to shield against the mercenaries' lethal attacks. These damned creatures have no sense of defense. Once they find themselves at a disadvantage, they are utterly helpless. "Quickly, slay them," Zada shouted, his eyes ablaze as he pursued the monsters, his level of excitement rivaling that of the bloodthirsty beasts. Just as he felled one monster and prepared to pursue another, he was halted by a nearby mercenary. All the mercenaries came to a stop at the edge of the camp's illumination, contemplating the dark forest, the monster's advantageous terrain. Reluctantly, Zada watched as the last monster's silhouette vanished into the shadows, ultimately deciding not to pursue any further in this encounter. The mercenaries had only lost a little over 100 expendable fighters and 14 elite members, while the opposing side suffered near 2/3 of their number, with over 80 perishing. This decisive victory was attributed to the great mage Hader, whose reconnaissance spells had uncovered the old chieftain and his kin lurking in the area, allowing him to devise this cunning trap. Taking advantage of the absence of the old chief and the men of the tribe, Qimon and Sophiel stealthily made their way to the chief's dwelling. Proceeding directly to the foot of the old chief's bed, the simple bed was covered with a hide, and Qimon lifted the entire bedding, revealing a staircase that descended below. Sophiel gasped in astonishment, exclaiming, "I have been in the tribe for so many years, yet I was unaware that the old chief's house concealed a secret passage." She was convinced that Qimon had not come to flee but had arrived here for a purpose. Sincerely stating, "I apologize, I misunderstood you." Qimon cast a fleeting glance at the young woman's bosom and murmured softly, "An apology is less gratifying than a touch." "What?" Sophiel failed to catch the mumbled words of the rogue. "Nothing. Nothing. Surely there are more intriguing discoveries below," he quickly replied, leading the way down the staircase. Sophiel followed closely behind. The dim, elongated stone steps spiraled downward, and as Qimon and Sophiel reached the end of the staircase, the light from a magical crystal illuminated the subterranean chamber. The enclosed space was saturated with intense negative energy, and a strong odor of blood pervaded the air, while a crimson mist rendered everything within the chamber indistinct. Sophia furrowed her brow, yet she displayed no signs of fear or panic, which surprised Qimon. He had initially thought he might take advantage of the situation or play the hero, but it seemed that opportunity had slipped away. As they moved forward, the stone platform obscured by the red mist gradually came into focus, revealing itself to be an altar. The altar served as the source of the negative energy present in this place. Qimon stepped onto the altar first, his eyes drawn to the intricate engravings upon its surface. While he did not recognize all of the ancient symbols, several were unmistakably characters of curse incantations. The symbols were arranged in orderly lines that extended into the center of the altar, into a square blood pool, where thick, bubbling blood surged. Witchcraft, Qimon marveled, excitement gleaming in his eyes. Sophia was also familiar with witchcraft, but she could not comprehend why this notorious summoning technique would elicit such enthusiasm from Qimon. Powerful summoning spells can call forth angels or demons, yet witchcraft can only summon their consciousness and a fraction of their power. It should have been rendered extinct with the advent of summoning magic. It seems that sometimes being primitive can be advantageous, Qimon mused, unable to suppress his admiration for the primitive tribe's backwardness. This archaic form of witchcraft ought to have vanished within the realm of civilized society, yet only tribes like theirs could preserve it so perfectly. Sophia gazed at the blood pool, her frown deepening. The heavy scent of blood made her feel nauseous. Why are you so pleased? Can this witchcraft truly assist us? Qimon appeared not to hear Sophia's inquiry, murmuring, "This old fellow seems to have had plans all along. When he sent Tonka to monitor me, I suspected he was no ordinary man." After a moment of contemplation, he turned to Sophia, saying, "Dear Miss Sophia, I must stay here tonight that I swear by the light of the divine. I will undoubtedly assist you in dealing with Armida. You need not worry that I will flee." Sophia looked into Qimon's earnest face, and after a brief silence, she nodded, saying, "I trust you. Please be careful. You should leave quickly," Qimon urged. Once Sophia departed, the rogue leaped into the blood pool. The viscous blood enveloped him, and torrents of negative energy surged into Qimon's being. His fighting spirit resisted fiercely, but the negative energy was more potent than he had anticipated, easily penetrating his defenses. Within mere minutes, his body began to feel numb and cold, and the rogue's rigid form began to emit wisps of black smoke. As the influx of negative energy intensified, piercing cries echoed in Qimon's mind that a fleeting glance revealed ghostly, translucent figures swirling within the thick blood. These souls belonged to mercenaries slain by the tribe of the Savage Valley. Trapped in this dark altar for ages, their spirits perpetually brimming with resentment and fury, the very essence of negative energy. A novice curse master, Qimon's primary objective was to store some basic souls within himself. Having previously used the souls of mercenaries against Tonka, excessive cursing had led to their destruction, resulting in severe backlash against Qimon. Now, if he could acquire these souls, he would stand a solid chance of defeating even a fully prepared Tonka. The anger and resentment of these souls were palpable. If their spirits were to grow even stronger, the negative energy they emitted could obliterate his body the moment he entered the blood pool, rendering him one of their own. Qimon persistently radiated his curse power, quickly attracting the surrounding souls, which began to swirl around him. "My enraged brethren, channel your fury towards those whom you despised. I am willing to be your envoy, to walk with you towards the light beyond the endless darkness." As Qimon recited these incantations, the surrounding souls seemed invigorated, resonating in unison. The negative energy emanating from the blood pool surged to its zenith, intertwining with Qimon's curse power to form a vortex that funneled into him. The souls from the blood pool flowed through this vortex into Qimon's being, transforming his entire form into a mere husk. Along with this, a torrent of negative emotions flooded into his soul, and the rogue let out a pained groan, nearly losing consciousness as the voices of nearly 100 vengeful souls reverberated within his mind. Qimon's eyes turned crimson, his veins bulged, and he flailed his fists wildly in the thick blood, having completely lost his reason. Time elapsed unmeasured until he gradually subdued the vengeful spirits. Regaining clarity, he swiftly harnessed his curse power to seal these souls within the black pattern on his chest. This curse, originating from Manchi and Baisluo, was an enigma to Qimon, yet it served as an optimal sanctuary for containment, by using curses to nurture souls, generating curse power from those souls, and subsequently casting curses. A curse master's ultimate secret is unveiled. However, unlike other curse masters who employed deceptive curses to trap souls into releasing their negative energy, Qimon's curse was an authentic one with the acquisition of these souls. Qimon felt a sense of fulfillment. Initially, he had aimed to contain only a few, yet he was astonished to discover that his soul's resilience was not significantly inferior to that of a seasoned curse master, enabling him to withstand the mental onslaught of nearly 100 spirits. Ecstatic, Qimon intended to depart from the blood pool when the sound of footsteps echoed in the distance, prompting him to submerge back into the blood. As he tamed these souls, the old chief returned with the last 30 or so tribesmen. At this moment, the old chief and his tribesmen arrived at the underground altar, their expressions filled with astonishment. Clearly unaware of the altar's existence, the old chief instructed everyone to sit before the altar, and with a heavy sigh, he knelt on the altar's steps, declaring, "If we wish to protect Lord Aramita, this may be our final opportunity. Please, Morotis, grant us strength without leading our hearts astray, for we too are safeguarding your envoy, Lord Aramita." With that, the old chief knelt on the steps, praying to Morotis. Morotis was once a lord of hell who had appeared on the continent, capturing many tribes of the time and gaining their faith and following that he sought to challenge the Church of Light, only to be sealed back into hell during his third battle with them. But to Qimon's surprise, the Savage Valley tribe was among these primitive tribes. If the deity they worshipped was Morotis, the altar's purpose must be closely tied to him. "Forgive me, my tribesmen, for my faith leaves me with no choice," the old chief sighed, gradually reciting incantations. The blood from the blood pool flowed along the witchcraft symbols, filling every symbol on the altar. The surge of magical elements flooded into the altar, and the ancient symbols, now filled with blood, emitted a dim red glow. The altar began to tremble as the old chief ascended it, proclaiming, "Come forth. This is our final chance to protect our faith, and our only opportunity to draw near to Lord Morotis. Alas, time is short, and I cannot report to Lord Aramita, but he will undoubtedly support us." As his words faded, black mist slowly emanated from the altar, swirling above it, and gradually, a breath echoed through the chamber. Growing clearer, "Lord Morotis," the tribesmen exclaimed with unrestrained excitement. "Who dares to disturb my slumber and summon my consciousness?" A voice, both authoritative and cold, resonated from the altar, and dark energy surged, forming a storm at the center of this black tempest. The spectral figure of Morotis emerged, reclining yet raising his head. Flames of black engulfed the horns atop his head, and thick black smoke billowed from his nostrils, with the body of a bull and an imposing gaze. He slowly fixed his eyes upon the old chief and his tribesmen. Instantly, they knelt before him, and the old chief, tears brimming, declared, "My Lord Morotis, after hundreds of years, your loyal tribesmen finally behold your true form once more and can communicate with you again. Please, hear our suffering and grant us redemption." A powerful surge of dark energy emanated from Morotis, rippling outward in concentric circles, dissipating upon reaching the walls. "That I in a fit of rage," he exclaimed, "not a single soul. Do you intend to deceive me with this pool of worthless blood?" Concealed beneath the veil of his curse, Morotis remained oblivious to the presence of Qimon. The elder chieftain, startled by Morotis's thunderous voice, stumbled back several paces before hastening toward the blood pool, and negative energy continued to ooze from it. His eyes widened as he murmured, "Not a single soul? That is impossible. In such profound depths, amidst this filthy blood and the altar's confinement, those souls cannot possibly escape." The ethereal figure of Morotis, flickering in and out of existence, coalesced into a hand formed from his dark energy, gripping the chieftain's throat. "You foolish devotees, have you truly come to believe that your faith no longer requires sacrifice?" Upon uttering this, Morotis's apparition fragmented into over 30 wisps of mist, which then entered the bodies of all present. They had yet to comprehend what was transpiring when their forms began to transform into those of half-beasts. The skin on their chest rapidly darkened, and in the blink of an eye, over 30 creatures had turned entirely black, their eyes becoming hollow. Only the elder chieftain retained a flicker of consciousness, yet even that was gradually fading as he watched his kin exude black mist. Ascending the steps one by one, the last image he beheld was that of a gaunt figure emerging from the blood pool, gasping for air. The skin, almost clinging to the bones, quickly inflated, returning to the appearance of a normal youth. He retrieved a skin adorned with symbols from beneath his garments, reached through it, and extracted a set of clothing. The boy discarded his blood-soaked garments for a fresh outfit, casting a mischievous grin at the chieftain before turning away. The elder could hardly process the shock, having already been wholly subjugated by Merodas's will, following Qimon and the throng of monsters out of the subterranean chamber. By now, morning had dawned. The early rising women noticed their husbands approaching slowly and sensed something amiss. They inquired about the ambush on the mercenaries from the previous night. The transformed creatures, entirely shrouded in black, turned their heads with a vacant stare, and in an instant of fury, one raised its hand and tore the woman into shreds. The black mist emanating from the monsters swiftly engulfed the remains, whisking away the blood and souls. The once quiet mourning of the tribe erupted into a cacophony of screams, indiscriminately piercing the air. Regardless of age or gender, Qimon bore witness to the horror, a chill creeping into his heart. These creatures, or rather, the will of Merodas, paid no heed to the individual radiating negative energy. The cries reached Sophie's cave, prompting her to rush forth, bellowing at the creatures, "What are you doing?" The 5 or 6 monsters turned simultaneously, their hollow gazes fixed upon her as they approached with deliberate slowness. Could it be that Almeda had directly controlled them with blood curses? A surge of anger surged within Sophie, yet she recalled that blood curses would only gradually alter their temperament and affinity towards Almeda. They could not directly commandeer their actions or will. Her peripheral vision caught sight of Qimon hidden behind a tree, and she accused him. "Did you do this? Why would you act in such a manner?" With that, she leapt, vaulting over the heads of several monsters, landing before Qimon, demanding, "You must command them to cease at once, or I shall kill you." Her threat lacked conviction. Qimon chuckled coldly, replying, "My dear Miss Sophie, should you wish to threaten me next time, do so with a bit more composure and infuse your eyes with a hint of murderous intent. Otherwise, even if I could stop them, I may not choose to assist you." Furious, Sophie stomped her foot and reached for Qimon's throat. Given her strength, this gesture posed a significant threat to him, but a wisp of negative energy coalesced as she grasped him, seeping into her body. This energy induced a drowsy effect, yet Sophie's body seemed innately immune to negative energy. The vitality within her swiftly dissipated the encroaching darkness, leaving her only slightly chilled. "You must command them to halt," she insisted, tightening her grip on his neck, although she remained unaware that she was still too lenient, failing to induce any sense of asphyxiation in him. The heavy scent of blood stirred the vengeful spirits within Qimon, who smirked coldly. "Why do you persist in doubting me, dear Sophie? If you believe their actions are under my control, then by all means, strike me down now." In that moment, Sophie sensed an icy aura emanating from Qimon, enveloped by a chaotic, malevolent essence that could erupt at any moment, invading her being. Instinctively, she released her grip and stepped back, exclaiming, "What is within you?" At that juncture, 5 or 6 monsters advanced, brandishing their claws menacingly. Sophie scoffed, conjuring a massive fireball that engulfed the creatures. However, her restraint was evident. The monsters emerged from the flames, their scorched limbs flailing, impervious to pain, as they remained under the sway of Merodas's will. With her brows furrowed, Sophie clenched her fists, preparing for hand-to-hand combat. Yet, a wisp of black mist enveloped her from behind, startling her. However, upon discerning that this negative energy bore no intent to invade her body, she felt a measure of relief. Qimon stood beside her, whispering, "Merodas's will, being dispersed, lacks the capacity for fine perception. Within this negative energy resides a hint of darkness. If you refrain from using magic, they will remain unaware of your presence." Sophie was taken aback. Merodas? As a member of the tribe, she was aware of his status as their deity, yet her knowledge of history revealed Merodas's true identity as a lord of the underworld. She inquired, "Is the altar in the chieftain's subterranean chamber intended to summon Merodas's power?" Qimon nodded, still able to discern the happenings beyond the black mist that he deliberately allowed negative energy to coalesce around Sophie, obscuring her vision and hearing, adding, "It is unfortunate that the elder chieftain failed. Merodas did not grant them power, but rather enslaved their wills with dark energy. Humph, one must choose their deity wisely." At that moment, the bewildered monsters, lost in the black mist, staggered a few times before turning away. "Is there any way you can assist them? I cannot bear to witness those children and women being slaughtered," Sophie implored. Qimon replied succinctly, "No, at least not that I know of." Sophie bit her lip, refraining from further words as complex emotions flickered across her face until her gaze hardened. Should I merely watch the tribe march toward its doom? Almeda and Morotis have conspired to destroy them, and I shall ensure they pay the price. Qimon gazed at Sophie in silence as the black mist around her gradually dispersed. The tribe had now reached the climax of its slaughter. Over 300 elderly, weak, and women were torn asunder by the monsters, a thick, blood-red fog enveloping the skies above the valley of savagery, slowly coalescing into a vortex. Sensing the glimmer of tears in Sophie's resolute eyes, Qimon could not help but let out a sigh. Chapter 27 bore under Morotis's control. The 30-plus monsters had finally purged the entire tribe. Now, a massive black mist cloud, hovering several meters above the ground, was laden with blood and souls that it drifted toward the elder chieftain's abode, instantly demolishing the wooden house and revealing the staircase leading underground. The black mist surged into the depths, with the 30-plus monsters following suit in a trance-like gait. "Follow them. Morotis surely intends to enact some scheme," Qimon urged. And he and Sophie emerged from the black mist in pursuit. The dark energy, bearing blood and souls, descended into the altar and vanished. The arcane inscriptions upon the altar glowed crimson. The monsters ascended the altar and seated themselves, exuding black mist that enveloped all. Qimon sensed that the swirling black mist coalesced from curse energy. This infernal demon intends to forge half-beasts by merging curses with the beast blood inherently within them. Qimon's eyes gleamed with fervor. Half-beasts were typically the result of a union between humans and beasts. However, there existed an alternative method to transform humans into half-beasts through curses, as their souls descended into depravity and beast blood fully permeated their beings. These creatures would become the most loyal half-beasts of Morotis. Naturally, the price for this transformation was the souls and blood of over 300 individuals, necessary to summon Morotis's cursed power from the depths of hell through sorcery. Within the black mist, the monsters felt their souls dim under Morotis's curse, and at this moment he no longer needed to exert his will over their bodies, for it was unnecessary. The process of their soul's degradation had already been implanted with his thoughts. Expressions of ecstasy adorned their faces as their bones and muscles contorted and reshaped. Originally resembling dragon crocodiles, they gradually sprouted horns, taking on the form of minotaurs. Sophie urged, "We must depart. We cannot predict when they shall awaken." The pervasive curse-laden fog unsettled her. Qimon cast a reluctant glance back at them, lamenting, "It is a pity we cannot tame this band of half-beasts." As the tribal members succumbed to the curse of Morotis, the Sunfall mercenaries eagerly awaited the arrival of their commander. Malay, the esteemed leader of the Uli Mercenary Guild and one of the two royal knights. This formidable figure, a level 14 powerhouse who should have been in Magedave City, made his appearance at the mercenaries' camp, prompting an exhilarating roar from the crowd as they proudly raised their cherished insignias. With his chestnut curls and faint wrinkles at the corners of his eyes, Malay's gaze was sharp as a dagger. Perfectly complemented by his gleaming silver armor, embodying an aura of formidable authority. Standing atop the teleportation platform, he nodded and smiled at the assembled mercenaries, exclaiming, "It has been a long time since I have seen your faces. Brave members of the Sunfall mercenaries." The mercenaries erupted in cheers, but quickly fell silent at Malay's gesture. He raised his longsword high, its blinding light refracting sunlight into the eyes of all present, declaring, "I am delighted to once again fight alongside you after these years. I have set aside the matters of the guild. Let us complete this mission together, as we did in the past, and restore the glory of the Sunfall mercenaries." Sunfall mercenaries, Sunfall mercenaries, the entire assembly chanted, swords raised high in fervor. Malay continued his impassioned speech until the spirits of the mercenaries soared, accompanied by Kachi and Hader. He entered the central tent, where he briefly recounted the mission's progress and obstacles. Kachi remarked, "Malay, I apologize for troubling you to come personally, especially when you are so busy." Malay replied, "The war between Baal and Moga has caused the dissolution of many mercenary bands, and numerous tasks from the West Blue Chamber of Commerce have been set aside by the guild. This dragon jaw armor represents the best opportunity to mend our relationship with the West Blue." Call nodded and introduced Hader to Malay, saying, "This is Grand Sorcerer Hader." Hader bowed respectfully to Malay, stating, "I am ashamed. The Sunfall mercenaries hired me, but I expended all my magic power on a single magic array and can no longer assist Lord Malay. It is merely a reflection of my lack of skill." Malay nodded slightly, saying, "Mr. Hayter has done his utmost. There is no need for self-reproach. When does the commander plan to hunt the dragon crocodile?" "Tomorrow. We must resolve this swiftly." At this moment, Duke Koro, the nominal ruler of Uli, found himself in a state of turmoil at the Valen Duke's mansion, listening to reports from knights. The conflict between Bal and Moga had spread from Nali City, affecting several surrounding towns, and the complaints and accusations from both commoners and nobles echoed throughout the Duke's residence. The Duke had repeatedly sought assistance from the Church of Light, but the local branch's numbers of light knights barely exceeded 2,000, rendering them incapable of opposing either Moga or Bal. Although Nurbai claimed to have requested aid from the Church of the Cledan Empire, no support had yet arrived. Duke Koro himself had dispatched envoys to the Cledan Empire, but they had not returned. Were it not for the existence of the Berserker Knights, Duke Koro was convinced that his mansion would have already been annexed by either Moga or Bal. However, the Berserker Knights did not entirely operate under his command. While they nominally upheld his rights as the Duke of Uli, the true power remained with the leader of the Berserker Knights, another royal knight of Uli, who ostensibly supported Duke Koro, but was merely using his title to expand the influence of the Berserker mercenary corps, with the arrival of the Koro family alongside the Church of Light in Uli. Their nominal recognition by the Church was more a political maneuver by the Cledan Empire to control Uli, when internal conflicts arose and the Koro family could no longer maintain their rule. The Church of Light and the Cledan Empire would undoubtedly abandon this worthless pawn and select a new ruler from either Bal, Moga, or the leader of the Berserker Knights, offering them support. The only silver lining was the current ambiguity of the situation. Even if the Berserker Knights merely supported him in name, that Fade still held considerable deterrent power at least, until absolutely necessary. The Berserker mercenary corps would not relinquish their legitimacy in Uli. Duke Koro sighed deeply as he sat in his chair, reflecting that had he not neglected the management of the Berserker Knights, he would not have allowed the vice-captain to usurp power. When he had brought this knightly order from the Cledan Empire, it had numbered only 2,000. Now, it had swelled to 20,000. The vice-captain's confidence gradually excluded his own kin from the core of the knightly order, and only recently had he discovered that he could no longer command even a single man or horse from the Berserker Knights, compelling him to announce the vice-captain as the new leader. Before Bal's sudden rise, the Berserker Knights had needed him because of the presence of the Moga Knights. Now, with Bal's emergence, if both Bal and Moga were to mutually annihilate each other, leaving the Berserker Knights to seize the spoils, he would lose all value. The reports of battle from Nali City filled the Duke with dread, as the Blood Twilight's strength appeared to be on par with the Moga Knights, seemingly steering toward this very outcome. Duke, Odysseus has already made contact with the Empire. A man dressed in black leather armor, who had been standing behind the Duke, stated. The Duke sprang to his feet, exclaiming, "They must have already established connections with Bal and Moga as well." After speaking, the Duke slumped back into his seat, pondering for a long time, as if reaching a decision. "You go summon Lord Mageddave. He once assisted me in eradicating the remnants of the Nashamic kingdom. At the very least, he can preserve my life. As for the title of Duke, whoever desires it may take it." These days, Duke Koro appeared to have aged a decade, his haggard visage contrasting sharply with his 54 years. Since Bal's attempted assassination, he had not ceased his attacks on Moga, frequently ambushing the station knights in Nali City and the northern forest. Although the casualties were not significant, the beleaguered Moga knight commander had repeatedly implored Count Brooklyn, the Moga chieftain, to allow the Moga knights to engage in a decisive battle against Bal's Blood Twilight in Valangar Valley. However, Count Brooklyn had refused and ordered the knights to retreat, pursuing them during their withdrawal from Valangar Valley. Blood Twilight had seized considerable territory from Moga, and now, as they approached Moga's stronghold, Moga City, the knights stationed in the forest outside the city had yet to receive orders to attack. The knights were thoroughly disillusioned with Count Brooklyn. Believing he had lost the dignity befitting a noble deity in truth, Count Brooklyn himself was deeply anxious within his own mansion, though not because of Blood Twilight that he paced restlessly in the hall. His complexion pale and brow furrowed, he muttered angrily, Early, my eldest son, I truly misjudged you. I should never have entrusted the City of Light to you. Now that the treasures from the Flormont Mountains are unattainable, what am I to do? Moga may very well meet its end. In the midst of his anxiety, Count Brooklyn exerted his mind and finally conceived what he deemed the wisest plan of his life. The hall was empty except for the Count, when suddenly the tightly shut door swung open, a chilling draft sweeping into the chamber. The Count looked up to find no one at the door. Yet a figure in a black cloak had appeared in the chair behind him. Sensing the presence, the Count hurriedly turned and approached, bowing respectfully. "Honored Lord Istanor." The figure in black removed his hood, revealing the man who had appeared with the corpse of old Jige at the Helen Chamber of Commerce. With an emotionless expression, he nodded, and an invisible pressure enveloped the entire hall as he spoke. "It is time to hand over the treasures from the Duke Pauli's tomb." The Count immediately broke into a cold sweat. Stammering, "Lord Istanor, I have sent people to investigate numerous times. The tomb of Duke Pauli is utterly empty, filled only with countless skeletons and zombies." Istanor's brow furrowed slightly, a flicker of anger crossing his otherwise placid face, causing Count Brooklyn to lower his head, afraid to meet his gaze. "Are you questioning the judgment of the Boar family?" Istanor's cold voice cut through the air. Trembling in trepidation, Brooklyn fervently shook his head, exclaiming, "How could I dare question the great Boar family? Lord Istanor, it is solely the fault of my incompetent eldest son. After he excavated Duke Pauli's tomb, he was shamelessly defeated by Baal and his blood twilight. I am certain those treasures must have been seized by Baal." Beads of sweat continued to trickle down Count Brooklyn's face as he grappled with a sensation he had not experienced in ages. Istanor's gaze bore into Brooklyn. Under his calm yet potentially explosive eyes, Brooklyn struggled to suppress his quivering. After a long silence, Istanor finally averted his gaze, stating, "Baal is formidable. If I discover that you have hoarded certain items, you know what the consequences will be." Count Brooklyn's sweat cascaded down as he nodded fervently. I understand. The Moga family would never dare deceive the Boar family in the slightest. I swear by the light god." Istanor's indifferent gaze left Brooklyn, his form quickly blurring, leaving only his voice echoing in the hall. "I hope your oath does not bring calamity upon your family." It was several moments later before Count Brooklyn could finally exhale in relief, feeling as though all his strength had been drained, slumping into his chair. Meanwhile, Baal remained in Lie City, indulging in revelry at the early residence, just as he was about to capture a girl hiding nearby. His rotund body collided with Istanor, who had suddenly appeared before him. Baal's corpulent frame struck Istanor as if colliding with a wall, causing a sudden compression of fat, and the overwhelming force rebounded Baal, sending him crashing to the ground. "Who dares to be so audacious?" Baron Baal exclaimed in exasperation as he rose to his feet, confronted by an unfamiliar visage. The rotund Count felt a jolt of alarm, although the commander of the Crimson Twilight was absent. The individual capable of stealthily evading the other great knights to enter his chamber was undoubtedly formidable. Istanopol cast a cold glance at the nearly stripped girl beside him, who was now covering herself and observing both Baal and Istanopol with a semblance of calm. Maintaining his haughty and indifferent tone, Istanopol stated, "I am Istanopol. That I have heard that you have absconded with items from Duke Pauli's tomb, but is that true?" Given Baal's brutal nature, he would have torn apart anyone else who dared to interrupt his affairs. Yet, this self-proclaimed member of the Pole family possessed considerable strength. After much deliberation, the corpulent Count smiled and replied, "Ah, a dignitary of the Pole family. You may have been misled. The one who informed you of this should be Brooklyn from Morgar. You ought to consider his current relationship with me. Such slander is merely an attempt to use you to eliminate me. That I did visit Duke Pauli's tomb, but found nothing. That I, in my anger, I severed ties with Morgar, as they disregarded our prior agreement and plundered the tomb beforehand." Baal believed it more prudent to deflect blame towards Morgar rather than pursue Simon, as dealing with Morgar would be far simpler. He produced the contract for Istanopol to examine. The distinguished individual from the Pole clan fixated his gaze on Baal, whose expression was one of feigned sincerity. Istanopol felt conflicted. He had never encountered anyone bold enough to deceive the Pole family. Yet today, someone had certainly misled him. Was it Brooklyn, who had long-standing dealings with the Pole family, or this grotesque rotund figure before him? After a moment of hesitation, Istanopol's expression returned to its former arrogance as he coldly glared at Baal and declared, "It seems you have no intention of surrendering. I shall return, bearing the wrath of the Pole family, to visit your estate." Istanopol chose to trust Brooklyn. For a fleeting moment, Istanopol's form became indistinct but quickly regained its solidity. That he stared in shock at Baal, whose cunning eyes narrowed into slits. Suddenly, A frigid voice rang out from outside. Since you are a member of the pole family, do stay a while longer. Chapter 28. The King's Knight. My dear Miss Sophie, Simon mused. I estimate that the dragon crocodile has one of two motives for imprisoning you. Either it intends to devour you once you reach maturity. And while you possess only half a dragon's bloodline, consuming you would undoubtedly be more advantageous than merely siphoning a bit of dragon blood, or it seeks to mate with you when you are sufficiently mature, ensuring that the next generation remains dragon crocodiles rather than blood jaws. Simon was quite intrigued. Sophie's fair complexion flushed slightly as she replied, It is the latter. Had it not imprisoned me, I would have long since departed from this place. Simon gazed intently at the girl's face, becoming unwittingly entranced, secretly deriding the dragon crocodile. Alas, this beast lacks the appreciation for such a beautiful and enchanting maiden. Capturing her heart is far more significant than anything else. Once the heart is won, the body will surely follow. Reflecting on this, Simon expressed his indignation for Sophie. How many precious years has this wretched creature stolen from my beloved Miss Sophie? Had she encountered the illustrious and mighty Simon sooner, she would have been cherished and adored far earlier. Sophie, still vulnerable to Simon's flattery, felt her cheeks redden to a deep crimson. However, she maintained a serious demeanor and remarked, Simon, I have told you that you are not my type. Such impudent remarks are unwarranted. While speaking, Sophie dared not meet Simon's fervent gaze. Suddenly, heavy footsteps reverberated through the ground as over 30 minotaurs emerged from the subterranean chamber, towering at nearly 2 meters high. Their massive forms obliterated the ground's exit. Strictly speaking, these creatures were not true minotaurs. They were mere mockeries created by Morotis through curses and the blood of beasts. Nevertheless, this did not diminish their formidable strength, with thick, leathery skin and immense power. Their only weakness being their sluggishness, truly a living battering ram. The lead half-beast, whose hair was streaked with gray and towering at 3 meters, surveyed the desolate remnants of the slaughtered tribe, now only ruins and scattered corpses. He crushed one of the remains beneath his foot and bellowed, For the dark arrival of Morotis, all sacrifices are warranted. The Minotaur, transformed from the old chieftain, astonished Sophie as they hid in a dilapidated wooden structure. She noted, The Minotaur of the chieftain is formidable. By your external classification, he is not much different from a 6th-tier magical beast. The Minotaurs responded in kind to the chieftain's roar, stopping the ground and causing minor tremors. As dust swirled around them, Damn mercenaries, I can already scent your filthy presence. Come forth. A muffled voice emerged from the dust. Hidden in the forest, Carl and Malay exchanged surprised glances before stepping out, followed by over 400 mercenaries, including 50 or 60 elites above level 7. Their emitted fighting spirit created a gentle breeze that dispersed the dust enveloping the Minotaurs. Carl surveyed the devastated scenery behind the Minotaurs and, after a courteous gesture, smiled and inquired, Before we engage in combat, may I ask you a question? How did you traverse through various duchies and kingdoms to arrive in Uli, when you should be in the Chaos Forest? Unbeknownst to Carl and Malay, the beings before them were not true beasts. As they posed their question, the old chieftain charged forward with a slow yet deliberate pace. Though utterly fallen, their memories remained intact, and their souls were driven by a deep-seated hatred for mercenaries. Malay scoffed derisively and raised his sword high, prompting hundreds of mercenaries to swiftly launch their assault. Each Minotaur was encircled by at least 10 mercenaries, employing a strategy to isolate them quickly. Carl, Zadu, and 3 others led over 20 mercenaries to encircle the old chieftain. However, these mercenaries, driven only by fervor, found their incantations and weapon strikes leaving mere scratches on the chieftain's resilient skin. Attacks below the 3rd tier were disregarded entirely. And more often, the chieftain seized the opportunity to capture them mid-attack, using their bodies to shield himself from Carl and the other spells. That a thick mist of blood enveloped the scene, as a spell of over tier 3 could easily obliterate a mercenary. The spells emanating from Carl, Zadu, and the others were at least level 4, and the overwhelming fighting spirit transformed mercenaries into mere mist, creating a deep crater spanning over 20 meters in diameter beneath the chieftain's feet. The mercenaries stood within the pit, launching their assaults. Had the old chieftain not been a Minotaur, even a 12th-tier warrior would likely not survive such a barrage. Possessing formidable defenses, the Minotaurs had once been heavily armored soldiers in the attack against the human empires. endowed with innate immunity to fighting spirit and physical strikes. Not only the old chieftain, but also the other minotaurs posed significant challenges for the mercenaries. Despite their overwhelming numbers, their advantage waned against the minotaurs' impenetrable defenses, resulting in a mere war of attrition. Use fire spells against them. Amidst the standoff, Malay's voice resonated, his fighting spirit rippling across hundreds of meters. The fire spell was merely tier 3, and when faced with the minotaur's defenses, the mercenaries had never considered the lack of destructive power in such flames. Malay's words sparked their curiosity, and without hesitation, Karl was the first to imbue his sword with the fire spell. The flaming sword had yet to reach a range capable of harming the old chieftain, yet he leapt back 2 to 3 meters. This reaction was unexpected for Karl. The other mercenaries skilled in fire spells quickly followed suit, either igniting their fists or swords. It is said that Morodis was burned by holy fire for 3 days and 3 nights, his flesh utterly destroyed, upon his soul being sealed back in hell. His followers became exceedingly fearful of flames. Karl recalled a legend that had circulated for centuries, astonished to find it true. The old chieftain, furious at his earlier retreat, bellowed and charged at Karl, his sharp horns and immense strength crashing through 2 mercenaries attempting to impede him. Karl dared not confront him directly. Channeling his fighting spirit into his feet, he leapt just as the chieftain's horns were about to strike his chest. The force of his leap shattered the ground beneath, causing the chieftain to sink slightly. Karl seized the momentum and executed a somersault in midair, landing behind the chieftain, where he thrust his sword into the beast's back. The minotaur's skin remained resilient as the sword penetrated only an inch. Yet the flames engulfing the blade quickly charred the chieftain's hide, revealing gaping wounds beneath. The chieftain howled in fury, twisting and swinging a punch that created a deafening crack in the air. Karl, fueled by a level 4 spell, met the blow with his own, the resulting explosion of fighting spirit propelling them apart. The sword undoubtedly proved effective, as the other mercenaries, inspired by this success, immediately launched a fiery assault on the minotaurs before them. The previously stagnant battle situation was swiftly transformed, with mercenary blades inflicting countless wounds upon the formidable bodies of the minotaurs. Although the 3rd-level spells lacked lethality, the sheer number of combatants was advantageous. Several fire incantations struck the minotaurs in succession, causing them to sustain injuries and descend into a frenzied rage, wildly swinging their heavy fists in a fit of irrationality, just as the mercenaries planned to deliver a decisive blow to their foes. The sweltering air began to drizzle, and the rain intensified rapidly, cooling the atmosphere while rendering their fire spells ineffective. Malay stared in shock at the sky, where dark clouds had unexpectedly settled ominously above the tribe. It must be the work of some sorcerer, Malay uttered coldly through clenched teeth. The flames igniting on the mercenaries' fists and swords were conjured through fighting spirit. Ordinary rainwater could not extinguish them, but only a sorcerer's spell could do so. The furious King Knight seized Had, who stood beside him, and demanded, "Had, great sorcerer, I hope it is not one of your guild's members causing this disturbance. Can you explain the current situation?" The imposing presence of the King Knight lifted the 12th-level sorcerer like a mere chick, and he shrank back, hurriedly explaining, "Weather magic has always been no secret. There are several powerful sorcerers in Uli who have not joined the guild. This has nothing to do with the Sorcerer's Guild." "Esteemed Lord Malay, you question me, yet I cannot disperse this ominous cloud for you. My magical energy was exhausted in constructing the teleportation array." The torrential rain left not only Malay disconcerted, some mercenaries attacking the minotaurs, rendered helpless by the ineffectiveness of their fire spells, stood immobilized, only to be struck away by the minotaur's heavy fists. Those with slightly greater strength managed to survive, but the more expendable mercenaries were mercilessly crushed. Their insides and bones shattered, twitching for a moment on the ground before succumbing. The icy rainwater seeped into the wounds of the minotaurs, rousing them to a more coherent state as they began to methodically counter the surrounding mercenaries. "I never expected you could wield weather magic. My dear Miss Sophie. I am utterly enamored with you," said Simon. Although he yearned to plant a fervent kiss on Sophie's cheek, his courage failed him, and he dismissed the thought. Sophie remained focused on the battlefield, replying, "This is draconic magic. I am unfamiliar with the weather magic you mentioned." Malay abandoned Had and coldly huffed at the sorcerer. The King Knight seized the gleaming sword embedded before him, his gaze fixed on the elder chief. The fighting spirit radiating from the King Knight altered the trajectory of raindrops around him, creating a 2-meter radius where the droplets naturally veered away. Unlike the barrier of fighting spirit, Not a single raindrop shattered upon impact. It was as if the layer of fighting spirit surrounding Malay possessed a consciousness of its own, pushing every raindrop away. This phenomenon, known as the awakening of fighting spirit, was a unique defensive ability possessed only by 14th-level warriors. The sword in the King Knight's hand did not flicker with flames in Malay's eyes. His power far surpassed that of the minotaurs present. With his sword condensed with fighting spirit, he could cast a spell, and even without the fire incantation, no minotaur's defense could withstand a single strike from him. As Malay rushed toward the elder chief, the mercenaries parted to clear a path. Those expendable mercenaries who could not evade the King Knight's astonishing speed were mercilessly shredded within the turbulent currents of fighting spirit surrounding Malay, while he remained still. The droplets of water posed no threat, but as he accelerated, they transformed into lethal instruments. The elder chief slammed his fists into the ground, unleashing a tremendous force that uprooted a massive boulder. Placing it before him as a barrier, the King Knight showed no signs of halting. With his right hand gathering fighting spirit, he shattered the entire boulder in a single punch. With his other hand, he plunged the sword through the gap between the elder chief's arms, embedding the blade deep into his chest. A 6th-level explosion spell shattered the elder chief's insides, the fighting spirit carrying the fragments of his innards from his back, creating a gaping wound that splattered the ground. The minotaurs possessed astonishing vitality. The elder chief did not perish. His eyes burned with rage, and even in such a state, he retaliated, his heavy fists crackling through the air as they descended upon the King Knight's head. Caught off guard, the King Knight was forcefully driven into the ground, his body sinking into the debris and mud. The elder chief staggered backward, his wound steadily oozing purple blood, but the King Knight had already risen from the earth, his body covered in soil, a sight that humiliated him. For the first time in a long while, the King Knight felt his body sullied by dirt, all due to a single blow from a half-beast. The dirt on his face and body was swiftly blown away by his fighting spirit, and in a furious rage, he leaped toward the elder chief, his long sword transforming into a silver streak that sliced through the elder chief's eyes. It was only a second later that his eyes burst open. Accompanied by the elder chief's agonized wail, the King Knight's long sword severed his legs. The mighty body of the elder chief collapsed, his furious roars and flailing fists frantically searching for an enemy in the air. When he felt the chill at his throat, he paused momentarily, and the next instant, his head was soaring through the air, his uncontrolled body spraying blood. Malay pointed his longsword, the tip piercing the elder chief's severed head, and a surge of fighting spirit rapidly tainted the air and earth with brain matter. The remaining 30 minotaurs, witnessing the severed head of their leader, disregarded the attacks from dozens of mercenaries and charged fiercely toward Malay. Their reckless actions rendered their formidable defenses ineffective against the mercenaries' assaults, and one by one, 13 minotaurs fell in their desperate rush toward Malay, while the remaining minotaurs were swiftly encircled by the mercenaries. The King Knight thrust his long sword into the ground, surveying the battlefield. Not a single raindrop managed to dampen Malay's form. He believed there was no need to intervene further, as the minotaurs continued to fall one after another. Yet, the King Knight failed to notice the corpses scattered across the tribe, for around the bodies of both the mercenaries and minotaurs, there was not a single trace of blood. Chapter 29. The demon, a massive crimson shadow, darted swiftly past Malay's back, as Carl claimed the life of a minotaur, noticing something amiss behind the King Knight. He shouted urgently, but by the time his voice reached Malay's ears, the gaping maw of the blood-red dragon crocodile was already lunging toward Malay's upper body. The latter desperately dodged, but the years of laxity had dulled his reflexes, and he was caught off guard as a large chunk of flesh was bitten away from his left shoulder. In a panic, the King Knight rolled on the ground a few times before regaining his footing. The creature before him, with a body like a dragon and a head resembling that of a blood crocodile, was savoring the taste of his severed shoulder bone and flesh. Heart racing, the King Knight immediately retrieved a mid-level healing scroll and a vial of regeneration potion from his storage space. Although his shoulder injury healed swiftly, the newly formed flesh and bone were of little use, leaving his left arm still feeling slightly weak. At that moment, the dragon crocodile began to exhale a continuous stream of red mist, quickly enveloping an area of 20 meters around it. Malay's fighting spirit attire shielded him from the red mist, while Carl and the others swiftly retreated from its vicinity. The 20 or so expendable mercenaries lacked such discernment. After merely inhaling a couple of breaths, they began to cough up blood and soon collapsed within the red haze. The King Knight focused intently on the dragon crocodile shrouded in mist, thrusting his sword toward its eyes. The blade sliced through the red fog, the fighting spirit coalescing upon it sharper than the sword itself. The elongated body of the dragon crocodile quickly sidestepped to the right, but Malay, having shattered the ground beneath him, swiftly pursued, this time successfully leaving a conspicuous gash upon the dragon crocodile's throat. The dragon crocodile released a plume of dark red blood mist, forming a misty sphere that landed on Malay's chest. This time, the fighting spirit attire failed to protect the King Knight from the corrosive blood mist, which ate away at his clothing and the flesh upon his chest. Shocked, Malay escaped from the dark red vapor, quickly moving aside to avoid the trajectory of the mist. The King Knight once again retrieved an antidote and consumed it. But the dragon crocodile did not attempt to sneak attack at that moment. It stood still, panting, with white mist billowing from its nostrils. Such abilities resembling dragon's breath were not without cost. This exhalation had nearly drained 30% of the dragon crocodile's vitality. In contrast, after applying the antidote to his chest, Malay summoned his fighting spirit once more to attack the dragon crocodile. The dragon crocodile's speed had evidently diminished due to its previous exhalation, and the King Knight's sword swiftly left several wounds upon its body. Malay watched with excitement as the dragon crocodile's eyes displayed extreme vigilance, bordering on panic. The rapid depletion of his fighting spirit and the formidable adversary reminded him of the feelings he experienced during his days as a mere mercenary. Regardless of how powerful his opponent might be, he had triumphed in battles just like this before. The thirst for victory surged within him once again, intensifying his fighting spirit. Unbeknownst to him, the red mist had gradually dispersed, and the last of the minotaurs had fallen. All the mercenaries gathered around, witnessing the bloody duel between the King Knight and the beast, with each thrust of Malay's sword into the dragon crocodile. Cheers erupted in jubilant waves. The exuberant mercenaries remained oblivious to the overwhelming negative energy surging from the subterranean chamber of the old chieftain, which enveloped the entire tribe and coalesced into a vortex. Drawing in the souls and blood of the deceased into the depths below, the thriving dark energy began to coalesce and take shape, writhing incessantly beneath the surface. Suddenly, this mass of densely concentrated dark energy erupted, revealing a man whose entire body was akin to the purest jade. Every contour of his physique exhibited a harmonious blend of grace and strength. Beneath his inky black hair were a pair of blood-red eyes that dazzled upon a fleeting glance. His visage, strikingly beautiful, bore the unmistakable traits of masculinity, evidenced by his pronounced brow and firm lips. The dispersed dark energy gradually concentrated around the man, forming a black robe that he inhaled deeply, brimming with excitement, exclaiming, "Indeed, the air of hell pales in comparison to that of the mortal realm that I, Morodis, have once again descended upon this world. Ha ha ha." The man, claiming to be Morodis, floated effortlessly into the air, emerging from the underground chamber. His blood-red pupils locked onto Malay, who was engaged in combat with the dragon crocodile. As he radiated a thick shroud of black mist. As he swooped down towards Malay, a long serpent of fog trailed behind him, enveloping the unsuspecting mercenaries in its embrace. The torrent of curse-infused energy surged into their bodies, swiftly eroding their life force, until they ignited in black flames, their souls departing from their lifeless forms and drifting towards Morodis. At least a dozen mercenaries perished as a result. Morodis extended his jade-like hand towards Malay, who, preoccupied with battling the dragon crocodile, sensed a chilling aura. With a swift twist of his sword, he pierced Morodis' palm. Dark blood oozed from the wound, yet Morodis displayed no sign of pain. The astonished Wang Qi discovered that the black blood had flowed along the blade and into his own palm, prompting him to release the hilt in alarm, only to find his hand now shrouded in darkness. As dark energy spread from his palm, consuming his vitality, the Malay's expression shifted dramatically as he concentrated a significant amount of fighting spirit in his left hand. With a determined twist, he forcibly severed his right arm at the elbow, discarding the severed limb. The unleashed dark energy swirled into a tempest, thoroughly obliterating the remnants of his arm. Wang Qi clutched the wound where his arm had once been, hastily retreating into the ranks of the mercenaries. Carl and several other formidable mercenaries encircled Morodis. Witnessing his power firsthand, they summoned their full fighting spirit, believing themselves sufficiently capable of resisting Morodis' curses. Morodis, with a cold smirk, nimbly evaded their attacks, his demonic composure revealing that he had already discerned their every move. Meanwhile, the dragon crocodile charged towards the mercenary formation. Despite its grievous injuries, the weakened sixth-tier magical beast remained a formidable adversary. Its breath swept outward, and any mercenary bold enough to obstruct the crimson mist was swiftly reduced to mere bones. Following closely, the dragon crocodile burst through the mercenary's encirclement, vanishing into the depths of the forest. Suddenly, Morotis raised both hands. The black mist emanating from him abruptly ceasing, he ascended several meters into the air, while the grounded warriors lacked the ability to fly, staring at Morotis' figure in disbelief as they hurled their weapons at him, blades glinting with fighting spirit. Morotis made no attempt to evade, for swords and a spear easily pierced his body. His demonic eyes glowed with a blood-red light as he extracted the weapons from his flesh, casting them aside onto the ground. Hade, the grand sorcerer, concealed behind a tree, felt a surge of unease. Observing the positions of the 5 weapons stained with Morotis' blood, his expression shifted dramatically as he exclaimed, "Flee! This is dark magic." With that, the grand sorcerer grasped a high-level teleportation scroll, biting his finger to activate it. Others pondered the meaning of dark magic when 5 crimson flames ignited from the 5 weapons. As Morotis' blood-red pupils intensified, red light connected the weapons, forming a pentagram of radiant energy. Morotis trembled, and the blood-red light from his eyes illuminated all within the pentagram, inflicting excruciating pain upon their souls. In the next instant, their bodies ignited in crimson flames, a fate from which even Malay, hidden among the crowd, could not escape, as his battle attire proved powerless against the magic contained within the crimson light. The flames from hell blazed fiercely upon Wang Qi, their anguished cries echoing as mercenaries writhed on the ground, losing consciousness as their forms were consumed by the red flames, turning to black ash. For formidable individuals like Zadu and Karl, the torment endured was prolonged, their bodies far more resilient than those of ordinary mercenaries, resulting in their screams being particularly drawn out and harrowing. Morotis' blood-red gaze dimmed. He descended slowly back to the ground, standing amidst the sea of flames, the horrific screams amplifying the demon's sinister laughter. As the flames gradually extinguished and the cries subsided, the thick layer of black ash littered the ground, rendering it impossible to discern its origins. With a few charred corpses, likely those of Wang Qi and several strong warriors, remaining, Morotis directed his gaze toward a dilapidated wooden hut in the distance. Sneering, "How much longer do you intend to hide?" Qimon, startled, emerged with Sophie, chuckling nervously. "May I inquire which nation you hail from, esteemed sorcerer? As far as I know, there are few dark sorcerers in Uli, let alone one of your caliber." Morotis' gaze slithered over the two like a venomous serpent, and with a wicked smile, he replied, "Dragonfolk and worshippers of darkness." Sophie scoffed, offering no response. "Do you wish to become my follower, Morotis?" Morotis' icy finger lifted Sophie's chin. At the mention of Morotis, Qimon's legs weakened, nearly causing him to stumble. Sophie's reaction was starkly different. She was momentarily stunned, her eyes blazing with resentment as she glared at Morotis. Pushing away the demon's hand, she unleashed a barrage of fireballs aimed at Morotis' sides and back. Yet, the fireballs dissipated upon contact with his black robe. Sophie began chanting a more complex incantation in dragon tongue, but the demon would not allow her to cast any further spells. His eyes glowed once more, albeit faintly, causing Sophie to shudder as her newly gathered magical energy spiraled out of control within her. Soul intimidation. Qimon silently mused, recognizing the curse had evolved into a deterrent skill, akin to a warrior's pressure of fighting spirit or a sorcerer's mental oppression. Assessing the situation, Qimon bowed to Morotis, proclaiming loudly, "Great Lord Morotis, please accept your most loyal follower." "Oh!" Morotis' gaze fixated on Qimon, his penetrating eyes rendering Qimon's thoughts utterly transparent. Morotis smirked. "You possess a rather impure soul." "I, Qimon, pledge all my loyalty to you, Morotis," he declared, drenched in sweat. "I swear by the name of the God of Light." Morotis chuckled coldly. "The God of Light? You wish to pledge allegiance to a demon in the name of a deity?" Qimon nodded affirmatively, stating, "Should I betray my oath, I willingly accept the God of Light's punitive light, which is known to be the most excruciating punishment in existence. In comparison, the actions of a demon are far more humane." Morotis, intrigued, mused, "Your mockery of the light is rather amusing. You possess a hint of demonic potential. Now, what do you believe I should do with this one?" Qimon felt a wave of relief wash over him, his gaze shamelessly drifting over Sophie. The young woman, taken aback, could not fathom why someone she had known for half a month would regard her with such a gaze. Enraged, she shouted, "Scoundrel! How could you consort with a demon? What do you intend to do?" The girl felt increasingly uneasy, but the residual effects of the soul intimidation left her magic in disarray, her limbs trembling uncontrollably. Surely, any ordinary man could subdue her with ease. Qimon, with a longing expression, proposed, "Why not allow me to take her under your wing? Since you have already discerned my demonic potential, you must understand that my association with her stems from a demon's sincere and primal desires. Nothing excites you more than a young maiden falling into the hands of a demon, am I right?" Morotis grinned wickedly, replying, "I am just a tad concerned that this particular demon may not be entirely straightforward." With that, Morotis muttered an almost inaudible incantation, causing Qimon's expression to shift as his eyes gradually turned red. He writhed in agony on the ground as dark energy surged into his soul, swiftly forming the mark of a demonic contract. Once the pain subsided, Qimon rose, indignantly asserting, "The demonic contract is a slander against my loyalty. It denotes Morotis' lack of trust in me. I shall prove my allegiance to you without the need for a contract." Despite Qimon's silver-tongued arguments, Morotis remained silent. Qimon continued to express his unwavering loyalty, but Morotis grew increasingly impatient that a minor curse silenced Qimon, who felt he could no longer persuade the demon. Instead, he recommended the temple of the god of light in Valen, which was evidently the ideal target for Morotis' first act of vengeance in the Uli kingdom. Though Qimon's words could not completely sway Morotis, they piqued his keen interest. Morotis lightly patted Qimon's face, remarking, "Individuals like you are indeed rare. You boldly invite me to assault the sacred temple of your nation's faith. Now that is more befitting of a demon." Indeed, Qimon nodded fervently. "Shameless demon. Qimon, I deeply regret bestowing upon you the dragon's blood. Perhaps it would have been better had I allowed you to be consumed by it instead," Sophie berated, her striking beauty lending an exquisite fervor to her vitriol. Boldly, Qimon placed his hand upon her generous bosom, indulging in his wanton caress. Enraged, Sophie harnessed the magical elements in the air, channeling her ire into a level 4 spell. A searing tongue of flame erupted from above her head, aimed squarely at Qimon's visage. Yet it never reached him. It extinguished in Morotis' grasp. With one hand pressing against the girl's abdomen, a tendril of black mist flowed into her, causing Sophie to lose control over her magical power. The demon cast a fleeting glance at the girl's face and remarked, "I have no interest in dragonfolk. Immature dragonfolk yield little dragon's blood. She is yours to take." Qimon nodded fervently, lifting the unconscious Sophie as he queried, "Lord Morotis, shall we walk to Valen, or will you transport us there instantaneously? In my humble opinion, although your magical prowess stands at only level 14, it rivals that of several magi." Morotis let out a cold chuckle, saying, "At level 14, my magic is merely at level 13. However, I have acquired some knowledge of the dark laws." The ruffian recalled the rumors surrounding the Archmage, which suggested that each individual capable of ascending to that rank had grasped these laws. No wonder his dark energies do not resemble any conventional spell. It is indeed the manifestation of the laws, Qimon thought. Filled with astonishment, in the eyes of a magician, elements in their raw form bore no inherent power. Only through meticulous control could one meld magic with elements to transmute them into energy. Yet Morotis, having grasped the dark laws, could effortlessly convert dark elements into dark energy, storing it within himself. At that moment, a swirling mist of dark energy enveloped Qimon and Sophie, lifting them skyward, amidst the thick ash of the valley of the barbarian dead. A charred corpse struggled to rise. Its once silver armor had warped beyond recognition. 3 fingers burned off, its skin charred to the point of near disappearance, revealing muscle and partial joints. Even parts of its lower body and ears had vanished, rendering it a grotesque sight. Yet, against all odds, the King of the Sunset mercenary survived. Chapter 30, Provocation. The night in Valen surpassed the splendor of Goling, aglow with the brilliance of magical crystals, illuminating the city beneath the starlit sky. Among the myriad of towering structures, 2 sites stood out, the Temple of Light and the Duke's Mansion. The former retained its solemn majesty, while the latter loomed in the city center like an ancient fortress, steadfast behind its towering walls. Here, the clamor of the city faded, replaced by the soothing sounds of the gardens and fountains that lay beyond the walls in the grand hall on the third floor. Duke Kolo implored, "Esteemed Archmage Majdov, as the Duke of Uli, I find myself a mere shadow of my former self. If you possess any compassion for the people of Uli, I beseech you, intervene to halt their current turmoil." Majdov, resting his hands upon his cane and seated across from the Duke, listened with a smile as Kolo spoke. "Duke, you must be aware that I am now 80 years old. My magical abilities have waned significantly. I no longer possess the power to quell wars. Most magicians in the guild have chosen sides, and while I may still hold the title of guild leader, I can only rely on a handful of old friends to assist." Kolo's face bore the weight of fatigue. Heaved sighs escaping his lips. "Had I not been so foolish, Uli would not be in such disarray. I do not know how to express my thoughts to you." Majdov, with a gentle smile, slowly closed his eyes. Leaning back in his chair, "I understand that your establishment of Uli was under the auspices of the Crouton Empire. I was aware of this long ago, but still aided you in founding Uli. As the Polish royalty was indeed inept, the people of Nashamik could no longer endure their exploitation and oppression. Although you have secretly funneled many resources from Uli to the Crouton Empire over the years, Uli is undeniably more prosperous than during Polish rule. For this reason, I have come to your mansion today." Duke Kolo's face flushed with shame. "So, you knew all along. Even if the people of Uli have grown stronger than those of Nashamik, they are still slaves controlled by the Crouton Empire through my actions. This is an undeniable truth, and I feel an immense guilt towards all the people of Uli, especially now when I am acutely aware of my sins." The Duke lamented, expressing his regret, and continued, "Therefore, I intend to relinquish my title. That I wonder if you have any trustworthy candidates in mind." The Archmage slowly opened his eyes, a fleeting spark of sharpness illuminating his wrinkled gaze before fading back into profound wisdom. "I comprehend your intentions. Whether Baal or Moga emerges victorious, Odessi will usurp your title. Your proactive relinquishment of the Duke's name may indeed help you evade disaster. However, I advise you to wait. 3 magicians from the Polish family recently visited Majdov City. I suspect they will soon pay a visit to Baal in Brooklyn, and possibly Odessi." Duke Kolo gasped. How could the Polish family from the Perosa Empire make such a long journey to Uli? Majdov did not respond to the Duke's inquiry. Leaning on his cane, he conjured a portal before him, a swirling vortex shimmering with the light of distant stars. The Archmage stepped into the portal, which closed behind him. Duke Kolo returned to his chair, contemplating Majdov's words. Meanwhile, Qimon, having returned to Valen, sought out the inn where he had previously resided with Brownie. Upon arrival, he discovered both Brownie and Cha-Cha were no longer there. The innkeeper informed him they had departed 10 days earlier. The absence of a trusted subordinate left him feeling despondent, and as for Cha-Cha, he secretly hoped she had been sold away. The ruffian sensed the precariousness of his situation, realizing that should someone else become a rival faith, his authority over Yemen would be irrevocably compromised. Reflecting on Yemen, Qimon ventured to the Church of Light. Determined not to act recklessly within the Temple of Light this time, he learned from the church that Yemen had left Uli for the Crouton Empire, as conveyed by the Patriarch, who indicated that Uli was in a tumultuous period, hindering the spread of light, prompting a temporary withdrawal of many church members from the Church of Light. That night, while ensconced in a hotel room, Qimon gazed out at the vibrant lights of the city, feeling an unexpected pang of loneliness. Morotis arrived, summoning a few courtesans for his amusement, tasked with the duty of watching over Sophie. Qimon found himself sharing a room with her, yet the girl offered him only a few sharp words of reproach. His mood soured, and he coldly remarked, "Dear Miss Sophie, since you deem me a demon, you ought to show a modicum of respect towards demons. Otherwise, in this dark night, with only the two of us, it is not impossible for a demon and a maiden to find themselves in compromising situations." Sophie huffed dismissively, ignoring Qimon's veiled threat to further ensure she could not escape. Morotis had placed an additional seal within her, further curtailing her magical abilities and weakening her half-dragon physique. Bound and reclining on the sofa, her exquisite form was beautifully illuminated by the moonlight filtering through the window, casting an enchanting glow upon her white gown. Yet her cold demeanor incited Qimon's irritation. With a sardonic smile, he commented, "It appears that unless I take some concrete actions, you remain oblivious to our predicament." As he reached toward her chest, squeezing firmly, Sophie gasped, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, fixating on Qimon with a fierce intensity. biting her lip to suppress her emotions. Her vulnerability softened Qimon's heart. It was unlikely anyone could maintain their anger under Sophie's tear-filled gaze. His fury dissipated, replaced by a hint of regret as he sighed. "Miss Sophie, I hope you come to understand me." With that, Qimon exited the room, wandering the streets of Valen. Following the path etched in his memory, he paused momentarily at the entrance of an inn, lost in contemplation before stepping inside and taking a seat at a familiar spot. The patrons around him wore smiles, yet his expression was one of dark foreboding. Scanning the dance floor, he scrutinized every face until his gaze landed on a well-dressed gentleman holding a glass of wine. A smile unfurled across Qimon's face, polished and composed, a quintessential noble's grin that he approached the man, raising his glass in greeting. "Dear Mr. Maud, it has been quite some time. You seem to be faring exceedingly well." As Emoda turned his head during a conversation with others, he instinctively took a step back at the sudden arrival of Qimon. However, recalling Qimon's formidable abilities and the smile on the thug's face at that moment, he quickly reassured himself and took 2 steps forward until he stood before Qimon. With a casual tone, he remarked, "Oh, it is you. Qimon, to think you could return alive from the Valley of the Savage is indeed a miracle. You still dare to seek me out. It seems you wish to add to my troubles like Tembal did. Yet, you should be aware that I have always looked down upon scoundrels devoid of dignity like yourself. If you are willing to sever your own arms and formally apologize, surrendering your sister to me, I might consider granting you forgiveness." Emoda's words echoed throughout the dance floor, drawing the attention of everyone present, including the woman who had once served wine to the thugs. She rushed to Qimon's side, gazing at the thug with astonishment. "Sir, do you remember me? I felt a pang of regret watching them beat you back then. That I am truly sorry. How about I offer you a proper apology tonight?" She finished with a flirtatious glance. Qimon, pleasantly surprised, replied, "That sounds splendid, but the ambience here is rather lacking. Please wait for me at the entrance." The woman cast a flirtatious look at Emoda, turned, and planted a kiss on Qimon's cheek. Departing with a youthful smile, the thug stepped out of the hotel's back door and into a narrow alley, where Emoda summoned 2 third-tier warriors to accompany him out of the hotel. "I say, Qimon," Emoda chuckled lightly, but before he could finish, he was abruptly knocked to the ground by a sudden punch from Qimon. His teeth flew from his mouth as he fell. The other 2, witnessing this, hurriedly drew their daggers to stab at the thug. Qimon concentrated his fighting spirit in his hands, gripping one dagger. Blood oozed between his fingers as the 2 struggled to withdraw their weapons. Yet, it felt as though the thug's body was rooted to the ground, immovable. They were compelled to channel more fighting spirit, but at that moment, Qimon relaxed his grip, causing both to stumble backward. Just as they regained their footing, Qimon's incantation struck, sending a 3rd-tier fire spell that engulfed the 2 third-tier warriors, having been sold to the Sunset Mercenaries for less than a month. Qimon transformed from a 3rd-tier warrior into a 6th-tier warrior, a change that Emoda could not comprehend. As he witnessed his companions perishing in flames, he snapped back to reality, drawing his dagger. Seizing the moment before Qimon turned, he channeled all his fighting spirit into a stab. The thug felt a sharp pain in his back and instinctively swung a punch backward at Emoda. Blood spilling from his mouth, retreated a few steps, avoiding the blow. Gazing at the glinting dagger behind Qimon, he sneered. "So it seems Montian has made some progress. No wonder you dare seek vengeance against me. However, you cannot escape your fate." Yet, Qimon did not collapse as Emoda expected. The thug, with his spine pierced, glared at him in fury, showing no signs of falling, with his eyes ablaze with rage. He advanced step by step toward Emoda, who began to panic and exclaimed, What kind of monster are you?" In truth, since Qimon had been cursed by Manchi, his body had been transformed, rendering ordinary attacks ineffective against him. While pain and bleeding were unavoidable, they were hardly fatal. With each step Qimon took, Emoda felt the surroundings darken, a chilling aura gradually enveloping him, brushing against his skin. His legs trembled involuntarily as he realized something terrifying was unfolding. Embracing the thug's spirit of fight or flight, he turned to flee toward the alley's exit. However, as he looked back, dark energy surged into his body, flooding every vein and muscle, draining every drop of blood from him. At this moment, the alley was completely shrouded in dark energy. The outside light could not penetrate the gloom that Qimon dispelled the dark energy, revealing the withered Emoda, still in a running posture. He was not yet dead. His deeply sunken eye sockets still held a flicker of movement. The gentle breeze swept by, and in his terror, Emoda collapsed, his soul dissipating in that instant. Qimon, caught off guard, was filled with rage and cursed. Damn it! I forgot that I cannot control souls not under my curse. How could Emoda just die like this? Truly cursed. The thug withdrew his dagger, dizziness nearly causing him to fall. That he realized that the mark of the demon pact was incessantly transmitting Morotis's dark energy, while also infusing part of that energy into his own soul. At that moment, faint screams from several women echoed in his ears. Though soft, they were still audible. Qimon recognized them as coming from the courtesans near Morotis. The thug chuckled wryly. Using Morotis's power is indeed not a simple matter. You summoned my power rather swiftly, faster than I imagined. How does it feel to have darkness seep into your soul? Morotis's voice resonated in Qimon's ear through the demon pact. The cold sensation is exquisite, yet it does not diminish my enthusiasm for you, Qimon replied, shaking himself as he exited the alley. Shortly thereafter, a female corpse appeared on the street in front of the hotel. In a place like Valen, where brawls were rare, for lives were extinguished overnight. Shocking the entire city, no one dared to act recklessly in the righteous Valen, and the furious nobles turned their attention toward the Church of Light and the Berserk Knights. Some even linked this to the distant wars between Baal and Emogia, viewing it as a sign of encroaching darkness. Others, deducing from the identities of Mo and a few others, contended that this had nothing to do with Valen's light, but was merely the result of a few outsiders bringing hatred and slaughter. The homelands of these outsiders did not embody the light of Valen, and could only be seen as defiling the tranquil and harmonious sanctity of light. However, their discussions had not concluded when news broke of the 4 courtesans murdered at a certain hotel. Their deaths gruesome and transformed into mummified remains. While the nobles of Valen remained unperturbed, the common folk, reliant on the light, were now thoroughly alarmed, leading to an influx of people praying in churches. The number of nobles approaching the Berserk Knights, demanding swift action to apprehend the murderer, also increased significantly. The perpetrators, Qimon and Morotis, had just entered the Temple of Light. Their presence here was justified by claiming they had captured the demon responsible for the killings and sought to present it personally to Nurbai. Of course, this did not exempt them from the diligent watch of the Knights of Light. Yet, having succumbed to Morotis's soul intimidation, their bodies acted against their will. Within the Temple of Light, supported by towering stone columns, stood a statue of an angel. The smooth, mirror-like floor was paved with crystalline stones, faintly revealing hidden magical symbols within. Undoubtedly, a light magic array was embedded here. Even before stepping inside, Qimon felt a twinge of discomfort. Morotis, smiling, gently patted Qimon's shoulder and cast an invisibility spell upon him. Anxiously, the thug stepped into the temple, confirming he had not triggered the magic array, and boldly followed Morotis toward Nurbai, who was engaged in prayer at the front of the temple. The archbishop concluded his final prayer and turned to greet them with a gentle and serene smile. I have long known that followers of the light would not allow demons to roam freely. Welcome, faithful servant of the light. Morotis fixed his gaze on Nurbai, a strange smile flickering across his otherworldly visage, yet he offered no response. Unmoved by the archbishop's greeting, Morotis rendered the atmosphere awkward. Qimon hastily cleared his throat, saying, Esteemed Archbishop Nurbai, I have brought the criminal outside the temple that I hope you can personally adjudicate this scoundrel who has insulted the light and tarnished Valen, but I recommend a public execution, so that both the nobles and commoners of Valen may witness the demon's fate. Let the light prevail. As Qimon grew increasingly agitated, spittle flew from his mouth, splattering the Temple of Light. Nurbai maintained his smile, replying, The demon's fate should indeed be so. However, to ensure the criminal is truly guilty, I must first take a look that I understand. Among the slain, some retain traces of demonic power. To avoid contaminating the sacred ground of the light, we have restrained him outside the temple. I kindly request Archbishop Nurbai to make the short journey to witness. On the steps outside the temple knelt a bloodied man. His eyes crimson and bloodshot, his limbs shackled by iron chains. Ignoring his condition, he lunged toward Nurbai, but his bloodied legs could not support him, and he fell short of his target, gnawing at the stone steps of the Temple of Light instead. Nurbai placed a hand on the man's shoulder, a faint white holy light enveloping him, revealing the man's agonized face as a dark energy erupted from his body. Nurbai's hand was shaken off as he stared in shock at the man on the ground. Casting a quick glance at Marotus, whose serious expression faded. It appears he is a follower of the demon. Such intense dark energy indicates that this demon has likely taken many lives before encountering you two. It is essential for everyone to learn of this demon's demise. The eradication of evil is something every follower of the light should know. In that case, esteemed Archbishop Nurbai, we shall take our leave for now. We hope you will notify us on the day of execution. Qimon bowed to Nurbai, while Marotus remained silent, standing behind Qimon, his gaze occasionally drifting to the angel statue within the temple. As the two individuals finally disappeared into the distance, Archbishop Nurbai let out a sigh of relief and bellowed, "Come forth, quickly." The guards stationed at the Temple of Light, trembling in their legs, approached the Archbishop. They could only hear Nurbai's furious rebuke. "It is you incompetent knights who have allowed the demon to desecrate the temple. Do not delay in unbinding him." Following Nurbai's pointed finger, the Light Knights gazed upon the kneeling figure. And upon closer inspection, they were taken aback to discover that this so-called criminal was, in fact, a bishop from Valen.